Chapter 1 The end of the world has broken out, and the most beautiful girl in the class is asking for protection. Ah! No, please stop, PE teacher. Please don't do this, I'm going to pass out, help, help. A beautiful girl with a sexy and perfect body, delicate and beautiful facial features, wearing a JK uniform and a pair of translucent black stockings on her feet, screamed in fear. She was pale, with beads of sweat on her forehead, panting heavily, and her chest rising and falling. She was scared out of her wits. Because at this moment, their college PE teacher seemed to have gone crazy, staring at her with a hideous expression as he attacked her, slamming the door of the PE equipment room with a loud thud. A strong, twisted arm covered in black veins had already reached through the crack in the door. She desperately pushed her body against the door, barely managing to trap the arm and prevent it from going any further. Unfortunately, the already somewhat flimsy wooden door was now shaking and about to fall apart from the mad sports teacher's relentless assault. If this continues, the girl won't last long and will be eaten sooner or later. Just when she was about to give up. Boom! Outside the door, a loud noise came, and the PE teacher outside struggled a few times, but eventually there was no movement. A low voice came from outside, "Shut up! Stop screaming, you'll attract more monsters." Chen Lixia stopped screaming, but she was still very scared. She nervously asked outside the door, "Lu Yang? What happened? Why did the gym teacher go crazy? Open the door and let me in." Lu Yang pushed open the door and walked into the equipment room, then quickly locked the door and kept panting heavily. In his hand, he was holding a brick covered in zombie blood. Just now, Lu Yang used this brick to blow the head of the PE teacher. Outside the door, the screams of the students were unending. Lu Yang took a few deep breaths and said, "The end of the world has begun. Many students and teachers have turned into zombies and are attacking others. Don't make a sound, or we'll both die here." Ah! What should we do? Right, call the police for help. Chen Lixia was startled and quickly took out her cell phone to dial the police. However, all she heard was a busy signal. The phone also received a text message, "Emergency notice. At 9:10 a.m. on June 21, 2024, a zombie virus broke out in the world, and most humans have become zombies. Only a small number of humans are immune to airborne transmission. But no one is immune to blood transmission. Please close all doors and windows and do not go out. Wait for official rescue." Seeing this message, Chen Lixia burst into tears. It's over. The end of the world has really broken out, and the police phone is out of order. We're dead, woo-woo. Chen Lixia is the monitor and the class flower. They were just having a PE lesson when the monitor was called to the equipment room by the PE teacher to collect the equipment. But she never expected that the PE teacher had turned into a zombie. Otherwise, if Lu Yang had shown up, Chen Lixia would have already been bitten to death. Lu Yang said, "Most people have become zombies, and I guess the police station is the same. They are too busy to save us. We can only rely on ourselves to survive." Then he went to the window and observed the situation outside. He found that the students on the playground had become a mess. Most of the students had become zombies and were chasing others to bite them. There was nowhere to hide on the playground, and they would soon be surrounded by zombies. Because there were too many zombies, these people were eaten alive and became skeletons in a few minutes, without even having a chance to be infected by the virus. Lu Yang saw a zombie bite a classmate's intestines, pulling them out a few meters long. The classmate was still screaming, watching helplessly as his insides were emptied out. It was just like the scene of the hyena eating the liver of a wild ox in Africa. It was so bloody and terrifying. The nauseating smell of blood permeated the air, and the screams of the students outside the door were unceasing. They were even more unpleasant than the screams of a pig being slaughtered. From the screams alone, one could tell how painful it was to be bitten and have chunks of flesh torn off by the zombies. Chen Lixia was really scared. She couldn't help but hold onto Lu Yang's thick arm and said in a trembling voice, "What should we do? What should we do next? Lu Yang, you must protect me. You're a boy, and you're also a sportsman. You have a responsibility to protect female classmates." Lu Yang is 1.85 meters tall and is also a college athlete. He is strong and powerful. An ordinary person is not his match even if 2 or 3 of them come together. In the end times, this is a full-fledged thigh. However, after hearing Chen Lixia's words, Lu Yang's face revealed a sneering expression. "Chen, what are you talking about? When I confessed to you, what did you say? In front of the whole class, you called me a poor guy with big muscles and a small brain, a toad who wanted to eat swan meat, and a clown. Some people even posted it on the school forum, making me the laughingstock of the entire university. Fortunately, I have a strong psychological tolerance. If I had a weak psychological tolerance, I would have probably committed suicide after being humiliated like that. You rejected me, and now the end of the world has come. Do you know that you have to beg me for protection? You wish. I just saved your life, and you don't even thank me, and you dare to ask for more? After saying that, Lu Yang directly and mercilessly shook off the other person's hand. Chen Lixiao was surprised that Lu Yang would say such a thing to her and was furious. She pointed at Lu Yang and said, "But you are a boy, shouldn't you protect girls? Can you be more generous? Can you be a man and take some responsibility? You are so selfish, are you still a man? No wonder you're such a loser and can't find a girlfriend. What girl would like you? You can keep pretending to be cool with your left and right hands for the rest of your life." Hearing Chen Lixiao's words, Lu Yang immediately showed an angry expression and said with eyes wide open, "Damn you! Say that again, I'm a waste? Do you believe that I will kill you right now? I tell you, I have no morals, I will not be kidnapped by you, I will not be your lapdog, you will not be able to manipulate me, it's the end of the world, you don't think I will still follow the rules of the peaceful era, do you? If you keep complaining, I will throw you out to feed the zombies." Seeing Lu Yang's angry expression, Chen Lixiao was shocked and stood still. She never thought that the man who had confessed his love to her and was rejected and ridiculed by her in front of the whole class, and who had secretly wiped away his tears at that time, had now become so domineering and unreasonable. Lu Yang no longer paid attention to her, but instead observed the surroundings. There are a lot of sports equipment in the sports equipment room, including bows and arrows, baseball bats, shot put, barbells, javelins, etc., which can all be used as weapons. Unfortunately, the equipment room is right next to the playground, and there are hundreds of zombies on this large open space. Once they are discovered, they will be besieged. Even if they have weapons, they may not be able to escape, because they will be infected if they are bitten. Only by clearing the level without being injured will they not become zombies. This is too difficult. It seems that I'm really going to be trapped here. Just when Lu Yang was about to give up, a mechanical voice suddenly came from his mind. Ding! The zombie virus has been detected. More than 80% of the world's population has become zombies. The human population has decreased drastically. The more children, more blessings system is now bound. Chapter 2, the system is awesome. Hearing this prompt, Lu Yang suddenly showed a surprised expression. He had read a lot of novels before, and was no stranger to the system. He never imagined that this time, the golden finger would fall on his head. But after the surprise, Lu Yang slowly regained his senses. The more children, more blessings system, you can get rewards just by having children? But it takes at least 10 months to have a baby. Are you kidding me? The system seemed to detect Lu Yang's thoughts and continued, you only need to rescue the girl and make her submit to you to receive a reward. After the child is born, you can receive even more generous rewards. Please host, work hard to contribute to the continuation of the human race. Hearing this, Lu Yang's eyes lit up. Just save the girl and make her agree to be your woman, and you'll get a reward? That's more like it. As for the first person to save, Lu Yang set his sights on Chen Lixiao, who was not far away. This class flower has a tall and plump figure, beautiful curves, and an extremely unnatural waist-to-hip ratio. She is definitely a good candidate for having children. I just don't know how to convince her. Or should I just use force? Although a forced marriage is not sweet, it quenches thirst. But in the end, Lu Yang shook his head. Forget it, think of another way. It's not time to force her yet. So the two of them were stuck in the equipment room for a day. On the second day, Chen Lixiao woke up early in the morning, feeling thirsty and hungry. It had been 24 hours since she had last eaten or drunk anything. Her stomach had been growling for a long time, and after a night of fear and trembling in the sports equipment room, she was awakened by thirst. A person can survive for a week without food, but only for 3 days without water. Especially in the hot summer weather of June and July, water loss is even faster. Lu Yang had already woken up long ago. He was holding a javelin in one hand and a bow and arrow in the other, staring at Chen Lixiao with hungry eyes, like a hungry wolf. He couldn't even help but stick out his tongue and lick his dry lips. He was standing 10 meters away from a bench with dozens of arrows stuck in it. Obviously, he woke up early in the morning to practice archery. Seeing Lu Yang's eyes, Chen Lixia suddenly felt a chill in her heart and asked in a frightened voice, Lu Yang? Why are you looking at me? I'm thirsty and hungry. Is there anything to eat? Will we starve to death here? Lu Yang said, we will definitely die in a few days if we stay in this sports equipment room, so I don't want to waste my life here. As long as I still have the strength, I want to rush out. As for you, you can just wait here to die. Hearing this, Chen Lixia was suddenly anxious. Lu Yang was the last straw. If Lu Yang really left her behind, she would surely die. She quickly said, no, you have to take me with you. You have to protect me. Lu Yang smiled and said, who are you? Why should I protect you? What good would it do me to have you tagging along? You used to call me a musclehead, but in the end times, being a musclehead happens to be the greatest advantage. I can run 100 meters in 11 seconds, and even the zombies outside can't catch up. But it's different with you. Chen Lixia quickly said, didn't you like me before? Didn't you confess to me? As long as you take me with you, behave well, listen to me everywhere, take care of me, let me go east if I want to go east, let me go west if I want to go west, and find me more food, maybe I will agree to be your girlfriend. Chen Lixia thought she had dropped a bombshell. In her opinion, Lu Yang must like her, but because she rejected him, he was just angry. If she agreed to be his girlfriend, he would immediately come over and be her lapdog, right? Chen Lixia has delicate features and a good figure. She is the class flower in her class, and there are at least 80 people who like her, and she has dozens of dogs in her fish pond. For her, it is too easy to manipulate men. Men are like that. You just have to keep them on the hook, give them a little bit of sweetness now and then, and they'll be easily manipulated. They'll be like that little lamb, following you around like a little lapdog. That's why she said she might be Lu Yang's girlfriend, but didn't say yes right away. After all, what you can't get will always be in turmoil. But Lu Yang's sneer grew even deeper after hearing her words. Ha, Chen Lixia, you don't think you're really a fairy who can charm everyone, do you? Ever since you publicly rejected and insulted me, my feelings for you have vanished. I'm a poor person, so the most expensive thing I have is my dignity, and you have belittled it to nothing. Do you think I would still have feelings for you? After saying this, Lu Yang picked up her equipment and was ready to leave. Seeing this, Chen Lixia was really anxious. She didn't expect Lu Yang to be so ruthless. This person has really changed. He is no longer the little lapdog he used to be. He wouldn't even take her with him if she used being his girlfriend as a condition. She quickly rushed over and grabbed Lu Yang's arm. Lu Yang, don't go. What am I going to do if you leave? I was wrong about what happened before, I apologize to you. What do you want in order to take me with you? Please, take me with you, I don't want to die here. I'm so thirsty, I'm so hungry, I don't want to die, I want to live. As long as you take me away, I'm willing to do whatever you want. Hearing this, Lu Yang's face showed a satisfied expression, and his mouth couldn't help but curve up. He reached out and touched his chin, looking up and down at Chen Lixia. Her appearance and figure are top-notch, this wave is not a loss. Seeing Lu Yang's evil expression, Chen Lixia instantly reacted, covering her chest and taking 2 steps back, saying, Lu Yang, what are you looking at? Lu Yang said with a sneer, oh, didn't you just say that as long as I take you away, you are willing to do anything, and now you can't even look at me? If that's the case, there's nothing to talk about, so you can stay here. Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, Chen Lixia immediately became anxious and hurriedly said, don't go, I didn't mean that. Lu Yang smiled and said, that's good, as long as you submit to me and obey me, then I can protect you and take you with me. Chen Lixia finally understood what Lu Yang meant. It seemed that it was unrealistic for her to manipulate Lu Yang. This guy was not going to give up until he got what he wanted. Just the thought that she, the most beautiful girl in the class, who was pursued by countless boys, had been taken by Lu Yang, a muscular athlete, made her eyes red. What? Still not willing? Lu Yang said with a cold smile. Chen Lixia wiped away her tears and said in a quivering voice, no. No, okay, I'm willing to submit to you, don't go back on your word, you must protect me and take me with you. Don't bargain with me. Do you think you still have a choice? Choose between death and submission. Okay, I'll submit to you. At this moment, Lu Yang received a system notification, ding. The other party has voluntarily surrendered to you. Congratulations on successfully rescuing the beautiful girl. You have earned a novice reward. Novice rewards: 1. Physical enhancement, 2. System scan, 3. Storage space, 4. Virus immunity, 5. Super genes. Seeing these 5 options, Lu Yang was taken aback. 5? It's a bit hard to choose. These 5 rewards are packaged as a novice reward and are not multiple choice. The voice of the system came again. Lu Yang was suddenly surprised. Wow, 5 at once? This is not how you get a hang of it, is it? This system is awesome. Even in the system world, it is an extremely explosive existence. He quickly looked at the instructions for using the 5 rewards. 1. Physical enhancement. The host's basic physical attributes have been enhanced and doubled. At the same time, the host can earn 1 enhancement point for every 10 zombies killed. 2. System scan. The host can use the system to scan others and obtain basic information about them. 3. Storage space. The host has obtained a first-level storage space, which can be used to store anything at will. The size of the space is 10 meters by 10 meters by 10 meters. For virus immunity, the host is immune to the zombie virus, and even if bitten, they will not turn into a zombie. 5. Super genes. The host's genes have been greatly enhanced, and they have broken through genetic limitations. Chapter 3. Women only affect the speed of zombie slaying. Seeing the descriptions of these rewards, Lu Yang was overjoyed. At the same time, he also felt his body full of power. Is this the power brought by the first bonus, doubling the basic attributes? It's so strong. I feel like I can blow a person's head off with 1 punch. Basic attributes include strength, speed, spirit, and stamina. These 4 basic attributes have all doubled, and they complement each other, directly leading to a multiple increase in Lu Yang's strength. At this point, he could have said, I'm going to beat up 10 people. Seeing Chen Lixia bring him such a good reward, Lu Yang was very happy. Lu Yang looked at Chen Lixia, who was curled up on the side, with tears in her eyes and a look of grievance on her face, and found that information about the other party appeared in his mind in an instant. Name: Chen Lixia. Age: 18. Height: 165. Weight: 45 kilograms. Appearance score: 88. Body score: 95. After trying the second reward, Lu Yang focused his attention on the third reward. A 10m x 10m x 10m storage space did indeed appear in his mind. His mind flickered, and the bow and arrow in his hand instantly disappeared and appeared in his storage space. Then another thought came to him, and the bow and arrow appeared in his hand again. Lu Yang's face showed a look of surprise. This skill is great. With this skill, I can collect countless supplies. 10 meters by 10 meters by 10 meters is 1,000 cubic meters. It's equivalent to a 100 square meter house 3 stories high. And there are no walls or pillars taking up space. It's definitely a huge warehouse. If it is used to store water, it can hold 1,000 tons. It can also hold a lot of food. If I can fill this storage space, it will be enough for me to eat for at least 10 years. Lu Yang then looked at the 2 remaining rewards, virus immunity and super genes. The virus immunity is easy to understand. It can protect against the zombie virus, so even if you get bitten, you won't get infected. This is also urgently needed in the end times. With this ability, Lu Yang won't have to be so careful when fighting zombies. Even if he doesn't clear the level without getting hurt, he won't turn into a zombie. And the super gene is even more awesome. Ignoring genetic obstacles, it can branch out with any suitable species? Lu Yang thought to herself, as long as it is the right species, it can spread its branches and leaves? What exactly is the scope of this right species? As we all know, there is reproductive isolation between organisms and animals. For example, a tiger and a lion can produce a hybrid called a tigon, and a horse and a donkey can produce a mule, but although they can produce offspring, the offspring are not fertile. And cats and dogs don't even have the possibility of producing offspring. Lu Yang thought, I have broken the reproductive isolation. Does that mean I can mate with tigers, lions, horses and donkeys, cats and dogs? In the end, Lu Yang shook his head and said, I don't think it's that powerful. After all, the system has added a restriction on a suitable object. If there were really no restrictions at all, wouldn't I have tens of thousands of offspring if I fired at an ant nest? After reading the reward, Liu Yang was now full of confidence. He waved his hand, and everything within a 10-meter radius was collected into the system space. He didn't leave any of the weapons in the sports equipment room. Even if he didn't use them, he couldn't leave them for others. After all, there may be more than one survivor in this school. In peacetime, Liu Yang was not well liked at school. He understood the coldness of human nature. In the end times, there are no longer any legal or moral constraints, so human nature will be even more cold and cruel. In the end times, even couples who used to love each other may kill each other. After all this, Liu Yang turned his attention to Chen Lixia and said, "Get up, it's time to go. Stop crying like you've just been wronged." After hearing Liu Yang's words, Chen Lixia got up with a blank look on her face. Liu Yang ignored her and threw a javelin at her, saying, "Take this weapon. If you encounter a zombie, stab it in the head. Although I promise to take you away, I can't guarantee your safety 100%. In the end times, you can only rely on yourself. And in the future, no matter what happens, don't make too much noise, otherwise it will attract more zombies. After you go out, you have to listen to my arrangements. Do you understand?" "I understand." Chen Lixia nodded. At this moment, she had completely accepted her fate. So Liu Yang was ready to move. He first looked around the playground and found that there were fewer zombies outside than yesterday. Perhaps because the living people on the playground had been eaten, the zombies were attracted by the living people in other places. Now there are only 30 or 40 zombies wandering around doing nothing. Liu Yang's ability has been improved. He can run and fight at the same time. Using a kite tactic to kill these zombies should be no problem. And even if he really can't beat them, he can definitely escape. After all, my speed has also doubled. As for Chen Lixia, I've already got the reward, so it would be best to take her with me, but if it really comes to the end, Liu Yang will not hesitate to abandon her. After all, it is most important to stay alive. Women? They would only slow him down when he was fighting the zombies, and there was no shortage of women in the post-apocalyptic world. At this point, Liu Yang had already thought of a strategy. He said to Chen Lixia, "When we rush out, don't worry about the zombies. Just keep going forward. I'll be the rear guard. Our destination is the infirmary." Because the infirmary is very close to the cafeteria and the school's small supermarket, it's only a few dozen meters away. Next, we'll use the infirmary as a foothold, and then collect food from the cafeteria and the small supermarket. Do you understand? Okay. Chen Lixia nodded, and a little confidence began to appear on her face. Because she sensed that Liu Yang was very calm and was a man with a plan. This kind of man will definitely live a long life in the end times. As long as she clings to his thigh, she will not be in danger. After taking a deep breath and calming herself down, Liu Yang quickly opened the door to the sports equipment room and rushed out with Chen Lixia. The zombies on the playground saw Liu Yang and Chen Lixia appear, and their eyes seemed to glow green. They roared in an instant and rushed directly at the two of them. Seeing this, Chen Lixia was so scared that she froze. Liu Yang shot an arrow through the head of a zombie, and the zombie fell to the ground instantly. Then he growled, "Don't just stand there, run." Oh. Chen Lixia finally reacted, and ran in the direction of the infirmary. Behind her, Liu Yang kept drawing his bow and shooting arrows, one zombie at a time. Chapter 4, Going out to find supplies. However, due to the large number of zombies, Liu Yang's bow and arrow could not solve so many at once. Seeing that the zombies were getting closer and closer to him, Liu Yang directly put the bow and arrow into the system space, and then took out a javelin and began to fight the zombies in close combat. Liu Yang was originally a sports student, and his strength was much greater than that of ordinary people. The system then doubled it, making his strength even greater. With one spear thrust, the zombie's head was instantly pierced. After killing more than a dozen zombies, Liu Yang looked back and saw that Chen Lixia had already run more than 100 meters. He then decided not to linger and picked up his weapon and ran. As a sports student, Liu Yang used to run 100 meters in 11 seconds. In other words, his average maximum speed was 100 divided by 11 is equal to 9.090909 meters. Now, it has doubled to 18 meters per second. In a few seconds, he caught up with Chen Lixia. Soon, the two of them arrived at the infirmary. The door was not closed, and there was a doctor and a nurse inside, but they had already turned into zombies. Lu Yang rushed in without a word, killed the two zombies with a javelin in an instant, then threw their bodies out of the infirmary and closed the door. After all this, the zombies that had been chasing them on the playground had just arrived. After seeing Lu Yang and the others close the door to the infirmary, the zombies suddenly lost their target and instantly became quiet, standing in place and doing nothing. Lu Yang observed the zombies through the window and came to the conclusion in his heart. The zombies are not very strong, their maximum speed and strength is the same as when they were human, and they don't know any fighting skills, they just pounce forward and bite with their teeth. For ordinary people, without immunity to the virus, they will become zombies if they are slightly scratched or bitten, which is really dangerous. But for me, I'm not afraid of the virus. These zombies, who have no intelligence, can't do any harm to me. With my current strength, I can fight at least 30 of them at the same time. If I had a good weapon, I could fight 100 of them and still be able to mow them down. At the same time, these zombies chased us here. They clearly saw us enter the infirmary, but the moment the door closed, they lost their target. This shows that they have no intelligence at all and only act on instinct. As long as they don't make a sound and are not seen by them, they will not attract their attention. Inside the infirmary, Chen Lixia was panting heavily. She had just run the 100 meters from the playground to the infirmary, using all her strength. The feeling of narrowly escaping death was still with her. Lu Yang, on the other hand, began to observe the situation in the infirmary. There were many medicines in the infirmary, which would be very useful in the end times. There was also saline solution, glucose water, etc., which could replenish the body's required elements and energy. He waved his hand and collected all of these things into the space. Lu Yang tried to turn on the lights and found that there was still electricity in the infirmary, and the faucet still had water, which meant that although the end of the world had broken out, the water and power supply had not been cut off. He sighed with relief. Fortunately, Haicheng is on the south coast, and we use wind and hydroelectric power. As long as the generators don't break down, they can be used for a long time even without maintenance. And as long as there is electricity, the water in the waterworks will not stop. Lu Yang then turned on his mobile phone to check the time and found that it was 11 a.m. and that there was even a signal. It seems that as long as there is electricity, the signal base station can still operate temporarily. He opened the class group and found that it had already exploded with 99 plus messages. Lu Yang flipped through the messages and found that the 99 plus messages were from just 10 people, and the others must have turned into zombies. Lu Yang looked at their messages and found that most of them were asking for help. Li Ning, help! Help! Who will save me? What is going on? Why did the zombie virus break out? Yesterday, I was almost bitten to death by my classmate. Luckily, I ran fast. Now I am hiding in the men's toilet on the first floor of Building 1. Who will save me? Chen Ting, Li Ning, I'm in a teaching building, on the first floor, in the women's toilet, just a wall away. We're very close. There are several zombies in the toilet. I'm afraid to move or make a sound. Zhou Zixuan, help! I just got my leg scratched and now it's black. What should I do? Am I going to turn into a zombie? I don't want to die, I don't want to turn into a zombie. Shinzi, I'm hiding in a tree in front of a school building. There are more than a dozen zombies down there. They can't climb trees, but they keep gathering around me and yelling at me. This has attracted more zombies, and they are gathering in greater numbers. Someone please help me. I can't hold on much longer. Most of these messages are for help. Lu Yan looked at them and felt like laughing. Most of these people were second-generation rich kids in peacetime, and they were all high and mighty. As a child without parents who could only make ends meet by working hard and saving money, Lu Yang became a laughingstock after. Her confession was rejected, and she was often discussed behind their backs. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Yang was a sportsman, they wouldn't have been able to beat him, and Lu Yang might have been bullied to death. Now that they are starving and scared, Lu Yang feels a little bit of satisfaction in her heart. You have come to this day too. After the reorganization, Lu Yang decided to go directly to the small supermarket to look for food. Before these classmates have recovered, his competition will be minimal. Now that there is a system space, he can completely plunder all the food in the supermarket. As for the cafeteria, it is too spacious. There are too many zombies, and even Lu Yang is now afraid to go in. The others are even more afraid, so Lu Yang is not in a hurry. He first looked at his attributes. Name, Lu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185. Weight, 80 kilograms. Strength, 100. Stamina, 100. Spirit, 100. Speed, 100. 18 meters per second. Possesses abilities, attribute enhancement, storage space, system scan, virus immunity, super genes. Note, since the host just killed 18 zombies and gained 1.8 attribute points, you can choose to add some points. The last remark caught Liu Yang's attention. If you kill 18 zombies and get 1.8 attribute points, then if you kill all the zombies in the school, won't you get thousands of attribute points? Then wouldn't I be able to crush everyone with my physical strength alone? This system is great. Liu Yang was full of confidence, and with his bow and arrow in hand, he came to the window. There were more than a dozen zombies outside the door, but Liu Yang didn't care about them at all. What's the difference between a zombie without intelligence and a target? He opened a window and aimed an arrow directly at the outside. Swish! A zombie fell to the ground in an instant. Liu Yang repeated the process, and in less than 20 minutes, he had killed more than a dozen zombies. Then he went out to the street and headed for the small supermarket. Chapter 5: Picking Up a School Beauty. Along the way, Liu Yang encountered several more zombies wandering around. As soon as they saw Liu Yang, they rushed over, but by this time Liu Yang's basic attributes had already doubled. He didn't even take these zombies seriously. He first killed 2 with his bow and arrow, and then stabbed 3 more with his javelin after they got close. Soon he arrived at the school's small supermarket. In the small supermarket, the boss at the cash register had already turned into a zombie, and there were several skeletons on the ground that had been gnawed clean. At the same time, there were a dozen zombie students wandering inside. Liu Yang shot the boss and a few zombie students in the distance with an arrow, then picked up a spear and started hand-to-hand combat. A few minutes later, the zombies in the small supermarket were cleaned up by him. So he began to collect supplies as quickly as possible. The sound of the battle here could attract zombies from afar, so he had to hurry. Liu Yang began to check the contents of the small supermarket. A dozen bags of rice, several boxes of noodles, a dozen buckets of cooking oil? Take it all. Bread, chicken legs, instant noodles, all kinds of snacks? Take them away. Milk, oranges, mineral water, all kinds of drinks? Take them. Snacks, candy, chocolate, chewing gum? Take it all. Toothbrushes, towels, toothpaste, wash basins? Take them away. Soon the entire mini-mart was ransacked by Liu Yang. He took everything, whether it was useful or not, and even some of the stationery and household goods sold in the mini-mart. At this point, his space was only half full. After all, there is no need to organize the storage space, and everything can be stuffed in everywhere. When he wants to use it, he only needs to think about it and it will be there. No one needs to go in and look for it, which is very convenient. Soon, the supermarket was left with empty shelves, and Liu Yang was ready to leave. With these supplies, he could live comfortably for years. Just as Liu Yang was about to leave, a large cardboard box on the floor of the supermarket moved. Seeing this movement, Liu Yang was startled and immediately clutched his javelin tightly. He became alert and walked over quietly, gently prodding the large cardboard box with his javelin. However, there was no movement inside. Did I hear it wrong? Liu Yang showed a puzzled expression, and then he used the javelin to lift the carton directly and opened it. A petite girl wearing a school uniform, with a pair of white, translucent knee-high socks on her feet, a ponytail on her head, and a sweet face with fair, delicate skin appeared in front of Liu Yang. The beauty was startled when she saw the box suddenly opened. She immediately curled up on the ground, covering her eyes and not daring to look. Liu Yang was stunned by this scene. What's going on? A beautiful woman hiding in a cardboard box? Has she been hiding in the carton since yesterday? And the zombie's IQ is too low, they can't even find her hiding in a box? Liu Yang asked directly. Hey, who are you? After hearing Liu Yang's words, the beautiful girl dared to open her eyes. She had tears in her eyes and her eyelashes were wet. She said to Liu Yang in a trembling voice, You're not a zombie? You scared me to death, it's horrible, it's really horrible. The young girl burst into tears. At this point, Liu Yang also recognized the other person. She said in surprise, Aren't you Lin Mengyao from class 2? Li Mengyao is one of the foremost beautiful girls in the school, and is known as the most adorable girl in the school. She is petite but has a full and sexy body, with perfect facial features, and is extremely beautiful. It was precisely because she was small that she was able to hide in the cardboard box. Li Mengyao nodded, still with a scared look on her face. It's me. Who are you? Are you here to save me? Lu Yang shook his head and said, No, I'm Lu Yang. I'm a student athlete at this school. I was just searching for supplies and happened to run into you. But I can take you with me. As long as you listen to me, I will protect your safety. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao's eyes lit up, and she nodded in surprise, saying, Yes, okay. No problem. I will definitely listen to you. So the two quickly returned to the infirmary. They were lucky on the way and didn't encounter any zombies. Lu Yang also received a system prompt again. Congratulations, host, you have killed a total of 32 zombies and earned 3.2 attribute points. You currently have 5 attribute points. After seeing this prompt, Lu Yang was very satisfied. This time, he came out with a lot of food. Not only did he loot the entire mini-mart, he also gained 3.2 attributes and brought back a goddess with a baby face. That's great. Lu Yang didn't use the 5 attribute points for the time being. He hasn't decided which attribute to add yet. At this time, Chen Lixia saw Lu Yang return with Li Mengyao, and her face also showed a surprised expression. At the same time, she also recognized Li Mengyao and said, Li Mengyao, one of the foremost beautiful girls in school, is the most beautiful girl in school. Li Mengyao is petite, but she has an incredibly cute face. She is so recognizable at school that almost everyone knows her. Hello, I'm Li Mengyao. The young and beautiful schoolgirl smiled shyly and said politely. However, Chen Lixiao's face showed a somewhat unhappy expression. What did Lu Yang say this morning? He said that as long as she was his woman, he would protect her, but now, before the day was over, he had already brought a new woman home. Isn't this a clear sign that he doesn't take her seriously? And now there is a school beauty. If I don't make my position clear right away, when the school beauty has established her position, will I still have my own position? This made her unhappy, and she directly confronted Lu Yang, saying, Lu Yang, what do you mean? Didn't we agree this morning? As long as I'm your woman, you'll protect me, but now? You didn't bring any food back, but you brought a woman back. What are you thinking? Isn't it enough that I'm here? Is there nothing else in your head but that? Hearing the other person's words, Lu Yang instantly frowned, and his expression on his face turned cold. He said coldly, What? Who gave you the right to talk to me like that? Do you have an opinion? If you have an opinion, you can leave immediately. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will throw you out to feed the zombies. Who needs who now? You should know that. Don't think that just because you had sex with me once, you're the mistress here. I'm telling you, you don't deserve it. Hearing this, Chen Lixia finally came to her senses. Looking at Lu Yang's cold expression, she finally realized that this man was no longer in her control. She could only bow her head and admit her mistake. She said, Okay, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that about you. Lu Yang snorted and didn't say anything. Li Mengyao, who was standing next to her, was shocked by what she had just seen. This man is so domineering. But in his domineering manner, there was also a hint of charm. Chapter 6, You don't want to be eaten by zombies, do you? Li Mengyao reference image. Lu Yang also scanned Li Mengyao with the system at this time. The information about the other party appeared in his mind. Name, Li Mengyao. Age, 18. Height, 150. Weight, 40 kilograms. Bust, a pair of E's. Appearance score, 98. Body score, 88. Never had a boyfriend. Number of relationships, 0. After reading the system description, Lu Yang was taken aback. Wow, the appearance score is a high 98. The 88 points for her figure are probably because her height lowered her score. A height of 1.5 meters and a score of 88 shows how good her other attributes are. Seeing Lu Yang staring at her chest, Li Mengyao's face turned a little bit red, and her beautiful baby face instantly turned red, like 2 ripe apples, making people want to bite into them. She said shyly, Don't look, it's embarrassing for the person being looked at. Give me something to eat, I'm so hungry and thirsty. Lu Yang smiled and said, "Sorry, my food can only be given to my woman." "Do you want to be my woman?" Ah. Li Mengyao was shocked by Lu Yang's words. Although she had already guessed from the way he looked at her that he was coveting her body, this guy was a bit too direct. As one of the four most beautiful girls in school, Li Mengyao has countless boys who like her in school, and she has been rejected by dozens of them. Some of them were even super rich second generation, super good students, and even the son of the school leader. All of these men were attracted to Li Mengyao petite yet perfect body, but unfortunately, in the face of their strong offensive, Lin Mengyao was unyielding and never agreed to date anyone. Now this unknown sportsman has even directly asked her to be his woman. Lu Yang didn't care about the other person's surprised expression and said directly, "No matter what you think, if you want food, you have to be my woman. I'll give you one night to think about it. Give me an answer tomorrow, because if you still don't agree tomorrow, you have to leave this infirmary. This is my base camp." Li Mengyao felt aggrieved and said, This is not good, is it? We are all alumni of the same school, shouldn't we help each other? How can you do this?" Lu Yang said, "Right, I help you get food, and you help me get laid. Isn't that called mutual help?" "What? You have a thick skin. Can't we just be friends?" Li Mengyao was speechless. Lu Yang said, "What's so good about making friends? If you want to make friends, just make a girlfriend. After all, as the saying goes, a friend is someone who can help you out, while a girlfriend is someone who can help you out a few times. If you don't become my girlfriend and communicate with me in depth, it will be difficult for me to trust you completely. Besides, you are so beautiful, with a perfect baby face and a body that makes men drool. Which man in school wouldn't want to get you? Now there is a good opportunity in front of me, of course I won't give it up, otherwise I wouldn't be a eunuch, right? You." Li Mengyao was speechless after being talked down by Lu Yang. This guy has a thick skin and a bunch of twisted logic. She didn't know how to refute him. Lu Yang cut to the chase, saying, "Think about it. If you don't climb into my bed tonight, you'll be packing your things and leaving in the morning. I don't need useless people around me." After that, he took out 2 loaves of bread, a carton of milk and a sausage and handed them to Chen Lixia, saying, "This is your food for today. I'm going to take a rest now, so don't bother me anymore." After that, Lu Yang lay down on the only hospital bed. Chen Lixia took the food and immediately showed a happy expression on her face. "Okay, thank you. Lu Yang, you rest well, I won't bother you." After that, she took the food that Lu Yang gave her and immediately began to eat it. It was just an ordinary piece of bread, but in Chen Lixia's mouth, it tasted better than any delicacy from the mountains and the sea. She had not eaten for almost 30 hours, and the satisfaction in her mouth made her feel that this was the happiest moment of her life. Li Mengyao had also been hungry for many hours, and now, watching Chen Lixia eat so heartily, she was envious and could only cover her stomach and gurgle, swallowing her saliva. Looking at Lu Yang again, she found that he had already lain down on the bed, as if he really didn't care about her. What a heartless man! Li Mingyao's eyes revealed a hint of resentment, and her face also revealed an expression of wanting to cry but having no tears. Lu Yang was lying on the bed, taking out his phone to check the group chat. He found that the classmates were still chatting in the group. Unlike the initial SOS message, they seemed to have realized that no one would save them, so they started to chat in the group, making the best of a bad situation. "Yang Tianchang, damn, I've been trapped here for more than a day. I'm dying of thirst. I just drank some of my own urine, and it was a bit salty and bitter. Li Ning, luckily I'm trapped in the toilet, and there's water in the toilet tank to drink, but I don't think I can last for a few more days. I'm so hungry and my stomach hurts. I've been reluctant to flush the poop I took, but in the end I'll probably have to produce and sell it myself." He even took a picture of the poop. The others immediately started to complain, "Damn it, just say it, don't send pictures. You're sick. I was already hungry, and after seeing your picture, I almost threw up my bile. It's a bit watery. Have you been having stomach problems lately? You have the guts to broadcast it to me when you eat it. God damn it, you're posting this kind of picture." Li Ning was so embarrassed that he quickly deleted the disgusting picture. "Chen Ting, I'm scared. The zombies are still walking around outside, and I'm sitting on the toilet, my butt is numb, I'm scared. Chen Zi, I can't hold on much longer. There are more and more zombies under the tree, and I don't know when they'll fall. Once they fall, they'll be gnawed to a pile of bones in no time. Joan, if you really can't hold on any longer, I advise you to kill yourself first. I saw a classmate with his insides and intestines ripped out by a zombie. He wasn't dead yet, he was screaming the whole time. The scene was really horrible. It's better to kill yourself in advance than to be bitten to death by a zombie. Shenzi, oh, don't scare me, I'm already scared, and now you're scaring me even more, my legs are going to give out. At this moment, a photo of two white hands holding 2 loaves of bread, a sausage and a carton of milk was posted in the group. This photo caused an uproar in the group in an instant. Chapter 7, The School Beauty Compromises. Oh my god. Bread, delicious bread. And sausage, and milk. Chen Lixia, the monitor, where are you? Can you come and save us? You are the monitor. Can you bear to see us, your classmates, suffer from hunger and fear? I'm so hungry, I can't stand it anymore. I could have resisted the hunger, but now I can't stand it anymore when I see these pictures. I'll do anything you want, just give me some food. Please, class president. Teacher Li Xia, have you been rescued? Can you come and rescue me? The teacher is trapped in the classroom dormitory. There are several other teachers who have turned into zombies in the hallway. I dare not go out. Chen Lixia was also a bit surprised. She never thought that this picture of her would shock out the homeroom teacher, Li. She replied in the group chat with a proud expression on her face, I was also trapped, but I was lucky enough to meet Lu Yang, who saved me. Then we happened to have some food, and seeing how miserable everyone was, I sent a little photo to encourage everyone. Hold on, and you will definitely be rescued. The students all looked down on Chen Lixia when they heard her say this. Who doesn't know that Chen Lixia is the greenest person in the class? What is encouragement? It's just to show off. However, they were still shocked when they heard that Lu Yang had saved Chen Lixia. So they immediately said in the group chat. Li Ning, Lu Yang is still alive? He is the only athlete in our class. He is a real stud. Brother Lu, come and save me, Brother Lu. Li Zihao, Lu Yang, we're all classmates in the same class. Come save us. I'll give you 100,000 if you save me. You're so poor, you must be short of money, right? Yang Tianchang, I'll give you 200,000. You save me first, and I'll give you 200,000. My family is very rich. As long as you save me, I can also arrange for you to work in my family's company. Let you rise to the top. Chen Ting, Lu Yang, come out and talk to us. Can you come and save us? Please help me. Teacher Li, Lu Yang, are you really alive? First, come to the teacher's dormitory and save the teacher. The teacher can give you extra points. Lu Yang looked at the chat history and didn't say anything. He just gave a cold smile. He found that there were only 9 people left in the group. Zhou Zixuan, who said he was bitten by a zombie yesterday, had not spoken, and was probably already a zombie. Of the remaining 9, there was 1 teacher and 8 students, and only 2 of the 8 students were female. One is Chen Ting, who was trapped in the women's bathroom on the 1st floor. The other was Chen Zi, who was trapped in a tree. These 2 students can be saved. After all, these 2 students are not bad looking. Although they are not as good looking as the class flower Chen Lixia, they can be considered as beautiful women among 100, and they have no scandals in school and have never had boyfriends, so they are good candidates for marriage. As for the male students, the girls stay, the boys are self-reliant. These male classmates looked down on themselves in the class before, relying on their wealthy families and never taking Lu Yang seriously. Lu Yang had long been used to their cold treatment. Now they can only rely on themselves. Lu Yang believes that they can definitely save themselves. But today, Lu Yang is already tired from collecting food from the supermarket. Let's save the people tomorrow. Let these 2 female classmates suffer a little more. After all, when he failed to confess his love in the past, these female classmates had not laughed at him. They all said that he was a lowly male who wanted to eat swan meat. As for Mr. Li, let him fend for himself. This homeroom teacher was the one who looked down on him the most. Since Lu Yang was a sports student, he was useless except for his good sports performance. His family was poor, but he was taken care of by this teacher Li. Besides, it's not easy to save people every time, having to fight dozens of zombies. You have to first replenish your energy. Soon, Lu Yang fell asleep in the middle of the night, and he heard a sound of footsteps approaching. Lu Yang immediately opened his eyes wide, and then took a fruit knife from the small supermarket in the dark space. At this time, his ear came the soft and mellow voice of Li Mengyao. Lu Yang. I want to stay, I don't want to be driven out, so I am willing to submit to you, you can tell me to do anything. So that's it. Lu Yang immediately put the knife back into the space and said to Li Mengyao, that's right, why do you have to act like you're so superior? Wouldn't it be better to see the reality sooner? Li Mengyao nodded. He received his system prompt, ding. Congratulations, host, the other party has submitted to you, you have successfully earned a reward, and your storage space has been upgraded by 1 level. After receiving this prompt, Lu Yang was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect to be able to increase his level of ability again after successfully saving the girl. He looked at the description of the storage space. Storage space. Level 2. You have a 20 by 20 by 20 meter storage space where you can store and retrieve items at will. Lu Yang was suddenly overwhelmed with joy. This is a huge upgrade. 10 times 10 times 10 is equal to 1000. 20 times 20 times 20 is equal to 8000. It's increased by a whole 8 times. Awesome. He had already collected all the goods from the small supermarket, and the storage space had already taken up half of it, but now it has been increased by 8 times, and the goods inside have taken up only 1/16 of the space. Good stuff. Now I have to collect a lot more things, otherwise the space will be too empty. I have to search for more supplies and fill her up. Lu Yang smiled and said, then take a good rest. This is your food. Eat it when you have time. He then took out 2 loaves of bread, a carton of milk and a sausage from the dark space and gave them to her. Her stomach was really hungry, so hungry that it was grumbling. Now that there was food, she would have to get up and eat, even if she was tired. Chapter 8, My husband is coming to save me. The next morning, Lu Yang woke up refreshed. He looked at Li Mengyao. This peerless beauty was the object of countless people's pursuit in school. It is estimated that she would not even look at herself, but now she has surrendered to herself at the outbreak of the apocalypse. Reality is always more magical than movies, because movies need logic, but reality doesn't. Lu Yang got up and went to have breakfast. There was no bed to sleep in, so she could only sleep on the chair. Chen Lixia saw that Lu Yang was awake and immediately smiled in a flattering manner, saying to Lu Yang, you're awake. Lu Yang didn't say much, and gave her a loaf of bread and a bottle of milk. Seeing the food, Chen Lixia's eyes lit up and she quickly said, thank you, Lu Yang, you are so nice. Then she picked up the food and began to eat and drink voraciously. Looking at the other person's face full of flattering smiles, Lu Yang couldn't help but sneer in his heart. In peacetime, in pursuit of Chen Lixia, he once came to her dormitory door at 12 noon in the hot sun and waited for an entire hour just to give her a cup of milk tea. He once ran back to the dormitory to get an umbrella in the rain, and gave it to Chen Lixia, soaking wet, for fear that she would get wet. But at that time, everything he did was called licking a dog. Now a piece of bread can make the other person tearfully grateful. It is indeed true that since ancient times, deep feelings cannot be kept, and people's hearts are always routine. Licking a dog, in the end, really gets you nothing. Men have to be tough to make women submissive. Lu Yang looked at the group chat on his phone while eating breakfast. At this time, the group chat had already started to receive fewer and fewer messages. It was clear that on the 3rd day of the apocalypse, everyone was already too hungry to do anything. But Chen Lixia sent a photo of bread and milk to the group, instantly warming up the atmosphere. Shenzi, class president, please come and save me. Today is already the 3rd day I've been in the tree. I really can't hold on any longer. Zhouwen, my stomach is so hungry. Class president, please stop posting. The more I look, the hungrier I get. Somebody help me, I'm going to starve to death. Chen Ting, oh no, what should I do? I'm not going to die in the toilet, am I? Class monitor, please help me. Yang Tianchang, I'm almost finished. I can't even pee anymore. I can't even drink. I'm dying of thirst. Li Ning, I'm also dying of hunger. Although there is water to drink, the feeling of hunger is too strong. Do I really have to produce and sell my own food? My phone is about to run out of battery and shut down, and I really can't hold on much longer. Chen Lixia replied in the group chat, "Everyone, hang in there. We must wait for help. I believe you can do it." This sentence instantly caused a stir in the group. "I don't believe it. Class monitor, don't say such things. You have food and are in a safe place, so of course you can say that. We are all trapped in a place with no food or water, and we will starve and die of thirst in 2 days. Yes, we are starving and scared, but you are enjoying life. How can you say that? You don't want to save us, and you're posting all this food in the group all day long. Aren't you trying to seduce us on purpose? Oh, you're so bad, monitor." Facing the messages sent by the group, Chen Lixia showed a smug smile on her face. Seeing these people suffering while she had food to eat, a strong sense of superiority welled up in her. It was worth it to devote herself to Lu Yang, the sports student. Although she was tormented by Lu Yang for more than an hour, she was rewarded with safety and food, and she could even show off in front of the other survivors at school. At this moment, Lu Yang spoke in the group chat, "I can save you." As soon as she heard this, the group exploded again. "Li Ning, come and save me. Good brother, come quickly. If you save me, you will be my second parents. Yang Tianchang, Lu Yang, I can give you money, 500,000. As long as you can save me 500,000, it will be in my account immediately. Zhou Wen, Dad. I'll give you 1 million. Dad, you save me first. Chen Ting, Lu Yang. Come save me. I'll warm your bed. As long as you come to save me, I'll do whatever you want. I can be your wife. Shenzi, honey, you save me first, I can not only be your wife, but also your dog. Teacher Li, the homeroom teacher, Lu Yang, you go first and save the teacher from the classroom dormitory. The teacher has been good to you, and you students shouldn't argue with me. Don't you know how to respect your teachers?" Lu Yang smiled when she saw the replies from the group. In the past, these rich second-generation students were all above everyone else. They never even looked at me. Now that they are begging me to save them, they are calling me dad and husband. Why aren't you arrogant anymore? Lu Yang did not reply. The group was getting anxious. Zhou Wen, Dad, why aren't you saying anything? Who are you going to save first? Chen Ting, Lu Yang. Please, come and save us. Shenzi, honey, please come quickly. Honey, I really can't hold on much longer. Teacher Li, Lu Yang, if you can save me, I promise to help you get a job in a foreign company after I'm safe. You'll be on top of the world. Facing these people's pleas for help, Lu Yang still didn't say anything. After leisurely finishing his breakfast, he began to prepare to go out. Chen Lixia saw that Lu Yang was getting ready to go out and hurriedly asked, "Lu Yang, where are you going? You're not really going to save them, are you? That's too dangerous. And no one in the class ever looked up to you before, they all called you a poor loser and a waste of space behind your back. Don't let them trick you." She didn't want Lu Yang to save them because if he did, he might get into danger. If he got into danger, she would lose her source of food. And after rescuing these classmates, how can she still show off her superiority in front of them? Will they blame her? Will they exclude her? The more people around Lu Yang, the lower Chen Lixia's status will be. So she would rather have Lu Yang have only one person around her. In this way, there would be less food to share, and Lu Yang would have more energy to protect herself. However, when faced with Chen Lixia's words, Lu Yang gave her a cold glance and said, "Do I need to report to you what I'm doing? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Do you understand?" Chen Lixia shuddered at the sight of Lu Yang's cold expression and quickly lowered her head and said, Okay, I know, I'm sorry." "Humph, stupid woman." Lu Yang snorted and then left the house directly. Chapter 9, The Chosen One, Successfully Rescues People. After leaving the house, Lu Yang immediately took the bow and arrow out of the system space and held it in his hand. Lu Yang was indeed going out to save someone, and he already had a candidate in mind. That is Chen Zi. This beautiful female classmate who was trapped in the tree had already called herself her husband in the group chat. It would be a bit unreasonable not to save her. And a girl trapped in a tree for 3 whole days, Lu Yang felt that the first person to give up would be her. As for Chen Ting, she was trapped in the toilet cubicle and was still safe for the time being. Because the zombies have a low IQ, the young and beautiful schoolgirl Li Mangyao can hide in a cardboard box for a whole day. Chen Ting has water in the toilet, so she can last at least 2 or 3 more days. But Chen Zi is different. She can't rest well while she's climbing in the tree, and she has to be careful not to fall. She also has no water or food, and she may be bitten by mosquitoes at night. Today is probably already her limit. If she's not rescued soon, she'll fall and be eaten by the zombies. Lu Yang began to walk straight towards a teaching building. He was lucky along the way and didn't encounter any zombies. When he came to a distance of several dozen meters from a teaching building, he saw a large group of zombies gathered around a tree. The zombies stretched out their claws and kept scratching the tree trunk. The tree trunk was scratched with countless claw marks, but their IQ was very low, and they couldn't even climb trees. They could only stand under the tree, raising their heads, grinning, and roaring at the tree non-stop. Observing the behavior of the zombies, Lu Yang came to the conclusion in his heart, I guess that's the tree where Chen Zi is. There are more than 40 zombies under the tree. No wonder I haven't encountered any zombies along the way. I guess the zombies were attracted by the noise over there. Lu Yang continued to approach, coming within 20 meters, and hid behind a tree. At this time, the zombies' attention was completely drawn to Chen Zi on the tree, and they didn't notice Lu Yang's arrival at all. Lu Yang drew his bow and shot an arrow. Swish! Then a zombie fell to the ground in an instant. Even when they saw their comrade fall, the other bosses didn't react at all, continuing to look up at the tree with their mouths wide open. Lu Yang was delighted. These zombies are so low intelligence that they are all beginners in the post-apocalyptic game. With the system's blessing, I am like a fish in water in this post-apocalyptic world. Lu Yang shoots another arrow. Bam! Another zombie fell to the ground. A few minutes later, half of the zombies under the trees had already fallen. Chen Zi, who was sitting on a tree branch, was so scared that she clung to the tree trunk and dared not look down. But she kept hearing the sound of zombies falling to the ground, so she finally mustered up the courage to look down and saw that half of the zombies had already fallen to the ground. She immediately showed a surprised expression on her face, took out her phone, took a picture and sent it to the group chat, with the caption, "Oh my god! All the zombies have fallen. What's going on? Is it the gods looking down on me? Are the zombies fainting from hunger? Joe1, look at the enlarged photo. There is an arrow in the head of every fallen zombie. They were killed by someone. Chen Ting, damn, someone came to your rescue, Chen Zi. Someone came to your rescue. Could it be Lu Yang?" At this point, Chen Zi also enlarged the photo and found that each zombie's head was pierced by an arrow. She also showed a surprised expression. It's true, it really was a human who shot them to death. Ha ha ha. We're saved, we're finally saved. Lu Yang, is that you? Honey. Are you the one who came to save me? Ha ha ha. Honey, keep it up. Keep shooting, don't stop. I love you. The others in the group were envious. They said in the group chat, Joe1, Daddy, come and save me, Daddy. Daddy, you look so handsome shooting the zombies. Come and save your son. Yang Tianchang, Lu Yang, Dad, save me first. If you save me, I'll give you all the money in my house. Chen Ting, Lu Yang. My husband. I'm trapped in the women's restroom on the first floor of Building 1. It seems to be quite close to Chen Zi. Save me too. My husband, come quickly, I'm waiting for you. You must come. At this time, Lu Yang did not know the news in the group, he was concentrating on shooting. After a few more minutes, Lu Yang had killed all the zombies. At this time, Chen Zi was in the tree, and she was extremely excited. She sent a picture of all the zombies lying on the ground to the group. She said, ha ha ha. They're all gone. The zombies under the tree are all gone. You're so awesome. I love you so much. Come save me, my legs are numb and I can't climb down. Others in the group expressed their envy and congratulations. At the same time, she sold a wave of misery, hoping that Lu Yang would come to save her soon. At this time, Lu Yang saw that the zombies had all been killed by herself, so she walked out from behind the tree and came to the big tree where Chen Zi was. Looking up, she really found Chen Zi's pale and thin face, and at the same time, her face was even more excited and surprised. She took a picture of Lu Yang holding a bow and arrow and a javelin on his back with her cell phone and sent it to the group. She said, my husband is so handsome. He's so awesome. Ha ha ha. I'm finally safe. I'm finally saved. I'm so happy. My classmates, I'm out of the woods for now. You hang in there. Lu Yang said to Chen Zi in the tree, "Come down, I've killed all the zombies." Chen Zi's excited face revealed a hint of embarrassment, and she replied, My legs are numb, I can't climb down." Lu Yang said, "It's okay, you can jump down directly. I'll catch you." After that, he put the bow and arrow on his back and held out his hands in a gesture of catching someone. "Can you catch me from this height?" Chen Zi looked a little scared. She had climbed 3 meters, and if she jumped straight down, the impact would be very strong. Even if Lu Yang was a strong athlete, he couldn't catch her. Lu Yang said without a doubt, "It's okay, don't worry, just jump. Trust me." Seeing that Lu Yang had said so, Chen Zi could only nod. "Then I'll jump, you must catch me." "Okay," Lu Yang said. Chen Zi then closed her eyes and jumped straight up. Lu Yang took a step forward and instantly gave her a princess hug, holding her firmly. Holding the other person's waist, which was no wider than a hand, Lu Yang felt Chen Zi's figure. Although Chen Zi was not as tall as Chen Lixia, she had a better figure, with a narrow waist and wide hips, and a proud and straight bust. She was also considered a beauty at school. Seeing that Lu Yang had caught her safely, Chen Zi leaned against Lu Yang's solid chest, and a look of happiness spread across her face. It was so happy to have escaped death. During the days she spent in the tree, she was scared and suffered from the cold and hunger, thinking that she was really going to die. She never expected that Lu Yang would appear and save her from despair. In Chen Zi's eyes, Lu Yang was simply a child of destiny who had come to save her on a rainbow cloud. "Ah Kai." She kissed Lu Yang's determined face, showing a shy expression on her face, and said, "Husband, thank you for coming to save me. I really love you." You lost. Chapter 10, What are his specialties? Lu Yang just nodded calmly, then took out a bottle of water and a piece of bread and handed it to her, saying, "You should eat something first to replenish your strength. I'm going to rescue Chen Ting next. Don't make a sound and just follow me." After listening to Lu Yang's words, Chen Zi obediently nodded, Okay, I will definitely listen to you." Since Lu Yang had rescued her from the tree, Chen Zi now regarded Lu Yang as her own peerless hero. When she was trapped in the tree, she had already said in her heart that if anyone could save her, she would thank that person even if she had to give herself to him. So at this point, she had already regarded Lu Yang as the man she wanted to follow. Seeing that the other person was so obedient, Lu Yang didn't say anything more and took her to the women's restroom on the first floor. On the way, they encountered a few wandering zombies, all of which were killed by Lu Yang. Soon they arrived outside the women's restroom on the first floor. Lu Yang walked in with his spear and saw several female zombies in the restroom. Lu Yang didn't say a word and killed them all with one shot. Then he checked each toilet stall one by one. When he got to the second stall, Lu Yang found that the compartment could not be opened. This means that someone is locked inside, so he knocked gently on the door. He said, "Open the door, I'm here to save you. The zombies have already been killed by me." Click. Lu Yang heard the toilet door lock snap open, and then the door opened a crack. From the crack, he saw the budget, with eyes as dazzling and lovely as obsidian. After seeing Lu Yang, the eye instantly revealed a look of excitement, and then finally opened the entire door. When he saw the other person's face, Lu Yang was taken aback. This person was not her classmate Chen Ting. Instead, it was a beautiful young girl with more delicate facial features, whiter skin, and softer skin. Moreover, when he looked at her, he felt that she looked familiar. He quickly recognized her and said, "Aren't you Li Mang, one of the 4 most beautiful girls in school and known as the coldest girl in school?" Li Mang nodded. Then she asked Lu Yang, "Has the disaster passed? Are you here to save us?" Lu Yang said, "The disaster has not passed, the end of the world has already arrived. I am just a student at this school, my name is Lu Yang, so I can take you away next, but you have to listen to me and not cause me trouble. First of all, no matter what danger you encounter, don't make too much noise, otherwise you will attract more zombies." Li Mang nodded. Lu Yang then continued to check the other toilet stalls. When he got to the last stall, he found that the door was also locked. So Lu Yang whispered to the inside, "Open the door, I'm here to save you." Hearing Lu Yang's voice, the toilet door was quickly opened. Because Chen Ting and Lu Yang were classmates, she could tell that the person was Lu Yang. When she saw Chen Zi being rescued in the toilet, she had longed for the arrival of Liu Yang, and now when she heard Liu Yang's voice, it was like hearing a voice from heaven, making her excited and excited. When she opened the door, she saw Liu Yang's angular and determined face. Chen Ting immediately rushed over and hugged Liu Yang, crying with excitement and shouting, "Husband, you finally came to save me." Li Meng, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but show an expression of envy. What a scene of pure love! When the end of the world is approaching, the boyfriend still saves his girlfriend in the toilet, regardless of the danger. This is a scene that could be made into a book. Even Li Mange couldn't help but be moved, and her nose was a little bit sore. At this point, Liu Yang pushed the other person away and said, "Okay, now is not the time to celebrate. Come with me. Remember, no matter what happens along the way, you can't yell." The three beautiful girls nodded understandingly. They then followed Liu Yang out of the bathroom. At the bathroom door, Chen Ting pointed to the men's room and said, "Liu Yang, I think Li Ning is trapped in the men's room." Liu Yang nodded, yes. Then he continued walking without looking back. Chen Ting was stunned. She thought that Liu Yang would save Li Ning, but it seemed that he had no intention of doing so. But soon, she realized that it was fine not to save him. There might be more zombies in the men's room, and she didn't want to go in with Liu Yang and face the threat. Besides, do men need to be saved? Can't you save yourself? So Chen Ting followed Liu Yang and the three of them quickly returned to the infirmary. Once they arrived at the infirmary, Chen Ting and Chen Zi saw their class monitor, Chen Lixia. They immediately had a strange expression on their faces. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, this monitor was saved, but she completely ignored the other students in her class and instead bragged about her food and safety in the group chat. How despicable. If it weren't for Liu Yang's kindness, they might really have been trapped to death. The two said to Chen Lixia, "Oh, class monitor, we finally see you. We thought we would never get out. Thanks to Liu Yang. Otherwise, we would only be able to watch the monitor eat and drink on our phones. Ha, we are all classmates, and I really wanted to save you, but I didn't have the strength. I posted pictures of the food in the group chat to encourage everyone. It's great to see you two alive and back." Chen Lixia said with a smile, her face full of embarrassment. At this moment, Li Mengyao also saw Li Mang, and her face showed a surprised expression. She said, "Mang, you were saved by Liu Yang too?" Li Mang was also a bit surprised and said, "Li Mengyao, the school beauty with the baby face? You're here too?" The two of them are both one of the four most beautiful girls in the school, so they naturally have interacted with each other. Now seeing that they were both saved by Liu Yang, they were both shocked. The two of them chatted for a while, talking about the terrifying plot of the apocalypse and their own fear and worry of being trapped. They expressed their mutual happiness at being saved. As for Chen Zi and Chen Ting, they ignored the hypocritical monitor. At this time, Liu Yang also received a system prompt. The host has killed a total of 55 zombies and gained 5.5 attribute points. He currently has 10.5 attribute points. Seeing this prompt, Liu Yang was very satisfied. Every time he kills a zombie, his strength becomes a little stronger. This is an infinitely growing skill. Sooner or later, I will become the best in the world. At this time, Chen Ting looked at Liu Yang with hope in her eyes and said, "Honey, I'm so hungry. Can I have some food?" Chen Zi also said, "Yes, honey, I've been stuck in the tree for 3 days. That belly that already had a visible six-pack is now even flatter from being hungry. It used to be quite big, but now it feels smaller. Why don't you check it out later? Give me something to eat, sausage or milk will do." After that, Chen Zi licked her seductive red lips and revealed a mischievous smile. Her face was full of indescribable charm and beauty. Hearing these two people's words, Li Mange next to her was stunned. She suddenly showed an expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. What the hell? Are these two people Liu Yang's girlfriends? When she was rescued in the toilet at first, she thought that Liu Yang's girlfriend was only Chen Ting. She was also moved by her boyfriend's deeds of saving his girlfriend in the end of the world, and still not afraid of danger. She thought that Liu Yang was a pure love warrior. Now it seems that the other person is not a pure love warrior, but a master of time management? He has two girlfriends at the same time, and these two girlfriends know each other, and they are not angry at all. Goodness! This is too surprising, isn't it? Apart from being a little taller, having a little more muscle, a little more angular face, and a little more determined eyes than the others, what other advantages does he have? What other specialties does he have? Why does he have 2 girlfriends? Chapter 11, Moral Blackmail? Unfortunately, I don't have any morals. Li Mange expressed her confusion and shock at this. She really didn't understand what was so special about Lu Yang that he could have 2 women as his girlfriends and still get along with them. Seeing Chen Zi and Chen Ting call him husband directly, Lu Yang's face showed a happy expression. These 2 women have good taste. They didn't even need to be prompted, they just called him husband right away. Lu Yang decisively took out 2 loaves of bread, 2 sausages, and 2 bottles of milk from the space and gave them to each of them. As soon as they saw the food, their eyes lit up. Chen Zi had been trapped in the tree for 3 days and was about to despair. Lu Yang not only saved her, but also brought her so much food when he returned. This was simply the son of her destiny. Chen Ting was trapped in the toilet for 3 days and was so hungry that she was about to eat shit. Now that she saw that Lu Yang had given her so much, she was also very moved. Thank you, my husband, you are so good. After I've eaten, I'll serve my husband well tonight. After thanking him, they ate the food directly. Chen Lixia, who was listening to the 2 of them, directly pouted and whispered, "What a pair of sluts. All they do is talk about their husbands. Aren't they ashamed?" Li Mengyao also expressed some shock, but she didn't complain. Li Manguo looked on at the scene, and his whole face showed a puzzled expression. What's going on? Where's my share? She clearly saw Lu Yang take 2 loaves of bread, 2 sausages, and 2 bottles of milk from somewhere in his arms. But didn't he save 3 people? Where's my share? How could you ignore me? As the school's most popular girl, Li Mange is the center of attention wherever she goes. There are at least 800 people who like her at school. And how many licks, even in the scorching sun, in the wind and rain, in the snow, have come to pay their court to her, to give her this and that? But this Lu Yang, he ignored me? She was instantly upset. Cough. She pretended to cough twice to get Lu Yang's attention. However, Lu Yang was holding her phone and didn't pay any attention to her. It turned out that Chen Ting and Chen Zi had already posted pictures of the food in the class group, which immediately caused a huge uproar in the group. Lu Yang also began to check the chat history. Chen Zi, picture, I ate a piece of bread and drank some milk to calm my nerves. I was finally saved and I'm so happy. My husband is so awesome. Chen Ting, it's still Lu Yang's husband. I was about to eat shit, but I didn't expect a silver lining. It feels so good to eat food again. Zhouwen, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. You've all been saved? Lu Yang's dad, what about me? Help me too, I want to eat bread, sausage, and milk too. At Lu Yang. Li Ning at Lu Yang. Chen Ting is trapped in the women's toilet on the 1st floor, and I'm trapped in the men's toilet on the 1st floor, just a wall away. You saved Chen Ting but not me? Dad, don't you love your son? Teacher Li at Lu Yang. Teacher has been trapped in the classroom dormitory for 3 days and the food in the dormitory is already finished. Come and save the teacher. Yang Tianchang at Lu Yang, Lu Yang's dad. I don't even have water to drink here. A person can only live for 3 days without water. Today is the 3rd day, and my son's time has come. I can't even pee. Dad, please save me. The group is full of messages to Lu Yang. Lu Yang looked at these messages and smiled. Ah, these guys are really funny. In peacetime, they look down on themselves, but now they are all competing to call themselves dad. It's really funny. He replied directly in the group chat, you didn't say that before. Didn't you all call me a poor bastard and say that I had well-developed limbs and was born to be a bricklayer, and that I deserve to be a laborer for life and to be at the bottom of society for life? Now, why are you all competing to be my son? When Lu Yang finally spoke, the others in the group immediately perked up. Yang Tiancheng said, Lu Yang, Dad, it was all our fault. We looked down on you, so please forgive us. From now on, you're our dad, you're our real dad, you're our second parent. As long as you come to save me, I'll give you all the money in my family. Zhouwen said, yes, it was all our fault before. We know we were wrong. Lu Yang's father, please come and save us. From now on, we will be your little brothers. If you tell us to go east, we will never go west. Li Ning, Lu Yang's father, don't say so much. If you don't come soon, we'll really die. We really know that we were wrong in the past, so don't be so stubborn. As long as you save me, you can make me go through the mountains of swords and the sea of fire, and I will definitely not frown. We really know that we were wrong, so please be magnanimous and don't care. Lu Yang said, you know you're wrong, you just know you're about to die. If the disaster disappears now, you'll immediately become the rich second generation you were before. Since you didn't show me kindness in times of peace, why should I save you after the apocalypse? So, you'll have to fend for yourselves. As soon as they heard that Lu Yang was not going to save them, they panicked. Yang Tianchang, Lu Yang, we are all classmates, we should help each other, don't be so cruel. 30 years of Hadong, 30 years of Hushi, don't go too far. Zhou Wen, exactly. You saw her die and didn't help her. Do you feel good about that? Can you sleep at night? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Li Ning, I could see it before. You're not only poor, but also have a dark heart. You're not a good person. Now that the end of the world is upon us, you're not helping your classmates and teachers in their time of need. This really confirms my previous view. There's a reason why people like you have no prospects in peacetime. Class teacher Lu Yang. In the past, in times of peace, I taught everyone to help each other, to love each other, and to respect their teachers. Now that you have the ability to save everyone, do you think it's okay not to? Do you still have any morals? I tell you, it's against the law not to help someone in danger. Seeing that their pleas were in vain, they began to morally blackmail Lu Yang, but they underestimated Lu Yang's psychology. As long as I have no morals, you can't kidnap me. In peacetime, why don't you say that we should help each other? Why do you look down on the poor instead of helping them? Why do you bully the short students instead of treating them kindly? Do you never ask yourselves if you are the ones who are morally kidnapped, and only kidnap those who are stronger than you? Lu Yang no longer responded to them and directly quit the class group. There were no more female classmates left in the group to be rescued, so there was no longer any need for it. Seeing that Lu Yang had left the group, Chen Lixia, Chen Zi, and Chen Ting also left the group chat. After all, Lu Yang is now a full-fledged big leg, and Lu Yang's attitude towards herself determines whether she can survive. Of course, they will follow Lu Yang with their actions. Ha ha ha. Chapter 12, Chatting with Chen Zi. Chen Zi reference image. Seeing that Lu Yang, Chen Lixia, Chen Ting, and Chen Zi had all left the group, the others in the group were dumbfounded. They were going to kidnap Lu Yang and force her to save them, but they went too far and forced Lu Yang to quit the group. Shit. Lu Yang ran away, and the monitor and the others also quit. What should we do? Quickly chat with him in private. He was poor before, who would add him as a friend? I just added him, but he didn't accept. It's over, this time it's really over. Oh, right, add him to the school group. Don't be silly. At that time, Lu Yang failed to confess his love, and everyone in the group laughed at him. He had already quit the group. At that time, we were laughing at him for being called a coward. This is really over. After leaving the class group, Lu Yang scanned Chen Zi and the others with the system. Information about the three of them appeared in his mind. Name, Chen Zi. Age, 18. Height, 1.68 meters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance score, 85. Body score, 94. Lu Yang nodded. Well, that's not bad. With a score of over 80 points for appearance, she's a beauty among 100, only 3 points behind Chen Lixia's 88 points. But her figure score is 94 points. She is 1.68 meters tall and has a pair of D+ breasts. The key point is that the number of charges is 0. She is definitely a good girl for having children. Lu Yang looked at Chen Ting again. Name, Chen Ting. Age, 18. Height, 166. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance score, 86 points. Body score, 92 points. Seeing this evaluation, Lu Yang nodded again. He and Chen Zi were evenly matched, and the number of times they had recharged was also 0. Finally, Lu Yang set his sights on Li Mange, who was the prettiest and also the coldest. She is known as the coldest of the 4 most beautiful schoolgirls, and I wonder how high the system will give her score. Soon, the other person's information appeared in her mind. Name, Li Mange. Age, 18. Height, 1.70 meters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Bust, a pair of DS. Appearance score, 95 points. After seeing this information, Lu Yang's eyes lit up. Wow, a 95 score for both appearance and figure is definitely the best of the best. And at 1.70 meters, she is the tallest of all the women here. No wonder her long, white legs are so eye-catching. With her own height of 1.85 meters, it is a perfect match. I wonder what a perfect school beauty is like in bed. Will she be very different from her current cold and aloof appearance? Just thinking about it makes you excited. At this time, Li Manguo also felt Lu Yang's gaze. This guy finally noticed me. Oomph, I told you, with my beauty, which man wouldn't want to be my lapdog? Li Mange coughed twice just now, but Lu Yang was looking at her phone and didn't notice her. She was very disappointed, but now she saw that Lu Yang had finally set her sights on her. Her chin suddenly lifted up proudly. She regained the confidence of her old cold jokes. Then she opened her lips and said to Lu Yang, "Lu Yang, where is my share of the food? These two classmates you rescued both have food, so I shouldn't be without it, right?" Lu Yang said with a smile, "Didn't you hear what they called me? My food will only be given to my woman, so you have to become my woman too." Upon hearing this, Li Mange's face changed instantly. She looked at Lu Yang with a pair of beautiful eyes and said, "My God, did I hear you right? My God, did I hear you right? You actually want to buy my body with a little food? You don't know how many rich second-generation kids spent hundreds of thousands of dollars chasing after me, and I didn't agree to any of them? You actually want to make me your woman with a sausage and a little milk? Are you stupid or am I stupid?" Li Mange seemed to have heard a big joke. Back then, she was the most aloof and difficult goddess in school. She was the center of attention for countless top-tier rich kids, who would send her gifts like handbags and designer clothes. But Li Mange didn't even look at them. Now this guy with big muscles and a simple mind actually wants to make her his woman with a little food? What does he think of himself? "Oh, you're very good, but since you're so good, why don't you ask those rich kids who chased you to give you food? See if they're now zombies and whether they'll treat you as food or give you food." After saying that, Lu Yang ignored her and went straight to bed to rest. Chen Ting and Chen Zi had already posted pictures of the food they had received in the group chat. At this moment, they began to unwrap the bread and sausage and started to eat. Vacuum-packed bread and starch sausages are junk food in peacetime. Li Mang's family is wealthy, and she wouldn't even look at this kind of food before. But now, seeing Chen Ting and the others eating sausage, bread and milk, the aroma slowly drifted into her nose. It stimulated the already hungry stomach of the cold and aloof school beauty. Gurgling. Her stomach made a frog-like croaking sound. So she had to go to the kitchen and gulp down 2 mouthfuls of water from the tap. Seeing this, Lu Yang's mouth curved. No one can stand the feeling of hunger. Even the most aloof person can't stand it. This so-called cold and aloof school beauty will come to beg for herself sooner or later. Lu Yang lay on the bed and rested. Soon, it was dark. In the darkness, Lu Yang felt someone coming to her bed. Soon, the voice of the other person came to her ears, "Honey, I'm sleeping with you tonight." Hearing the voice, Lu Yang realized it was Chen Zi. That's good. Lu Yang likes this kind of understanding. She doesn't need to be told twice, she comes to me on her own initiative, saving a lot of nonsense. Come on, let's go to bed and have a nice chat. Chapter 13, Acquiring New Superpowers. Early the next morning, Lu Yang woke up refreshed and looked over to see Chen Zi sleeping soundly next to him. He reached out and pinched her face, which was as soft as a piece of dough. Since Chen Zi had agreed to be his woman the night before, he looked at the notification in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have successfully saved the beautiful girl and gained a new ability, invisibility. Seeing this prompt, Lu Yang was taken aback. Is Chen Zi such a badass? She actually gave herself such a powerful ability? He quickly looked at the description of this ability. Skill name, Stealth. Skill level, First level. Skill effect, after using this skill, you will enter an invisible state, your whole body will become transparent, and you will blend into the environment. Cooldown time, you can be invisible for 1 hour within a day. Lu Yang was very excited to see the description of this system, but after the excitement, he had some doubts. If you can be invisible for 1 hour a day, does that mean you have to use it all at once, or can you use it separately? If it can be used separately, that would be awesome. If I can be invisible for 1 minute at a time, can I be invisible for 60 times? It seems that I have a chance to try this skill. However, this skill can only be used once a day, so it can't be used to wastefully experiment. It must be tested in actual combat. The invisibility skill is simply too coveted by men. How many people have fantasized about being invisible and sneaking into the girls' dormitory to watch others shower in the women's bathhouse? Unfortunately, Liu Yang got this skill too late. Now that the end of the world is upon us, he can only use it to watch the zombies. After reading the description of this skill, Liu Yang thought to himself, the reward for rescuing female classmates is really too generous. If you want to become stronger in a short period of time, you must rescue more female classmates. Today, it seems that you must hurry to continue rescuing people. After all, today is already the 4th day of the apocalypse. If you don't rescue them now, they may all starve to death in 2 days. And now Liu Yang has a stealth skill, so he can save people better. Even if he faces more zombies, he is not afraid. After all, when Li Mengyao was hiding in the cardboard box, the zombies couldn't find her. Now that she has the invisibility skill, the zombies won't be able to find her. With this skill, it will be easier to save people. Liu Yang began to take out food from the dark space for breakfast. When the women saw Liu Yang eating, they all leaned over and smiled at him. They said, "Liu Yang, you're awake. How was the bread?" Liu Yang nodded, "It's delicious. Don't worry, you'll get your share." After saying that, he directly took out a breakfast for them. The cold and aloof school beauty Li Mang saw this scene and couldn't help covering her stomach with her hands. However, even though she covered her stomach with her hand, her stomach still made a frog-like sound, gurgling. Hearing this sound, Liu Yang's mouth curved, and she ignored her. She must be starving after another sleepless night. But since she wants to be a cold-hearted school beauty, she should just keep being cold-hearted. Liu Yang is in no hurry. She had just talked to Chen Zi last night, and tonight she was chatting with Chen Ting. Later, she will have to rescue the new female students, and after that, she will have to talk to them, have in-depth exchanges, and be busy every day, okay? How can she have time to take care of you, the so-called cold and aloof school flower? After breakfast, Liu Yang was ready to leave. Today, these women finally dared not say anything. Especially Chen Lixia, who thought she could manipulate Liu Yang because he had pursued her before, but after being scolded by Liu Yang yesterday, she finally learned her lesson. Before leaving, Liu Yang had already made plans for the day. There was a girl on the first floor, and 2 female classmates were saved in the toilet yesterday. One was Chen Ting, and the other was the cold and aloof school flower Li Mange. This shows that there is a high chance of survivors in the toilet. Because the end of the world broke out during class time, except for the students who were in physical education class, all the other students were in the classroom. Once there were zombies in the classroom, there was nowhere for the others to run. But it's different in the toilet. Every toilet has a cubicle, and once you hide in the cubicle, the zombies won't be able to find you. It can be said to be a natural refuge. Therefore, the chances of finding a female survivor in the women's bathroom are very high. There are 10 school buildings in total, each with 6 floors, and each floor has a women's toilet. Even if not every female toilet has a survivor, at least there are 10 or so, right? Moreover, there are not many zombies in the toilets. Liu Yang has now doubled his strength, so it should be easy to kill the few zombies in the toilets. So today's plan is to check all the toilets in the 10 school buildings. If you find any female survivors, bring them back. So Liu Yang began to come to a teaching building. Yesterday, he had already rescued Chen Ting and Li Mengyao in the toilet on the first floor of a teaching building, so from today on, he was going to search from the 2nd floor to the 6th floor. In the women's restroom on the 2nd floor, there were still a few zombies wandering around. However, these zombies were no match for Liu Yang, who quickly dispatched them with his spear. Then he knocked on the doors of each stall one by one. None of the previous stalls were locked, but when he got to the last stall, Liu Yang found that the door was locked. However, when he knocked on the door, the person inside suddenly roared and even began to repeatedly slam the toilet door. Liu Yang showed a somewhat puzzled expression. Could it be that the person inside was a zombie? He kicked the door open. Sure enough, there was a female zombie hiding inside with her hair down, and the zombie roared and rushed directly at Liu Yang. But the response to her was a sharp javelin. Pooh! The female zombie's head was instantly pierced. Lu Yang pulled out the javelin and said, "It seems that this female classmate was bitten by a zombie, then hid in the toilet, and then turned into a zombie in the toilet. I also sent her on her way." After checking the toilets on the second floor, Lu Yang began to head for the third floor. In the women's restroom on the third floor, Lu Yang killed all the zombies that came out. Then he found a stall that was locked from the inside, so he knocked on the door and said, "Is anyone in there? I'm here to save you." When the person inside heard Lu Yang's voice, they immediately responded in surprise, "Someone! Someone! Finally, someone has come to save me." The person on the other side opened the door immediately, and a pretty face appeared from inside. When she saw Lu Yang, the person on the other side smiled excitedly and said, "Great, this is great. Has the disaster ended? Are you a policeman?" Lu Yang shook his head, "No, I'm just a student at this school. My name is Lu Yang." Ah. After hearing Lu Yang's words, the girl on the other side showed a somewhat disappointed expression. Lu Yang continued, "However, I have come to save you. The disaster is not over yet. Follow me and I can provide you with food, but you need to listen to me and not make a sound along the way." As soon as she heard that Lu Yang would also save her, the girl began to regain some of her composure and hurriedly nodded, saying, "Yes, okay. I will definitely not cause you any trouble." Chapter 14, Saving 25 Female Students. Lu Yang then took the female student to the fourth floor. On the fourth floor, Lu Yang did not find any survivors in the toilet. Then, he found one survivor on the fifth floor, and two on the sixth floor. In total, he found 4 survivors in one school building. With these 4 people, Lu Yang began to head to the 2 school buildings. There were no survivors in the women's toilets on the first floor of the 2 school buildings. After emptying the women's toilets on the first floor of the 2 school buildings, he told them to wait for him in the women's toilets and he would go upstairs to look for them. After he had searched all 6 toilets in the 2 school buildings, he had brought out a total of 3 female survivors. Then he began searching the third building, and he brought out 5 female classmates from the third building. He brought out 2 from the fourth building, 3 from the fifth building. After Lu Yang searched all 10 buildings, she found that she had rescued 25 female classmates behind her. And most of these girls were very good looking, with a few even as good looking as Chen Lixia and the others. Unfortunately, the other 2 of the 4 school beauties had not yet appeared, which made Lu Yang a little disappointed. But with these 25 female classmates, his strength can still be greatly increased. Today's gains have been even greater. As for the school flowers, he has already won 2 of the 4 school flowers, which is already very lucky. He can't ask for the other 2. So Lu Yang took the 25 female classmates and headed for the infirmary. Along the way, because the teen was too large, it attracted a lot of zombies. Lu Yang told the girls to run quickly, and he broke off at the back. When they almost reached the door of the infirmary, Lu Yang had already killed more than a dozen zombie glasses. More and more zombies gathered, and he no longer lingered in the battle. He quickly ran toward the infirmary. After everyone had entered the infirmary, Lu Yang closed the door. At this point, there were already more than 20 zombies outside the door. Unfortunately, these zombies had no intelligence, and when they saw Lu Yang and the others close the door, they instantly lost their target. The infirmary led him to 25 new female classmates, all of whom were panting heavily. The feeling of being chased by dozens of zombies was really terrifying, but fortunately Lu Yang was there to back them up. After coming to their senses, they all looked at Lu Yang gratefully and said to him, "Lu Yang, thank you for saving us. We thought we were going to be trapped in the toilet, but we never expected you to come and save us. Thank you so much. Oh, by the way, when you saved us, you said you had food for us. Is that true? We are so hungry. Can you give us some food?" Hearing these words from the female classmates, Li Mange, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but sneer and say, It's not that easy to get his food. This guy is trying to buy our bodies with food. He will only give food to his women." Sure enough, this sentence immediately caused a huge uproar in the crowd of 25 girls. They all showed an expression of disbelief. They looked at Lu Yang and asked, "My goodness, is she serious? I recognize her. Isn't she the coldest of the 4 school beauties, Li Mange? Lu Yang is just greedy for other people's bodies, so she wants to buy them with food. Does she not see who they are? We are all female college students. How could we sell ourselves for a little food? Humph. You wish. I've never seen a man like this before. He's really a lowlife. The girl who was the fattest, ugliest, and strongest in the group said, "That's disgusting. I really regret being rescued by him. I would rather die in the toilet or be bitten to death by zombies than be rescued by this guy. Sisters, why don't we work together to catch him and force him to give us food? We are 25 people, how can we be afraid of him?" After hearing this, some of the girls actually agreed. Lu Yan looked at the other person and couldn't help but frown. The girl was tall and stocky, with a fat head and big ears, like a pig. When she saw her in the toilet, Lu Yan was thinking about whether to save her. At the time, she hesitated for a long time, and in the end, she thought that maybe she could starve her a little, and maybe she would be able to get past it. After all, as the saying goes, every fat person is a potential stock, so Lu Yan was prepared to take a gamble and save her. But I didn't expect this ugly fat woman to cause trouble for me at this time. Ugly people are really strange. Lu Yang said coldly, "You'd rather be bitten to death by the zombies than be saved by me, right? Good, there are more than 20 zombies outside the door. You can go out now. You weigh at least 200 pounds, enough for the zombies to have a good meal." Hearing this, the fat woman instantly became angry and distorted her face, pointing at Lu Yang and scolding, "What are you? Why should I feed the zombies? Why don't you go yourself? You brought us back, but you didn't give us food. You even tried to bribe us with food. What are you? You're not a man, are you? You still want to argue? Disgusting. Besides, your food is also collected from the school, and it originally belongs to everyone. Why do you take it for yourself? Sisters, we must unite to get back what is ours. Make him give us our share of food, or we'll take it by force." After that, she looked at Chen Lixia and asked the first few elderly people to join them. Chen Ziyi said, "What are you talking about? It was Lu Yan who saved you, and you don't even appreciate him, but you want to rob him of his food? If you don't want to stay here, you can leave. No one is stopping you." Chen Ting said, "That's right. It's like no one is forcing you to stay here. You want Lu Yang's protection, you want Lu Yang's food, but you don't want to pay for it? What are you thinking? Is there such a thing as a free lunch in the world? You don't think you're still little princesses in everyone's hands, do you?" Li Mengyao said, "If you don't like it here, you can leave, but to ask others to share the food they have worked so hard to collect with you is a bit too much of a moral abduction, isn't it? If you want food, you can find it on your own, not in a condescending manner, ordering others to give it to you." Chen Lixia said, "Exactly. Why should you be given any?" Chen Zi, Chen Lixia, and Li Mengyao all had relationships with Lu Yang. Therefore, Lu Yang gave them the food. If these women came here and got food without having to do anything, wouldn't their previous efforts be wasted? Therefore, they resolutely safeguarded Lu Yang's interests, which was tantamount to safeguarding their own value. At this time, the fat woman saw Li Mange again and asked, "You're the cold and aloof school beauty. Are you not going to join us? I'll tell you, there are 25 of us here. When we get the food from your man, if you don't join us, we won't give you any food." In the eyes of the fat woman, they outnumbered them. Even if Lu Yang is strong, it is impossible for her to fight against 25 women at the same time, right? Li Mange had a look of indifference, as if she wasn't the one who started the fire. She had seen Lu Yang kill zombies, one shot at a time, without mercy. If these women really got mad, Lu Yang could still kill them one by one. She didn't think these women were Lu Yang's match. Therefore, she ignored the fat woman's words and kept her head down, playing with her white fingers. The fat woman snorted, "You five have really brought shame on our girls. 2 of them are even school beauties. I spit. The prettier they are, the weaker they are. A school beauty like that has been conquered by that guy down there? Disgusting." Chapter 15, Boxing? You want to die. Listening to the fat woman's words, Lu Yang's Cold War revealed a sneering expression. He walked towards them step by step. At 1.85 meters tall, and having killed so many zombies, Lu Yang was now full of a sense of oppression, and even faintly had a terrifying murderous aura. Except for the fat woman, the other 25 girls couldn't help but take a step back, lower their heads, and not dare to look directly at Lu Yang. The fat woman liked to box in peacetime, and now that she found that there was only one man here, she of course wanted to join the other girls to replace Lu Yang as the person in charge here. Therefore, when she saw Lu Yang approaching, although she was scared, she still clenched her fists, stood still, raised her head proudly, and confronted Lu Yang. She threatened, "What do you want? There are 25 of us here." Lu Yang didn't say anything, and continued to walk over with a smile. The fat woman was finally scared and took a step back, saying, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll have to fight you." Lu Yang continued to walk over, finally reaching the fat woman and looking down at her. Faced with Lu Yang's imposing physique and cold eyes, the fat woman's lips trembled as she said, "What do you want? I won't give in. You think you can buy me with a little food? You're dreaming." Lu Yang still didn't say anything, but raised his hand and then slapped her hard. Pop! The fat woman was instantly knocked to the ground by Lu Yang, and blood began to flow from the corners of her mouth. She looked at him with a look of incomprehension, which then turned into fear and anger. She got up and yelled, "Ah! You dare to hit me! You actually hit a woman! You despicable bastard! I'm going to kill you! Sisters, let's all attack him! This guy actually dared to hit a woman! Men should all die! Men are the most disgusting creatures in the world! They are all scum! The end is near! This world belongs to us girls! Drive all the men away! Let them all become zombies!" Unfortunately, her crazy yelling did not attract the help of the other female students behind her, but instead attracted the zombies outside the door, who began to roar and pound on the door non-stop. The female students were all startled and showed frightened expressions. They tried to calm her down, saying, "Ruehua, stop screaming. The zombies will hear you and come in. Yes, stop it. If we keep going like this, we'll all die. Shut up. We'll figure out how to get food later. The most important thing now is to survive. Don't attract the zombies' attention." Hearing these female classmates actually start to blame themselves, the fat woman named Ruehua instantly became unhappy and her cries became louder. "What do you mean? I'm fighting for your rights, and you're defending this guy? You're all a disgrace to women. Where's the girl helping girl? Since he won't give us food, we might as well all die together. You're helping him, so you're going to die too. Everyone's going to die. Aha!" Seeing that no one supported her, the fat woman actually went crazy. She yelled in the infirmary, as if she was going to drag everyone down with her, and that if the worst came to the worst, they would all be eaten by the zombies. Seeing this, Lu Yang frowned and went over to grab her by the throat and lift her up. With 200 pounds of weight in her hands, Lu Yang lifted her feet off the ground, showing her strength. At this point, the woman realized the danger of Lu Yang and said in a hoarse voice, "What do you want?" Lu Yang sneered and said, Don't you want to die? Don't you want everyone to feed the zombies? I'll let you have your wish." After saying this, he grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up. The fat woman came to the door of the infirmary, and with the other hand, she grabbed the doorknob and prepared to open the door. Outside the door, countless zombies were pounding on the door. If the door continued to be attacked, it wouldn't hold for long. Seeing this, the fat woman was finally scared. She yelled in her mouth, "What are you doing? Are you going to throw me out to feed the zombies? You're killing people. You're breaking the law." Lu Yang didn't say anything and began to twist the doorknob. Seeing this, the fat woman was really scared. She trembled all over. Tears came out of her eyes, and she said, "No, don't throw me out. I know I was wrong. I don't want to die. I don't want to be eaten by the zombies. I only said that to scare you." Lu Yang sneered and asked, "Would you like to be my woman?" "Ha?" The fat woman was stunned. She never expected Lu Yang to ask her that under such circumstances. Then her face showed a surprised expression, and she quickly said, Yes, I'm so willing. You help me put it down, and I'll go to bed with you right now." At this moment, Lu Yang's mind received a prompt from the system, "Congratulations, host, you have successfully saved the girl and received a system reward. Storage space level increased by 1. After receiving this prompt, Lu Yang's face revealed a satisfied smile, and then he said to the fat woman, "You are willing, but I am not willing." Then, he quickly opened the door. The zombies were just about to pounce, but Lu Yang kicked them away, sending the fastest and closest one flying several meters. Then he threw the 200-pound fat woman out of the door, right into the zombies. Then he quickly closed the door. Outside the door, the roar of countless zombies and the screams of the fat woman could be heard. The remaining 24 female classmates in the infirmary were so scared that they trembled all over, hugged each other, and couldn't help covering their ears with their hands. Even the cold-hearted class flower, Li Mange, showed a frightened expression. Although Lu Yang always said that she would throw people out to feed the zombies, she thought that she was just talking, but she never thought that Lu Yang would really dare to do it. It's tragic. It was really tragic. The fat woman who was eaten by more than 20 zombies screamed for 5 minutes before she died. At this moment, Lu Yang's cold eyes swept over the 24 female classmates. Faced with Lu Yang's eyes, those people suddenly trembled all over, and even their backs were soaked with cold sweat. They all looked away, afraid to make eye contact with Lu Yang. At this point, Lu Yang said, "Anyone else want to spar? I'll tell you, if you want to stay here, you have to listen to me. If you dare to do anything that endangers everyone's safety, then you'll only have one outcome, which is the same as that fat woman. Do you understand?" The women nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, we understand. Sorry, we won't do that anymore. Please don't throw us out. Mommy, I'm scared." Seeing the behavior of these people, Lu Yang finally showed a satisfied expression. After all the trouble of rescuing these people from the toilet, they still want to gang up and grab their own food? If I don't teach them a lesson, they won't know who's boss. That fat woman is also pretty funny. I thought it was a time of peace, but she dared to punch me? If you dare to fight, I dare to feed you to the zombies. It's the end of the world, and you think I'll let you off the hook? Female boxing? You're used to being a T0 in peacetime, right? I won't let you get used to it. Seeing that he had already intimidated the women, Lu Yang returned to his room, lay quietly on the bed, and prepared to rest. He let the women reflect on their actions in the hall of the infirmary. After all, he had Chen Ting to talk to tonight, so he wasn't in a hurry. At this point, Lu Yang had already discovered a bug in the system. As long as the other party promises to be your woman, you will get a reward, and even if you kill the other party later, the reward will not be taken back. This system is awesome. If that's the case, does it mean that I can get rewards just by seeing a woman, regardless of her appearance or age? As long as she agrees, I can get rewards, and I don't have to actually do anything to get her pregnant? That's great. That's really cool. Thank you. Chapter 16, I figured it out. After Lu Yang returned to the ward, the 24 female students began to discuss it. One of the female students was so scared that she said, "Oh my god. Someone killed someone. Someone really killed someone. Ruohua was thrown out to feed the zombies. Oh my god, call the police. He's a murderer." Another female student said, "Call the police? If calling the police was effective, we would have called for help when we were trapped. Are you stupid? This is the end of the world." Yes, the end of the world has already arrived, and there is no longer any legal restraint. Besides, Ruehua was yelling and wanted us to join her in killing the zombies. Lu Yang was just trying to avoid danger. Do you really want Ruehua to attract dozens of zombies to break in and eat us all? Yes, that fat woman is a lunatic. Not only does she want to die, but she also wants to drag us all down with her. She deserves to die. In that case, Lu Yang actually saved us. He saved us. He rescued us from the toilet and brought us to this safe infirmary. But Ruhua wanted to turn this safe infirmary into a dangerous place. Isn't it her fault? Yes. Ruhua didn't care about the big picture at all. She wanted to die with us. Lu Yang did what he did to protect himself and us. What's wrong with that? I think so too. Besides, the food that Lu Yang worked so hard to collect was originally his own. How could we expect to get it for free? If we want food, we have to exchange something of value. What is the only valuable thing we have? If you don't become Lu Yang's woman, why would he protect you? Why would he give you food? That makes sense. I'm going to apologize to Lu Yang. I'm going to. Me too. Me too. So the 24 girls formed a team and rushed to the ward where Lu Yang was lying. They knocked on Lu Yang's door. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking, Lu Yang was a little confused. It wasn't even night yet. Could it be that Chen Ting came to chat with her in the middle of the day? Come in, Lu Yang said to the door. Soon the door opened and all 24 girls walked in, bowing their heads and saying to Lu Yang, we're sorry. It was all our fault. We were rude because we were really hungry. We'll listen to you from now on. Give us some food. Even if we become your women, we're willing to do it. Hearing this, Lu Yang suddenly perked up. He said, Oh? You figured it out so quickly? Yes, we have figured it out, the girls said with hope in their eyes. Lu Yang nodded. Okay, go wait outside. I'll give you food later. Now I need to rest and take a nap. Don't disturb me. After hearing Lu Yang's words, the girls' faces lit up with happy expressions, and they said one after another. Okay, Lu Yang. We won't bother you, you go ahead and sleep. It's so nice of you to forgive us. We will definitely not cause trouble and will definitely be obedient. Seeing that these female students were so sensible, Lu Yang was very satisfied. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Today, Lu Yang wanted to intimidate these people. Otherwise, 3 women make a show, and it's hard to control when there are too many women. After a satisfying nap, Lu Yang got up feeling refreshed. She opened the door to her room and walked into the hall, where she found more than 20 women sitting there. Chen Lixia, Li Mengyao, Chen Ting, and Chen Zi were playing games on their phones. Everyone's face was relaxed, as if the end of the world had nothing to do with them. The cold and aloof class flower, Li Mange, was sitting on the side with her hands on her stomach, and from time to time, a few frog calls came from her stomach. The 24 female classmates were huddled in a corner, enduring the hunger in their stomachs. When they saw Lu Yang come out, all of them were suddenly enlightened. Chen Lixia and the other 3 surrounded Lu Yang and said with a smile, Lu Yang, you finally woke up. Play with us. Come to row 5. I found that even in the end times, there are still many people playing games. Maybe they are trapped and can only use games to kill time. Lu Yang smiled and touched the heads of the 4 beauties. When that fat woman was about to rebel, Lu Yang was very satisfied with the performance of these 4 women. Here is your lunch. Eat first. Lu Yang took a loaf of bread, a vacuum-packed chicken leg, a ham sausage and a carton of milk from the system space and gave them to the 4 women. The 4 women's eyes lit up at the sight of the food. Wow! This is great, and there's even a chicken leg. Lu Yang, you're so nice. It all looks delicious, I'm already drooling. The 4 women picked up the food and started eating. The 24 new female students also cast longing glances at Lu Yang. Their faces were saying, I want to eat too, I want to eat too, feed me quickly. So Lu Yang also walked over to them, directly produced a bunch of food from the system space, and gave it to them. Everyone got a piece of bread, a sausage, and a bottle of milk. The 24 girls showed excited expressions on their faces and began to devour the food. Today is already the 4th day of the disaster. They were hiding in the toilet. Although they had water to drink, they had no food to eat and were already starving. Now that they saw Lu Yang giving them food, they couldn't stand it anymore and started gobbling it up. Everyone started eating, except for the cold and aloof Li Mange, who had not received any food. She looked at Lu Yang and saw that Lu Yang didn't even look at her. She immediately showed a disappointed expression on her face. Damn it! Does this guy really have no interest in me? After all, she was one of the 4 most beautiful girls on campus, and she was much prettier than those 24 plain women. If Lu Yang just came over and said a few nice things to her, and gave her a way out, it wouldn't be impossible for her to become his girlfriend. But he didn't even look at her. Does she have to pay for it? Damn it! Gurgle, gurgle. Smelling the aroma of bread in the air, Li Meng's stomach began to grumble again. However, Lu Yang ignored her. Instead, he thought to himself, tomorrow, maybe it's time to march into the cafeteria. The food I brought back from the mini-mart was mostly snacks, including candy, bread, and sausages. Although I also brought some rice, noodles, and instant noodles, I didn't have a pot or stove to cook with, so I had to go to the cafeteria to get one. Although there are many zombies in the cafeteria, my strength has now been enhanced. I have reached 130 points in the 4 basic attributes, which is 2.6 times that of an ordinary person. I can handle all the zombies in the cafeteria. And if there are too many zombies, I can also become invisible and directly search for food. Even after I have finished collecting food, the zombies haven't seen my face yet. So he made up his mind and decided to start looting the cafeteria the next morning. Chapter 17, Looting the Cafeteria. Chen Ting reference figure. Of course, before the cafeteria raid tomorrow, today's reward must be obtained. So that night, Lu Yang gave Chen Ting a wink and said, "Tonight, it's your turn to chat with me." Chen Ting was suddenly flattered and said, Okay, is it finally my turn? I'm the best at chatting. Lu Yang's husband, don't worry, I'll help you chat your way to the moon tonight. So, Chen Ting followed Lu Yang into the room. Chen Lisha frowned and looked unhappy as she watched Chen Ting's figure, which looked as if a deer had bolted. These people are all too proactive. When I decided to be Lu Yang's woman, I felt a bit forced. Lu Yang won't hold a grudge against me in the future, so why is he giving me a bad face? Damn it. Can't you newcomers be a little more restrained? You're all so slutty and so aggressive. Where's the girl in you? The next day, Lu Yang received a system notification. The other party has agreed to be your woman. Congratulations, host, you have received a system reward, stealth skill level LV+1. After receiving this prompt, Lu Yang was pleasantly surprised, and then looked at the description. Skill name, Stealth. Skill level, 2. Skill effect, invisible for 2 hours a day. Great, the invisibility time has been doubled. Awesome. Lu Yang stretched his back and got up feeling refreshed. At this time, Chen Ting was still lying in bed, looking satisfied. I have to say, this little bitch is really good at talking, just like she said. She looks like a good girl with her glasses on, but once she gets into bed, the contrast is unbearable. Although she had never had a boyfriend before, she had probably read a lot of theory, and she knew more than Chen Lisha and the others combined. It was a real pleasure to chat with her. Looking at the other person's face, which looked like she was sleeping, Lu Yang couldn't help but pinch the other person's cute and pure face. There is a saying that the highest plane in the sky and the hottest glass is on the ground. This saying is true. Lu Yang got up, then distributed breakfast to the girls, and then, in the grateful eyes of everyone, he went out to search for supplies in the cafeteria. As soon as he left the door, he killed all the 20-odd zombies at the door. There was also a skeleton on the ground that had been completely eaten. That was Ruohua, who Lu Yang had thrown out the day before. Looking at the skeleton, Lu Yang said coldly, "Get up and keep boxing." Why aren't you talking? Why don't you fight the zombies and keep them from biting you? It seems that this female boxer is no match for the zombies. Lu Yang didn't encounter any other zombies along the way, but when she passed by the small supermarket, she found that there were 2 more zombie corpses at the entrance. Lu Yang had already scavenged on the 2nd day, and the small supermarket was already on the 5th day. The zombies that Lu Yang killed on the 2nd day had already begun to rot, but these 2 corpses were fresh, as if they had just been killed not long ago. Obviously, they were not the ones killed by Lu Yang. Lu Yang went over to take a look at the 2 zombies. He found that the heads of these 2 fighters had been cracked open, and it was obvious that they had been killed by heavy objects, as if they had been split open by an axe. He frowned and said, "Could there be other survivors in the school? They're pretty fierce. I don't know where they got the axes, but they're killing zombies with them, one after the other, and they're decapitating them." Lu Yang felt a sense of urgency in his heart. The other party must have gone to the cafeteria after seeing that the food in the small supermarket was all gone. Has the other party finished taking the food in the cafeteria as well? Lu Yang quickened his pace and headed towards the cafeteria. Sure enough, he saw several zombie corpses at the entrance to the cafeteria. These zombies were also killed by a headshot. However, there were still many zombies in the cafeteria. This shows that the other party has not entered the cafeteria, but was only outside the cafeteria when the zombies inside noticed them and came out to attack them. These people saw too many zombies and gave up searching for food. Lu Yang let out a sigh of relief. It's a good thing. If the food in the cafeteria was also taken, I would have lost a lot of money. Seeing the 50 or 60 zombies wandering around the cafeteria, Lu Yang decided not to waste any more time fighting them and began to become invisible. Lu Yang then disappeared in place, and even the bow and arrow and javelin in his hand began to become transparent. Seeing this, Lu Yang was shocked. Awesome! Even the weapons in my hands can become invisible, so it would be very easy for me to sneak up on someone, wouldn't it? As we all know, there are many types of invisibility. The most powerful of these is the ability to become invisible, including clothes and weapons, just like Liu Yang. There is also a lower level type that can only make the body invisible. Once in an invisible state, you can't wear clothes or hold things. There is even a lowest level, where even foreign objects in the body cannot be invisible. When you eat something into your stomach, the things in your stomach cannot be invisible, and they will float in midair. Those two types of invisibility are not very useful. Liu Yang's invisibility is the best because it can be used for anything on his body. So Liu Yang did an experiment. He placed his hand in the corner of the cafeteria and found that the corner of the wall did not change. He picked up a brick on the ground, but the brick was invisible. Liu Yang had another question in his mind. Does this mean that only things that I can pick up completely can be invisible? If I hold someone's hand, will they also become invisible with me? Liu Yang shook his head. Forget it, I can do this experiment later in the infirmary. The most important thing now is to collect food. So Liu Yang, who was invisible, walked directly into the cafeteria, and the zombies didn't even notice his presence. He went straight into the kitchen storage room and found a lot of food. How many bags of rice and flour are there? Take them all. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, taro, corn, soybeans, red beans, mung beans, black beans? Take them all. Dozens of barrels of cooking oil? Hundreds of caddies of fresh vegetables, thousands of caddies of frozen meat? Take it all. Induction cooker, gas tank, gas stove? Take it. Pots, bowls, spoons, chopsticks? Take them. At this point, Liu Yang's dark space has been upgraded to 2 levels. He can collect everything within 20 meters of him with just a thought. In a few minutes, Liu Yang had cleared out the entire kitchen and warehouse. At this point, his dark space was filled with supplies. There were dozens of tons of rice and flour alone. It would be enough for him and the women to eat for several years. But in the process of looting, Liu Yang also discovered some problems. The kitchen in the canteen was a mess. It was obvious that someone had come in and looted it. Could it be that there was more than one person looting the food? The zombies at the door were lured out, and one person deliberately let all the zombies out, so that others could collect the food? But fortunately, they don't have a lot of space, so even if one person has a big backpack, they can't carry much. At most, they can only take a few days' worth of rations. And if they take too much food at once, they won't be able to run fast because it's too heavy, and they might encounter danger. Therefore, Liu Yang did not come too late. When he came out, the cafeteria was already empty, with no food left. Chapter 18, The Sports Team. The food in the canteen has already been taken. Liu Yang's work for the day is over. So he began to test his invisibility skills. His invisibility skill has reached level 2, which means that he now has 2 hours of extended time, but he only used 5 minutes to finish the cafeteria, leaving him with 1 hour and 55 minutes. If he removed his invisibility for the remaining 1 hour and 55 minutes, would he still be there? Is there a limit to the number of times he can use invisibility each day? So Liu Yang lifted his invisibility. His body instantly reappeared, returning to its normal appearance. Then Liu Yang shouted, "Invisibility!" And poof! His body disappeared again. Seeing this, Liu Yang was overjoyed. It can be used multiple times. As long as it is not used up, it can be used as many times as you want in 2 hours. After reaching this conclusion, Liu Yang's whole body revealed a happy smile, and then he directly lifted his invisibility and began to walk towards the infirmary. At the same time, a group of people came outside the infirmary. There were 5 of them, and each was tall and dark-skinned, just like Liu Yang. They were all athletes at the school. When they saw the zombies outside the infirmary, lying on the ground, they immediately showed a look of vigilance on their faces. They looked at each other, and one of them whispered, "It seems that the infirmary has been occupied, and that guy is really strong. There are dozens of zombie corpses just outside the infirmary." Another strong man said, "It seems that the infirmary has been occupied. Should we go in? Let's go." Yesterday, when we were collecting supplies, Neo's leg was scratched by a rusty piece of metal. It must be disinfected, otherwise it may become infected. We must get the disinfectant today. He then gave a wink to the person next to him. Li Wei, you go knock on the door. The athlete named Li Wei nodded and then knocked on the door of the infirmary. Knock, knock, knock. The female students inside the door were startled by the sound and thought it was a zombie knocking on the door. They couldn't help but let out a low cry. Ah! Lock the door. Then a female student quickly locked the door. Hearing the sound of the door being locked and the woman's low scream, the 5 sports students' faces showed expressions of confusion, which then turned into surprise. Holy shit, it's a woman! The last woman we played with for a few days was already dead, and we finally found a new one. How lucky! No, how did the women kill the zombies? It must be that the man went out to find food. Didn't we see that the food in the mini-mart was already gone yesterday? It's probably this guy who took the food and brought the woman back. This means that there are not only women but also food in the infirmary. We're rich. While the man is not at home, let's steal the house. The 5 athletes suddenly perked up, knocked on the door and said, "Is there a female student from the school in there? We're here to rescue you, so open the door quickly." That's right, follow the brothers, and you'll be guaranteed a good life. Inside the door, Chen Lixia and the others heard the voices of people outside, but they were not Lu Yang's. She immediately put her finger to her lips and made a shushing gesture to the others. The others nodded. They all kept quiet, and the entire infirmary was silent. They were not stupid, and they could tell from the sound that these people were definitely up to no good. And Lu Yang had thrown Ru Hua out to feed the zombies in front of them. The other men were probably even worse than Lu Yang. So it was absolutely impossible for them to open the door. Now they just hoped that Lu Yang would hurry back and drive these men away. The sportsman outside the door saw that the people inside were pretending to be dead and not speaking, and he suddenly became impatient and increased the intensity of his knocking. Crack! Open the door quickly, don't refuse to eat the toast and eat the penalty wine, wait until we kick the door open with a single kick, then you'll all be finished. Open the door obediently, and we'll be gentle with you. Otherwise, we'll really do you in. Ha ha ha. Brother Hu, you still have the nerve to say that? Didn't you kill that woman last time? The female students inside were terrified by the lewd words of these men. They really are up to no good. Luckily, they didn't trick us. If we really opened the door, the consequences would be unimaginable. You won't open the door? Our patience is running out. You don't really think this little door can stop us, do you? I'm coming in, cutie. A sportsman said, and directly raised the fire axe in his hand. The fire axe was covered in black zombie blood, and it was obvious that they had killed their way here. The fire axe was about to hit the door. A voice came from behind, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" Everyone turned around and saw a strong figure with a bow and arrow and a javelin on his back not far away. When they saw each other's faces clearly, they were suddenly surprised. Lu Yang? You're not dead either? Great, our team of athletes can be strengthened again. You're just in time. We found out that there are a lot of women hiding in this infirmary. Let's break the door open together and share the supplies and women inside. At this time, Lu Yang also saw clearly that these people were all sports students, and they all knew each other at school. Lu Yang was also the top student in sports at school, and was quite famous even among the sports students. However, the one thing that Lu Yang is different from these athletes is that most of these athletes are second-generation rich kids. Because they didn't do well in school, their families spent money on them to practice sports and let them enter this school as talented students. These athletes can be said to be thriving in school, and they can change girlfriends every few weeks. Lu Yang's failed confession was still a laughingstock among these athletes for months. They all said that Lu Yang had simply lost the face of a sportsman. Which sportsman doesn't have a girlfriend while also keeping a few spares, ready to seamlessly connect at any time? Lu Yang never imagined that these sportsmen would gather together at the end of the world to form a team. Their fighting power is not weak. Unfortunately, Lu Yang is now incomparable due to the blessing of the system, and even this group of sports students is not in Lu Yang's eyes. He said coldly, "The infirmary is my base camp, and the women in it are all saved by me. You guys better leave and don't bother me here, or else I won't be nice to you." Chapter 19, I'll give you a ride. As soon as they heard this, the 5 sports students' faces changed instantly. The infirmary is actually Lu Yang's base camp, and the women inside are all his? Good guy, Liu Yang is awesome. The leader of the sports students, with a smile on his face, said, Liu Yang, you are a man of character. You collect women as soon as the end of the world breaks out. You are a match for me. Join our team. In the future, our team of sports students will become even stronger. The entire school is our base camp. We can walk sideways in the school. What do you think? Liu Yang is strong and has excellent sports results. He used to be the #1 athlete in school. They naturally didn't want to be enemies with Liu Yang, and if they could recruit him to their team, that would be the best. As long as Liu Yang is willing to give up his supplies and women, they will be able to accept Liu Yang's joining. But Liu Yang shook his head and said, no thanks. The sportsman on the other side showed a sneer, oh, you're not giving me face, are you? Liu Yang, you don't think you're a match for all of us, do you? There are women to share with everyone, don't hog it all, or you'll get too full and die. Liu Yang did not say anything, but raised his bow and arrow, aimed directly at the other party, and then said coldly, my woman is not something you can take advantage of. Then he said coldly, you think you can have my woman? Since you're not leaving, you don't have to leave. I'll send you on your way. Swish. Liu Yang shot an arrow at the leader of the sports students without saying a word, instantly piercing his chest. The athlete covered his chest and revealed an expression of disbelief. You actually dared to kill, ah. After he finished speaking, he fell to the ground and died without closing his eyes. The other 4 sports students were shocked when they saw this. Shit, Hui Gu. Hui Gu, wake up. He killed someone. Liu Yang killed someone. Brothers, let's go. This guy actually dared to kill our brother Hui. Split up and surround him directly. His arrows can't be that fast. So the 4 of them split up and rushed at Liu Yang from 4 directions. However, Liu Yang did not continue to shoot arrows, but instead revealed a sneer. Then, he silently thought to himself, invisibility. Poof. Liu Yang instantly disappeared from the spot. The 4 athletes, who were rushing towards Liu Yang at great speed, stopped in their tracks and were stunned when they saw him disappear. What the hell is going on? Where is he? Shit, is he a ghost? Was that guy really Liu Yang? What's going on? Am I dreaming? Is the other person a human or a ghost? Just as they were wondering, a light sound came from the distance. The chest of a sportsman had been pierced directly, and blood was gushing out of his chest. A transparent hole appeared on his body. But they couldn't see what had pierced the other person's chest, as if the hole had appeared out of thin air. Ah! The athlete let out a scream and looked at his chest in disbelief. It hurts. It hurts. Help! Help me! Swish! The sound of the javelin being pulled out came, and the sportsman's chest was instantly covered in blood. He fell to the ground, covering his chest, and his body kept twitching due to lack of blood, slowly losing consciousness. The remaining 3 people were scared silly. They never thought that Liu Yang could become invisible like a ghost and kill people. Now they have no idea where Liu Yang is. Maybe he is right behind you, aiming his weapon at your heart. He can kill you with just one thought. This unknown fear made the 3 of them tremble all over. Pop! One of the athletes fell to his knees and kept on bowing to the air. Liu Yang, we know we were wrong, don't kill us. We know we were wrong, we'll leave right now, as long as you let us live. The other 2 athletes saw this and immediately knelt on the ground, begging for mercy over and over again. Liu Yang, we were blind to your greatness, so please forgive us this once. We are all athletes, we all know each other, we are all friends, we are all brothers. Liu Yang, I participated in the 400-meter relay with you at the school sports day, we were teammates. Please don't kill us all. However, the voice that responded to them was not Liu Yang's, but the sound of a javelin piercing flesh. Pop! Pop! Poo! A bloody hole appeared in the chests of all 3, and blood gushed out, staining the ground red. The 3 of them showed a look of fear, covering their chests, and slowly fell to the bloodbath. If you're not ruthless, you won't be able to stand firm. Liu Yang knows this. Since they have discovered their base camp, they can't stay. In the end times, there are no laws or moral constraints. Even for a piece of bread, it is possible to kill someone, let alone the fact that he has so much food and so many women. Therefore, Liu Yang does not trust anyone, he only trusts his fists. These athletes did know Liu Yang, but they didn't consider him a friend or a brother, they just thought of him as a joke. After all, there is only one disease in this world, and that is the disease of poverty. The poor are looked down upon no matter where they go. Lu Yang was the most looked down upon one before. Now he certainly didn't believe that these people would really treat him as a friend. Looking at the 5 bodies lying on the ground, Lu Yang lifted his invisibility. This skill is really useful, killing people invisibly. After killing these people, Lu Yang went directly to the door of the infirmary and knocked on it. He said, "Open the door, I'm Lu Yang. Those people have been killed by me." Hearing this voice, the female student inside the door let out a sigh of relief and quickly opened the door. Lu Yang walked into the infirmary and found that they still had a look of shock on their faces. Chen Lixia said, "Lu Yang, who are those people? It's so scary. He said he was going to take us away and kill us alive." Li Mengyao also said, "Lu Yang, it's a good thing you came back in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. This thin door couldn't withstand their attack." Chen Zi said, "Those people are too horrible and disgusting, aren't they? They kept saying they were going to kill us, it was so disgusting." Chen Ting said, "It's a relief that Lu Yang's husband is here." Lu Yang comforted them a little, saying, "It's okay, I've already killed them." They were all sports students. The end of the world has broken out. No one can be trusted in school now. When I'm not here, you must close the doors and windows well, don't make any noise, and don't be discovered. Yes, we know. The women nodded repeatedly. Chapter 20, 24 Rewards at Once, Invincible. After discovering the other athletes in the school, Lu Yang began to feel a little bit of urgency in her heart. Although his own strength was already strong enough, his women still did not have any self-defense capabilities. If they were stolen by someone carelessly, it would be a big loss. So today, I must first improve my own strength. Lu Yang took out his lunch from the system space and distributed it to the women. Then he asked the 24 new women, "I'm going to ask you again. Are you willing to submit?" The women nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes. As long as you protect our safety and give us food, we are willing to submit to you." Very well. Some of these rewards increase basic attributes, some increase skill levels, and some allow you to acquire new skills. Seeing that his strength had increased so much, Lu Yang's face showed an expression of excitement. Lu Yang looked at his attribute panel. Name, Lu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Strength, 200. Spirit, 200. Stamina, 200. Speed, 200. 36 meters per second. Skills, 1. Attribute enhancement, 2. Super genes, 3. Storage space, level 4, 4. Virus immunity, 5. System scan, 6. Invisibility, level 3, 7. Metal control, level 2. His basic attributes have reached 200 points, and his maximum movement speed has reached 36 meters per second, which is already 4 times that of an ordinary person. Now ordinary people in front of Lu Yang are like slow motion, and no one is his opponent. Then, Lu Yang looked at the panel and read the descriptions of the upgraded skills. Storage space, level 4, you have a 40 by 40 by 40 meter storage space where you can store and retrieve any item you want. 40 times 40 times 40 is equal to 64,000 cubic meters. More than 60,000 cubic meters, enough for Lu Yang to store a lot of supplies. It's enough to support 100 wives. This space is big enough and cool enough. Stealth, level 3, you can be invisible for 6 hours a day. There is no limit to the number of times you can use this ability, and it is only needed when searching for materials or fighting. A battle can be over in just a few dozen seconds, so Lu Yang has more than enough time. Metal control, level 2, you can control any metal. This description is simple and clear, and it is the latest skill that Lu Yang has acquired. He quickly tried out the usefulness of this skill. With a thought, Lu Yang had already pulled a fruit knife out of the dark space. Then, with another thought, the metal part of the knife had turned into a substance like water, floating in the air and able to take on any shape or pose. Seeing this, Lu Yang's face showed an expression of excitement. This metal control is just like Magneto's ability. With this ability, can I make weapons at will? Lu Yang looked at the distant wall with a look. Swish! The fruit knife shot out like a bullet, instantly hitting the concrete wall. The entire knife sank into it, leaving only the handle shaking outside. Amazing! I can control the flying knife with my mind. Now that I have level 2 metal control, the maximum distance I can control should be about 100 meters. I can hit the target 100% of the time within 100 meters. Whether it's zombies or enemies, I can easily kill them. Then, from the dark space, he took out a dozen stainless steel bowls and trays that he had collected from the cafeteria. Then, before his eyes, the bowls and trays floated in the air. Then, with a thought, all the metals fused together, and some impurities were purified by Lu Yan from the metals. He used his mind to forge the metal, and the weapons he made were sharper and tougher than those made by the sword-forging master. Soon, the metal formed a sharp sword more than a meter long. Looking at the sharp blade, Lu Yan was full of confidence. With this weapon, even if he encounters 100 zombies, he can easily cut them down. In order to test the upper limit of this ability, Lu Yan once again took out a fruit knife from the dark space, stood outside the window and shot it into the distance. After reaching the limit of the distance he controlled the fruit knife to return. After going back and forth about 20 times, he felt cold sweat starting to form on his forehead, and even a faint headache. It seems that this is the limit of mental power. A fruit knife can fly 100 meters back and forth 20 times, which is 100 times 20 times 20 is equal to 40,000 meters. If you replace the fruit knife with a steel needle, the number of times can be doubled, and you can control it to fly 80,000 meters. Just one steel needle can control it to fly 80,000 meters, and it can penetrate countless enemy heads on the way. I will kill as many as I come. This new skill can be said to be one of Lu Yang's most important attack skills. As his mental power increases and his mental control skills level increases, the objects he can control will also become heavier and larger. At that time, he may be able to directly create tanks, airplanes, aircraft carriers, and spaceships with his mind. With this skill, I will be able to build a survivor base that is indestructible and impregnable. Lu Yan clenched his fists and was full of confidence. Now that the apocalypse has broken out for less than 10 days, he has already gained such powerful abilities. For other survivors who are still struggling to survive and struggling with hunger and zombies, he is already far ahead. Now, not only are the 5 athletes no match for him, but even 100 athletes would not be his match. He will soon be able to reach the top of the world. Chapter 21, Opening Up to the Cold and Aloof School Beauty. After watching the improvement of his own attributes, Lu Yan, with excitement, set his eyes on the cold and aloof school beauty Li Mange. I have to say, the reason why the high cold school flower is called the high cold school flower is that she really has her reasons. She has been hungry for 5 whole days and has not yet given in. Lu Yang began to admire this guy. He walked over with a smile on his face and asked Li Mange, "Are you hungry?" Seeing Lu Yang come to her and ask her a question, Li Mange felt flattered. She thought Lu Yang had forgotten her. At the same time, Li Mange made up her mind in her heart. As long as Lu Yang gave her a way out, she would compromise. I've been really hungry these days. Especially when she saw other students enjoying delicious food and drinks, she could only drink tap water with an empty stomach. This feeling is really torturous. Li Mange had already figured it out. In the end times, survival is the most important thing. Dignity? Innocence? They are all just clouds. And Lu Yang is really good to his woman, sharing all the good food and drink with her. And Lu Yang is also a very powerful man, decisive, without any hesitation. As long as someone poses a threat to him and his woman, he will kill them. This kind of man will definitely become a great man. With such an outstanding man, you can definitely live a long life in the end times. So today she decided to compromise. However, before Li Mangua could say anything, her stomach started to rumble. Gurgling, gurgling. Hearing the sound of her stomach, Li Mange's face turned red, and she was embarrassed and wished she could find a crack to crawl into. She nodded with a rosy face, "Yes, I'm hungry, so hungry that I feel like I'm going to die of starvation." Her eyes, as cute as a kitten's, looked at Lu Yang with hope. Li Mange thought to herself, "How come I didn't notice before? This Lu Yang seems to be quite handsome. He has both the ability and resources, and he is handsome. Where can you find such a good man?" At this point, Lu Yang spoke up, "I'll ask you again. If you become my woman, I'll give you food. Are you willing?" Li Mangua nodded with a blush, "Yes, I will. As long as you give me food and protect my safety, I will submit to you." At this moment, Lu Yang received a prompt from the system. Congratulations, host, you have successfully saved the beautiful girl. Metal Control Skill +1, reaching level 3. After hearing this prompt, Lu Yang's face showed a satisfied smile, and then he said to Li Mange, why not just give in earlier? Why starve for a few more days? After saying this, Lu Yang took a piece of food directly from the dark space and handed it to Li Mang. Seeing the delicious food, Li Mang's eyes went straight, and he quickly opened the package and began to eat it. Lu Yang said lightly, come to my room tonight. I want to have a nice chat with you. This is the cold and aloof school beauty that countless people in the school are pursuing. Which guy in school doesn't want to take her down hard? It's a pity that Li Mange didn't even look at those guys. Now that it's in his hands, he just got it with a loaf of bread and a bottle of milk. Is this the end of the world? This feeling is really great. Li Mange, who was eating the bread, heard Lu Yang's words and her face immediately turned red like an apple. But she still nodded. In a barely audible voice, she said, yes, I know. In the evening. Li Mang obediently knocked on Lu Yang's door. At this point, Li Mang, after fully understanding Lu Yang, realized how rare Lu Yang's tough character and great ability were. In the end times, only a man like Lu Yang can make it big. So she admired Lu Yang even more. Who doesn't like a strong man? And Lu Yang is the strongest she has ever seen. The next day, Lu Yang woke up refreshed. At this time, Li Mang was still sleeping, very calm, and even had a baby-like smile on her face. After Lu Yang got up, she found that the infirmary was already packed with people, and the place was no longer suitable for staying. It seems like it's time to find a new base camp. The school is a good natural refuge. It is surrounded by walls, and the zombies have a low IQ. As long as the gate is closed, the zombies can't get in. So, all Lu Yang has to do now is to clear out all the zombies in the school, and the school will become a natural safe haven. And Lu Yang has already thought of a way to empty the school. Of course, before emptying the school, what he has to do is to empty the teacher's dormitory first. There are 10 floors in the teacher's dormitory, and each floor has more than a dozen dormitories. And these dormitories are all single rooms with kitchens and bathrooms. It is very suitable for living. There are more than 100 rooms. Even if he had more than 100 women, there would be enough room for them all. So the first task today is to empty the teacher's dormitory. So he gave breakfast to all the women, and very thoughtfully, he left a portion for Li Mange, who was still in bed, and then he was ready to go out. Chen Lixia and the others looked worriedly at Lu Yang and said, Lu Yang, where are you going? Will you be in danger? You must be careful in everything you do. Li Mengyao said, Lu Yang, you must pay attention to safety. Chen Zi said, Lu Yang, husband, be careful on the road. If you get into danger, we'll all become widows. Shen Ting said, hubby, come back early, we're all waiting for you. Hearing the words of concern from everyone, Lu Yang was moved. In the past, in peacetime, no one ever cared about him. He was only the one who kept licking Chen Lixiao's face, and she was always so indifferent. It's not like this now, where Chen Lixia licks his face and tells him to be careful. Lu Yang smiled and said, don't worry, with my strength, I will definitely not encounter any danger. You don't have to worry. During the time I'm not in the infirmary, you must keep the doors and windows closed, don't make any noise, don't attract anyone's attention, don't open the door no matter who knocks, understand? Yes, dear husband. Everyone said in unison. So, Lu Yang opened the door and walked out, heading straight for the teacher's dormitory. Chapter 22, Dare to Threaten Me? Along the way, Lu Yang encountered a few stray zombies. As soon as they saw Lu Yang, they rushed over roaring. At this time, Lu Yang did not use a bow and arrow or steel needles to attack, but instead directly drew out the large knife he had created with his mind. When the zombies were only a meter away, Lu Yang swung his sharp blade and slashed them down. Swish! A silver flash in the air, and the zombie's head had instantly flown into the sky. Lu Yang's body swayed, almost breaking his back from the force of the blow. He was shocked. Damn, this knife is too sharp. I didn't feel anything when I chopped the zombie's neck. It was like cutting through tofu. I used so much force to chop it that I almost flew out of the way. I need to use less force next time. Just a light chop and the other person's head will fall off. After the first battle, Lu Yang finally understood the power of this knife. Steel-controlled refined steel can be said to be the toughest steel in the world. Even the world's top blacksmith could never make a weapon like the one Liu Yang made. He swung the big knife and slashed at another zombie. This time, he slashed straight down from the top of the head. Swish! The zombie was instantly cut in half. Then he swung the knife back and forth, and the other zombie was instantly cut in half. In less than 2 seconds, all 3 zombies had been cut down by Liu Yang. Seeing this, Liu Yang was absolutely thrilled. It was so cool. Using this knife to cut the zombies was like cutting grass. It was so relaxing and enjoyable. Liu Yang carried the big knife all the way to the teacher's dormitory. The zombies he encountered on the way were either beheaded, or cut in half directly in the middle. All of them died a miserable death. He made it to the teacher's dormitory. After entering, Liu Yang found several zombies wandering in the hallway on the first floor. They were all teachers who used to live here. This time, Liu Yang didn't decapitate them again. Because he didn't want the zombie blood to be scattered everywhere, which would be difficult to clean up later. A steel needle with a cold light appeared in front of him, hovering in the air. Then, with a glance, whoosh! The flying needle instantly turned into a stream of light, shooting at the zombies in front of him at a speed faster than a bullet, instantly piercing through the foreheads of the zombies and then coming out of the back of their heads. Bang bang bang! Like a string of candied fruit, in less than a second, the 10 or so zombies had fallen to the ground. Then the steel needle flew back to Liu Yang's face, spinning rapidly in the air, flinging the black zombie blood off the needle. It once again revealed a chilling cold light. Seeing the power of the needle, Liu Yang was shocked. He couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so powerful. It's like having a bullet that can turn corners. One bullet can kill countless enemies. It's awesome." After finishing off the zombies in the hallway, Liu Yang began to check each dormitory one by one. The first dormitory was empty, so it seems that the teacher inside had turned into a zombie and came out into the hallway. The second dormitory was still empty. There was a teacher in the third dormitory, but he had already turned into a zombie. Liu Yang didn't say a word and directly shot him in the head with a flying needle. After checking the entire first floor of the dormitory, Liu Yang did not find a single living teacher. So Liu Yang went to the second floor. He also killed the zombies in the hallway, and then he began to check each dormitory one by one. The first dormitory was empty, the second dormitory was empty, and the third dormitory had a teacher who had turned into a zombie. Liu Yang killed him. In the fourth dormitory, Liu Yang found their homeroom teacher, Mr. Li. He didn't expect that the homeroom teacher, Mr. Li, was actually living in the fourth dormitory. When he opened the door to the dormitory, Mr. Li was shocked. Today is the 6th day of the outbreak. Although the teacher's dormitory has a kitchen, Teacher Li never cooks. He always eats in the cafeteria, so he has survived these 6 days by drinking water and eating a little snack. Now that he saw Liu Yang come in, he instantly showed a surprised expression and said, "Liu Yang, you finally came to save me. That's great. I'm so happy. Don't worry. After the disaster is over, I'll definitely give you extra credit and let you graduate with the highest score in the class. After graduation, I'll introduce you directly to a big company to work for. Hurry, and bring food to the teacher to eat, the teacher is starving." He was just talking about pie in the sky to Liu Yang. However, Liu Yang looked at him and her face was still cold. She said coldly, "I'm sorry, I don't have any food." Mr. Li's happy expression froze on his face. He said in disbelief, "No food? How is that possible? Chen Lixia and the others in the group posted photos a few days ago. Didn't you give them a lot of bread, milk, and sausages to eat? Give some to the teacher." Liu Yang didn't say anything, but was thinking in his heart whether to expel this teacher Li from the school or to kill him directly. This teacher is not the kind of teacher who has a sense of ethics. In the past, in peacetime, he often made trouble for Liu Yang, scolding him for his poor grades. At the same time, he looked down on other poor students and students with poor grades. He would greet the rich students with a smile, typical of the rich and the poor. So Liu Yang would not give this guy any of her precious food. Seeing that Liu Yang was not speaking, Mr. Li's face showed an angry expression and he said, "Liu Yang, what do you mean? You don't save other students from the class group, and now you don't even want to save your teacher? There is food to share, and everyone should help each other. Don't you know that? Do you still want to graduate smoothly? Do you believe that I can make you unable to get a college diploma? Hearing this, Lu Yang let out a sneer. Ha, the end of the world has already arrived, and you're still using your little power to show off here? All you know is to threaten us college students with your college diploma? In the past, when times were peaceful, it was fine for you to threaten us, but now that the end of the world is here, you still want to threaten me with this? You piece of shit. Hold on to your power and starve to death. University teachers like to threaten students with their diplomas. In the past, Lu Yang had sneered at such things. Now that the end of the world has broken out, this teacher Li actually dares to use this to threaten her, which immediately touches Lu Yang's nerve. Chapter 23, Get rid of the homeroom teacher. After hearing Lu Yang's words, Teacher Li became even more angry. How dare you talk back to your teacher? I used to think that you were not only poor, but also had poor grades. Except for your well-developed physical abilities and good sports performance, your other academic subjects were a pile of shit. I never thought that when the end of the world came, I would find out that you have no morals at all, and you don't respect your teachers. You even refuse to share your food with your teacher? You are a traitor. You are a heretic. As he said this, Mr. Li pointed his finger at Lu Yang and walked towards him step by step. When he got to Lu Yang, he suddenly took out a kitchen knife from the hand behind him and chopped Lu Yang directly. He shouted, "Since you won't share your food with me, you'll have to stay and be my food." Seeing that the knife was about to cut Lu Yang's neck, he showed a crazed expression on his face. He had been hungry for 6 whole days. Finally, I can eat meat. Lu Yang is a tall, athletic student with a lot of meat on his bones. If he keeps it in the refrigerator, he can eat it for at least 2 months. Today is the day for a feast. However, before his knife could fall, a hint of mockery flashed in Lu Yang's eyes. Then Lu Yang had an idea, and a large knife with a cold gleam appeared in his hand. Swish! The big knife swung forward, and the kitchen knife in Mr. Li's hand instantly broke, as if it were made of tofu, and was cut in half. Then his head flew up in the air, spinning around in the air. At this time, his face was still frozen in shock, and then a column of scarlet blood gushed out of his neck and sprayed the ceiling. His body also fell straight down. Lu Yang flicked the knife in his hand, instantly cleaning it of blood. Looking at the headless corpse on the ground, Lu Yang sneered, "A broken homeroom teacher dares to argue with me in the end times, and dares to threaten me? Looking for death. From now on, only I, Lu Yang, will threaten others. Even the king of heaven and earth will have to walk around when they see me." After killing the homeroom teacher, Mr. Li, Lu Yang continued on to the 3rd floor. Lu Yang followed the same method and killed the zombies wandering in the hallway on the 3rd floor. Then he began to search dormitory by dormitory. However, he didn't find a single living person. Then the 4th, 5th, 6th, and no living people were found. It wasn't until the 10th floor that Lu Yang finally found a locked teacher's dormitory. According to Lu Yang's experience, if there is no one in the teacher's dormitory, it must be open. Since the last dormitory was locked, then there must be either a living person or a person who has already turned into a zombie. Lu Yang knocked on the door. However, there was no movement inside. This means that there are no zombies inside. Because once they hear the sound of a knock on the door, they will become violent. Is there no one there? Lu Yang showed a puzzled expression. He knocked again. Knock, knock, knock. Help! A woman's voice came from inside, but then suddenly stopped, as if someone had covered her mouth. Lu Yang immediately realized that something was wrong inside. Maybe there is a female teacher in danger. Lu Yang called out to the inside. "Open the door, whoever is inside." But there was no response. So Lu Yang directly lifted his foot and kicked the door. Boom! With a loud bang, the door lock was instantly kicked to pieces by Lu Yang, and the door was directly kicked open. At this point, Lu Yang already had 4 times the strength of an ordinary person. How could a simple wooden door possibly hold him back? When the door was kicked open by Lu Yang, the scene inside took Lu Yang by surprise. A woman was tied up by a man, her lower leg had been removed, and the wound was tightly bound to prevent blood loss. At the same time, her mouth was also stuffed with cloth, unable to make a sound. Her whole face was pale, her lips were not even a little bit of blood, and the pain of having her lower leg cut off was so great that she was sweating profusely and was about to faint. A man was holding a cleaver in one hand and a severed leg in the other. When he saw Liu Yang enter, he showed a look of vigilance on his face, pointed the cleaver directly at Liu Yang, and said, Who are you? What do you want? Liu Yang recognized the man, who was the dean of their school. Liu Yang didn't expect that the director of the school would directly attack a woman and try to eat human flesh. It was only the 6th day of the apocalypse, and this guy was already so hungry that he wanted to eat human flesh? At this point, Liu Yang also began to grip the large knife in his hand. This director is ruthless and more ruthless than himself, but he can't be spared. The director also saw Liu Yang's actions and the large knife in his hand, which was more than a meter long. His own small kitchen knife was not impressive at all in front of the other person. Liu Yang was 1.85 meters tall and muscular, but the dean was a small old man in his 50s. He knew he was no match for Liu Yang. So he put on a smile and said, "Student, you must be a student at this school, right? You couldn't find any food, so you came to the teacher's dormitory, right? It's okay, I have food here. This woman weighs at least 100 caddies. We'll each take half, and it'll be enough for you to eat for a month. What do you think?" Woo woo woo. Hearing the words of the director, the woman on the ground, with her mouth stuffed, could only make a pitiful whimper, and her face showed a look of extreme fear. She was tied up and gagged, so she couldn't run away or even call for help. The only reason she was able to call out for help was because the cloth had loosened, allowing her to make some kind of plea for help. After listening to the other party's proposal, Liu Yang shook his head and said, "Sorry, I only eat beef, not human flesh." Then he raised the big knife in his hand high in the air. He was about to chop down. The dean of students hurriedly said, No, let's talk it over. You're not related to this woman, there's no need to avenge her. I'm the dean of students at this school, I'm very rich, as long as you let me go, I'll give you all my money. Besides, these female students are not good people. They climbed into my bed on their own initiative after I promised them a little something. Who knows that halfway through the apocalypse, they would have been used as food after I was done with them. I just want to live. What's wrong with me? As long as you let me go. I'll leave right now, and this woman is yours. Liu Yang said coldly, "Sorry, but I have enough of a ruthless person like you. I don't want to leave you in this world to be my enemy." After saying this, Liu Yang directly slashed down with a knife, and the head of the dean of students fell to the ground in an instant. Immediately after, Liu Yang untied the ropes of the female student and took away the cloth ball in her mouth. The woman was terrified, but her desire to survive made her keep begging Liu Yang for help. "Classmate, save me. I don't want to die, I want to live. Save me, please save me." The other party had already had a leg cut off. Even in peacetime, if treatment is not timely, it is possible to die of excessive blood loss, let alone the end times. With the current medical conditions, it is impossible to save him. However, Liu Yang nodded and said, "If you are willing to be my woman, I can help you." "I'm willing. As long as you don't kill me and eat my flesh, I'm willing to do whatever you want." At this point, Liu Yang had already received a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully saving the girl. All basic attributes have been increased by 10 points. After receiving this prompt, Liu Yang stood up with satisfaction and raised the large knife in his hand. Seeing this, the female student was suddenly scared silly. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. Didn't you just say that as long as I was willing to be your woman, you could help me?" Liu Yang said, "Yes, I'll help you relieve your pain and send you on your way." Swish! A stab pierced the woman's heart in an instant. She left this miserable world after only a few seconds of pain. In peacetime, Liu Yang would never climb into the bed of the head of the teaching department in exchange for her academic performance. Even if the other party could still be saved, Liu Yang would not accept her. Chapter 24, Liu Yang's husband is too handsome. After killing the head teacher and the female student, the entire teacher's dormitory was completely emptied by Liu Yang. Liu Yang then began to throw each corpse down the stairs. This teacher's dormitory will be his base camp from now on. As for the emptying of the school, let's do it tomorrow. There's already been enough work done today. After disposing of all the bodies in the classroom and dormitory, Liu Yang began to return to the infirmary. Along the way, he encountered some stray zombies, which he killed. He looked at the system's prompt. Liu Yang killed a total of 120 zombies in this operation and gained 12 attribute points. He directly distributed the 12 attribute points evenly among his basic attributes. Although each attribute only gained 4 points, every little bit counts. As long as you accumulate little by little, you will definitely become stronger and stronger, and reach the pinnacle of life. When Lu Yang returned to the infirmary, he knocked on the door. There was no sound from inside. Lu Yang was very satisfied with the women's actions. He had warned them. No matter who knocks on the door, don't open it. Except for himself. Now that he knocked on the door and there was no response, it meant that the women were very obedient to his rules. So Lu Yang said to the door, "I am Lu Yang." The women inside were relieved and quickly said, "Oh, it's you, Lu Yang, we were so scared." The door was then opened and Lu Yang walked in. He looked at everyone and smiled, saying, "You're obedient and vigilant. I just knocked on the door without saying anything to test you." Chen Lixia rolled her eyes at Lu Yang and said, "You scared us to death. We thought there was another sports student coming to attack us." Li Mengyao also said, "Yes, it almost scared me into a cold palace." Li Mangua said, "You can't scare us like that again next time." Lu Yang patted them on the head and comforted them. She said, okay, I know, I won't joke with you next time. I have good news for you. We can move our base camp." Move? As soon as they heard this, all the women perked up. But when they thought of the terrifying zombies in the school, they showed signs of withdrawal. They all said in a hurry, "We don't need to move. We're fine here. It's safe. No zombies will attack here." Yes, compared to being trapped in the school, being afraid and hungry, and even wanting to eat shit at the end, I think it's better to stay here. Yes, there are zombies everywhere in the school, so let's not go out, shall we? Seeing the frightened expressions on everyone's faces, Lu Yang shook his head helplessly and then said, "You stay here. There is only one ward here, and there is only one bed in the ward. Besides me, who can sleep in the bed? Do you all sleep on the floor? Can you stand it?" But the women said, "We can handle it. We're fine. As long as we don't get attacked by zombies, I'm willing to sleep on the floor every day. Sleeping on the floor is better than being trapped in the toilet, sitting on the toilet, and not even being able to sleep. Yes, I was trapped in a tree for 3 whole days, and there were zombies all around. Now I can stay in the safe infirmary, and even if I have to sleep on the floor, it's better than back then." Lu Yang. He was speechless. It seems that these women are really scared. It's just a few zombies. Are they really that scary? As long as you cut off their heads, they die. Compared to the hierarchical rules and strict class divisions of peacetime, and the tragic fate that is predetermined from birth, the zombies, who have no intelligence, are really just a piece of cake. The difficulties that can be seen and the difficulties that can be eliminated are not difficult for Lu Yang. What he is afraid of is the invisible, a mountain that seems to be pressing down on your head, making you never have a chance to get ahead. It's like when you're born into a poor family, you'll always be a poor person who is bullied. Even if you work hard at sports and become the best in your school, you will still be looked down upon. Now the outbreak of the end of the world is different. Look down on yourself? Just chop him up. Lu Yang smiled helplessly and said, "Don't worry, I can protect you with my strength. Even if you encounter zombies on the road, I can easily kill them. Besides, I just went out and cleaned up the place I was going to move to. There are no zombies or dangers there." Seeing Lu Yang so sure, the women were curious. They asked, "Where is this safe place you mentioned? Is it far from here?" "The teacher's dormitory, where there is water, electricity, a kitchen, and a bathroom. I have cleaned the entire classroom and dormitory. You can live there with peace of mind, sleep in a soft and large bed every night, and cook for yourself. You can eat whatever you want, which is much better than hiding in the infirmary and sleeping on the floor," Lu Yang said seriously. After hearing Lu Yang's words, the women's faces all showed expressions of shock. "Lu Yang, you actually cleared out the teacher's dormitory? Shouldn't it be full of teachers who have turned into zombies? There should be at least dozens of them. You're amazing, honey. You killed all the zombies in the teacher's dormitory in just one morning? And those are indoor zombies. Once they are surrounded, there is nowhere to run even if they want to." Lu Yang's husband, "You are too fierce, aren't you?" Li Mengyao said, "This kind of thing is too dangerous. Lu Yang, you must not do such dangerous things again. In fact, we are fine staying in the infirmary. You don't need to risk your life for us. Chen Ting also nodded, yes, there are too many zombies in there, and it's too dangerous for you to do this. Chen Zi said, Lu Yang, you are too good to us. You took such a big risk for our lives. It's really touching. The other women also looked at Lu Yang with gratitude. Because they knew that in the infirmary, Lu Yang also had a bed to sleep in. Lu Yang's reason for moving the base camp was actually for the good of these women. Now that I think about it, Lu Yang not only protects their safety, but also provides them with food. Now he is even running around to find a comfortable shelter for them. I have to say, he is a good man. Lu Yang smiled and said, don't worry, follow me and be my woman. I won't treat you badly. This is just the beginning. Next, I will turn the entire school into a safe zone. Lu Yang's face showed a relaxed and confident expression. It was as if this was just a small step in his next plan, not his ultimate goal, and he didn't really care about it. Looking at Lu Yang's confident and handsome face, the women's eyes suddenly sparkled. They couldn't help but sigh, he's so handsome. Lu Yang's husband is really handsome. Chapter 25, Targeted. So Lu Yang began to lead the group of women directly to the teacher's dormitory, which he had already cleared out and made into a safe haven. Since the team of women led by Lu Yan was too large, there were 29 of them. They couldn't be low-key. This scene attracted the attention of many zombies in the distance. They rushed towards Lu Yang and the others, roaring. Seeing this, the women were scared out of their wits and covered their mouths with their hands. They dared not make a sound, and without Lu Yang's order, they dared not run away. They stood there, frozen. What should they do? Lu Yang, there are so many zombies. Honey, I'm scared. Let's run. Seeing the nervousness of the women, Lu Yang smiled and said, don't worry, there are only a dozen zombies. They're the ones who should be running. After saying that, he directly took out a sharp sword from the space, then he held the sword and instead of retreating, he charged directly at the dozen zombies. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, Lu Yang turned into a killing god. He carried out a one-sided massacre against the zombies. He just casually swung his sword, and the zombies' bodies were already separated. With 4 times the strength and speed of ordinary people, he was like a dragon among the zombies, going in and out 7 times without being stopped by anyone. Even the black blood spattered from the zombies could not wet a single piece of his clothing. In just one encounter, Lu Yang killed 7 or 8 zombies. The women were shocked to see this. Then, this expression of shock began to turn into adoration and excitement. They couldn't help but discuss it. Chen Ting said, my husband is so strong. He's so fast, so strong, so powerful, and that knife is so long, so big, and so sharp. It's amazing that he can kill a zombie with one blow. Chen Zi said, it's so fierce. Lu Yang's husband is really fierce. These zombies are no match for Lu Yang's husband. One zombie at a time, so strong. Chen Lixia said, how come I didn't realize how powerful Lu Yang was before? Damn, if I had known he was so powerful, I would have said yes when he confessed to me. Li Mengyao said, it's so safe to be protected by such a powerful man. Lu Yang's husband, come on. Kill all these zombies. After a few seconds, Lu Yang had already killed all the dozen or so zombies. He swung his big knife, instantly cleaning it of blood. Then, he returned to the women with ease. He said, okay, we can continue now. In the eyes of the women, who worshipped and admired him, Lu Yang strode directly forward, heading for the teacher's dormitory. Lu Yang didn't know. In the distance, on the roof of a school building, 4 men and a woman were watching what was happening downstairs. The man in the lead, wearing designer clothes and a gold watch, said, that son of a bitch is pretty fierce. He killed a dozen zombies in one fell swoop. And he was with 20-some female students. Can this son of a bitch handle it? Another strong man said, it's his weapon that's so powerful. He can cut off the head of a zombie with one swing. If I had a weapon that powerful, I could kill a dozen zombies too. Look. They've entered the teacher's dormitory. It seems that they're using the teacher's dormitory as their base camp. Judging from the guy's skills and strength, as well as the weapon in his hand, I seriously suspect that the food in the small supermarket and cafeteria was taken by this guy. Maybe it's all piled up in the teacher's dormitory. The man in charge said coldly, so as long as we kill him, the female students around him and the food he has collected will all be ours. If Lu Yang saw these people, he would definitely recognize them. The leader is Zhao Lei, the most famous rich second generation in the school. He is the richest student in the school. It is said that his family is rich and powerful. Even the principal has to give him a little face when he sees him. The burly man next to him is said to be the bodyguard arranged by his family. He usually studies in the same class as him just to protect his safety. He doesn't come to school to study, but to enjoy life. After all, he was born into a family that had already reached a height that no one else in the school could reach. When the apocalypse broke out, he brought his bodyguard and a few classmates to the roof of the school building to have a party. There were 5 men and 5 women. But when the apocalypse broke out, 1 man and 4 women all turned into zombies. Fortunately, his bodyguard was very agile and had received professional training, so he quickly killed the zombies and threw them down the stairs, so Zhao Lei was not in danger. On the contrary, because he brought a lot of food and drinks to the roof for the party, they were able to survive for several days without food. And a few days after the outbreak, they even went downstairs to look for food, but when they got to the supermarket and cafeteria, they found that the food was already empty. Now that he saw Lu Yang with 20 female classmates, he finally understood that Lu Yang must have taken all the food away, otherwise how could he support so many female classmates? Seeing Lu Yang take 20 female students to the teacher's dormitory made Zhao Lei very unhappy. As the most powerful second-generation heir in the school, I only have 1 woman by my side in the end times. How dare you, an ordinary student, have 20-odd women? What grade are you? How dare you be better than me? So I have to take it from him. Mr. Lei, don't worry. Now that we know his base camp, his supplies will be ours sooner or later. The burly man next to Zhao Lei said to Zhao Lei with great care. Zhao Lei nodded with a gloomy face, hurry up and make a plan. That son of a bitch actually dared to take over 20 female students. What's his reason? After that, he grabbed the only female student's hair roughly and said, I'm very angry right now. Then he said to the big man next to him, go and tell my sister Zhao Yuqing that we can change our base camp today. The teacher's dormitory and the food inside are all ours. Yes. Lei Xiao. The strong man nodded and then began to walk to the attic next to him. On the other side, Lu Yang had already brought 29 female classmates to the teacher's dormitory. Seeing that there were really no more zombies in the teacher's dormitory, the female students' faces suddenly showed expressions of shock. It's amazing that all the zombies were cleared out in less than a morning. My husband, you're so strong. That's great. Now I can finally sleep in a bed. And there's a kitchen and a bathroom. It's so convenient, it's like returning to a peaceful life. Lu Yang's husband, thank you for creating such a good environment for us. It's so rare to be able to restore such a life in the end times. Everyone thanked Lu Yang again. Lu Yang smiled and said, it's all trivial. Since you've agreed to be my women, I of course have to provide you with the best environment. Upon hearing this, all the women's faces suddenly turned red, and they said shyly, husband, you're so annoying. Chapter 26, I'm so moved I'm going to cry. Lu Yang said to the women, I will live on the first floor of the classroom dormitory, closest to the door, so that if there is an enemy invasion, I will be the first to discover and protect your safety. And you can choose where you want to live. Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, Li Mengyao immediately said, then I'll live in the dormitory across from you. It's so close to you, just a few steps away. You can come and find me anytime. After hearing Li Mengyao's choice, the other women finally reacted. What a close-to-the-water building with the first moon. This young and beautiful schoolgirl has a deep mind. Li Mangwa said, then I'll live in the dormitory next to Lu Yang. I'm afraid of zombies, so I want to be closer to Lu Yang. After hearing Li Meng's words, the other female classmates regretted it. The 2 school flowers reacted too quickly. They didn't have time to choose, and they were all taken by the school flowers. So the others also said, then I'll live next to Lu Yang's dormitory. Then I'll live across from him. I'll live next to him. Soon, all 29 female students had made their decision and all lived on the first floor, closest to Lu Yang's dormitory. Goodness. Lu Yang didn't expect the female students to be so enthusiastic. He originally thought that the girls would choose the 10th floor because the higher the floor, the safer it would be. If the zombies were to invade, they would first invade from the first floor. But he never imagined that all of them would choose to be near him. Lu Yang was a little confused. When did I become such a popular catch? He didn't know that the strength he had shown had already won over these women. After all, admiration for and worship of the strong are innate. At this time, Liu Yang was strong, fierce, and handsome. Which woman doesn't like him? After choosing their dormitory, the women began to organize themselves, saying, "Let's start cleaning the dormitory. Let's clean the entire dormitory building." Although Liu Yang used flying needles to kill the zombies, some blood was still spilled on the walls. Seeing this, the women naturally wanted to do something to help, so they spontaneously began to clean the dormitory. Li Meng said, "Yes. Okay. We'll divide into groups of 6, which will be just enough for 5 groups. This dormitory building has 10 floors, so each group will be responsible for 2 floors. There is one group missing a person, but that's okay. The group with one person missing will clean the first and second floors, which are closer to Liu Yang's husband. You will definitely be more motivated. What do you think of my proposal?" "That's great. I agree." Li Mangwa said, "That's great. I'll sign up to be the leader of the 5-person team." Li Mengyao said, "I want to join the 5-person team and clean the first and second floors." Chen Lixia, Chen Zi, and Chen Ting said, "Then I want to do it too. I want to be closer to Liu Yang's husband." The other 24 female classmates also wanted to clean the first and second floors, but although they had agreed to be Liu Yang's women, they had not yet had a substantive relationship, so they could not compare with Li Mengyao and Li Mang. They could only pout and go to the upstairs in their own groups. Most of these female students come from privileged families, and they are used to having everything done for them. But now they are all very motivated. Even Chen Lixia picked up a mop and scrubbed the floor hard in order to impress Liu Yang. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang was a bit moved. In the past, when I was pursuing Chen Lixia, I was the one who performed in front of him, but now, the other person has become my lapdog. It's really magical to think about it. When the girls had cleaned the entire dormitory, it was already 2 p.m. Everyone was tired and hungry. They gathered on the first floor again. Liu Yang looked at everyone, who were all sweating and panting, and said to them, "Thank you for your hard work." The teacher's dormitory was finally cleaned up, and from now on it would be our base camp. We haven't eaten lunch yet, so everyone go wash your hands and we can eat lunch. Today we're not eating bread or sausages, we're going straight to the hot pot. When they heard this, the girls' faces lit up with surprise. Really? We can have hot pot? Do we have fresh ingredients? Honey, you're not lying to us, are you? It's been so many days since the end of the world, how could there still be fresh ingredients? Liu Yang smiled. He took out a bag of 100 caddies of rice, a large bundle of fresh vegetables, some frozen pork and beef, an electric rice cooker, a wok, and even the hot pot base. Seeing this, the women were dumbfounded. In the end times, they were already very satisfied to be able to eat bread, sausages, and milk, but now Liu Yang was telling them they could eat hot pot? Oh my god! Isn't this too surprising? In the end times, they had been starving for days. Eating bread and sausage, they already felt like they were eating delicacies from the mountains and the sea. Eating hot pot was something they could only dream of. While others are starving to death, they can eat hot pot in the safety of the classroom dormitory. It's a complete treat. And they didn't have to worry about being robbed by bandits while eating hot pot and singing songs, because Liu Yang was strong enough that the women believed he could defeat any enemy. So the women got busy, preparing the ingredients for the hot pot, washing the pots, washing the vegetables, and cutting the meat. In no time at all, they had all the ingredients ready, and then they started cooking and eating hot pot. Because there were so many of them, some of them couldn't even sit down, and had to eat standing up. But even so, it didn't affect the joy on their faces, which came from the bottom of their hearts. Eating the hot pot and feeling the deliciousness of the beef slices, at this moment, they felt as if they had returned to the era of peace. They forgot the horrors of the end times and the difficulties they had encountered at the time, and they enjoyed the delicious food in their mouths, completing a spiritual and mental experience. Everyone had a happy and blissful expression on their faces. While eating, they said, "Liu Yang's husband, you are so good. To be able to eat such a delicious hot pot in the end times, it feels like we have returned to the era of peace. This feeling is like a dream. Yes, thanks to my husband, we can enjoy the few leisure moments we have. It's wonderful. Honey, you are so good to us, we are so touched that we are about to cry." Chapter 27, 2 Women for One Life. Looking at the admiring glances of the crowd, Lu Yang nodded and said, "Don't worry, follow me, Lu Yang, and your lives will get better and better in the future. Being my woman, you can only eat that, and not suffer." Mm. The women nodded in agreement. While everyone was happily eating hot pot, a group of uninvited guests had already sneaked up to the teacher's dormitory. Looking at the locked door, a man said, "Lei, wait a minute. I'll climb over the wall and open the door for you." Zhao Lei nodded. The burly man immediately ran to the wall. He took 3 steps on the wall, and his body soared to a height of more than 3 meters. He grabbed the top of the wall with both hands, then pulled hard with his hands, and the whole body jumped over the wall. The 2 students watching this scene couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Huang is awesome, his skills are even better than a special forces soldier." Zhao Lei said proudly, "It's not bad. You need to have this kind of ability. In peacetime, 100,000 yuan a month to hire him as a bodyguard is not a waste of money." The 2 immediately said in a flattering manner, "Brother Lei is still awesome, any bodyguard is so awesome. It is because we followed Brother Lei that we are still alive today. Otherwise, the end of the world would have been bad and we would have died long ago." Hearing the flattery of these 2 people, Zhao Lei was very pleased and couldn't help but lift his chin high, in an invincible posture. Soon, the gate to the teacher's dormitory was opened. The burly man surnamed Huang said to Zhao Lei, "Mr. Lei, you can come in now." Zhao Lei snorted a word from his nostrils and then walked in with a swagger. As soon as the door to the teacher's dormitory was opened, Lu Yang, with his keen hearing, had already sensed that someone had broken in. Zombies have a very low IQ and don't open doors at all. Not to mention the locked gate of the wall. It can only be opened from the inside. If it is forced from the outside, it will definitely make a lot of noise. So whoever broke in must be human. Lu Yang's face showed a look of vigilance as he said to the women who were eating hot pot, "You continue eating, I'm going to go outside to take care of some business." The women saw that Lu Yang's face was a little off, and realized that there might be something important. So they didn't say anything, just nodded. Lu Yang then went straight out the door and headed for the main entrance of the teacher's dormitory. As soon as he walked out of the teacher's dormitory building, before he even reached the gate of the wall, he saw the several burly men walking towards him. There were 4 men and 2 women. One of the women was wearing ragged clothes and her face was unkempt, but the other woman was dressed in a flashy and bright outfit, meticulously dressed, forming a sharp contrast. Lu Yang squinted at these people and asked coldly, "Who are you? Dare you break into my base camp and look for death?" Zhao Lei listened to Lu Yang's words, but his face showed a mocking expression. He said, "Kid, I just saw you bring dozens of women into this dormitory building, and the food in the supermarket and cafeteria should have been moved by you, right?" "That's right. The end of the world has just broken out, and you've already collected so many women and so much food. Are you planning to become the king of the school dormitory?" "Unfortunately, I, Lei Xiao, found out about it." "You're out of luck. I'll give you a chance. Hand over all your women and food, then get the hell out of here and I'll let you live." Lu Yang observed them, focusing his gaze on the burly man holding the metal baseball bat. There were 4 men and 2 women present. Only that man had some strength, and the other 3 men were weak, including that Lei Xiao. After roughly assessing the other party's strength, Lu Yang said coldly and arrogantly, "I didn't expect you to be such a nice person, and you even wanted to let me live. I'm different. All 4 of you men have to die, and the 2 women can stay and be my women." What a cocky guy, but he's just a student at this school, and he's just a little taller. I guess he's a jock? I used to be a professional mercenary. How dare you talk to our Lei Xiao like that? The burly man threatened Lu Yang. However, Lu Yang did not say a word. He just waved his hand gracefully. A steel needle turned into a black ray of light and shot at the opponent. Bang! A loud noise. The mercenary was instantly decapitated by Lu Yang. His body fell to the ground with a loud bang. One of his legs kept twitching for a few seconds before it stopped moving. A blood mist exploded in the air, and dense blood spots stained the faces of Zhao Lei and the others. They stood there, stunned. Shit! You shot Huang in the head? How did you do it? A sniper? Be careful, Lei. But the next second. Bang bang! 2 more crisp sounds, and the 2 Zhao Lei's followers also instantly exploded their heads, and their bodies fell into a pool of blood. At this point, Zhao Lei was so scared that a warm current ran down his legs and onto the ground, soaking his pant legs. This top second-generation rich kid was scared to death at this moment. The whole person kept shaking his legs and started fighting uncontrollably. A cold sweat had already appeared on his face, and his back was soaked with sweat. He looked at Liu Yang as if he were looking at a demon that had crawled out of hell. He killed 3 people with a single wave of his hand. This guy must have a partner, and the partner has a sniper rifle aimed right here. His waving of his hand was the signal to fire. Zhao Lei was completely dumbfounded. Suddenly, his knees went weak and he fell to the ground with a thud. His face was already covered in tears, and he kept begging Liu Yang for mercy. "Big brother, I'm sorry, big brother. Don't kill me, don't let him shoot. As long as you let me live, I'll give you whatever you want. My family is rich, we're the richest family in this school. I can give you whatever you want." Liu Yang smiled and said, "Huh? Why are you kneeling? I didn't tell you to kneel either. You were so arrogant just now. You said you were going to kill me, take my woman, and rob me of my food. What's going on now? Second-generation rich kid? You think you can do whatever you want because you have a mercenary bodyguard? In the end times, the rich kids of the past are useless. Now it's all about strength, and Liu Yang happens to have the blessing of the system, and is the strongest in this school." Zhao Lei knelt on the ground and kept bowing to Liu Yang. Where was the arrogance of a top-notch second-generation rich kid? When he entered the classroom and dormitory just now, he was full of vigor and spirit, thinking that he could crush Liu Yang, steal Liu Yang's woman, and steal Liu Yang's food. But now he is kneeling on the ground like a dog begging for mercy. In the end times, even if you were rich before, it's useless. Only the one with the bigger fist can live better. Bang bang bang. Zhao Lei said while kneeling. "Big brother, I know I was wrong. Big brother, I was blind and didn't recognize you. Just let me live. If you let me live, I'll give you both women. I'll trade these 2 women for my life. Is that enough?" Chapter 28, I don't eat beef, and you want me to be trustworthy? Zhao Yuqing reference figure. Hearing this, the 2 women next to Zhao Lei showed different expressions. The ragged woman looked indifferent. Before the end of the world, when there was no outbreak, Zhao Lei treated these women as sexual partners to vent his anger. The reason why they flocked to Zhao Lei was because they were attracted to each other's money. It can be said that each takes what they need. After the apocalypse, Zhao Lei became even more demanding, treating them like dogs. And what she got from Zhao Lei has since become food. Now even if she is sold to Liu Yang by Zhao Lei, she doesn't care, as long as Liu Yang can provide her with food. She just wants to live, and she really doesn't care who plays with her. But the other woman, who was dressed in a flashy outfit, was different. She is not Zhao Lei's girlfriend, but his younger sister, Zhao Yuqing. When she heard that Zhao Lei was going to give herself to a man she didn't know, she was furious. She shouted at Zhao Lei, "Zhao Lei! What are you talking about? I'm your own sister, and you're actually saying you're going to give me to someone else in exchange for your life? What do you mean?" Zhao Lei didn't feel anything, so he said directly, "Zhao Yuqing, this is a matter of life and death. Can't you sacrifice yourself to save your brother? If you follow him, he won't kill you. At most, he'll let you sleep with him. Isn't that innocent? How much is it worth? In peacetime, 10,000 yuan can get an inexperienced female college student. Can 10,000 yuan be worth your brother's life?" Zhao Lei's words took Zhao Yuqing by surprise, and her eyes instantly filled with tears. The hot tears flowed down her delicate cheeks and onto the ground. "I never thought my brother would think like this. With a strange man in the end times? The consequences are unimaginable. Maybe after being tired of playing with him, he would be killed and eaten." She burst into tears. "You bastard, Zhao Lei, you deserve to die. I'm not going to sacrifice myself to save you." Seeing the 2 siblings turn against each other, Liu Yang's face revealed a sneer. He said to Zhao Lei's sister, "Your brother's proposal is not bad. As long as you agree to be my woman, I can let him go. What do you think?" Zhao Lei's eyes filled with hope at the sound of Liu Yang's words, and he said directly to Zhao Yuqing, "Promise him quickly, good sister, promise him quickly. As long as you promise to be his woman, he will let me go. He has taken all the food from the school's small supermarket and cafeteria, and you will be eating and drinking well with him, you will never go hungry. Promise him quickly. Faced with Zhao Lei's aggressive behavior, Zhao Yuqing was in tears and almost collapsed. She kept shaking her head and said, I don't want to, I don't want to. I don't want to sell my body. Lu Yang showed an impatient expression and directly took out his machete and placed it on Zhao Lei's neck and said, very well, since you don't want it, I'll just chop him up first. He then raised the knife high in the air. Zhao Lei was scared out of his wits and kept saying, Big brother, don't kill me, big brother, please, big brother. Yuqing, you have to agree to him quickly. Even if I beg you, you have to agree to him quickly. Zhao Yuqing was full of tears, but when he saw his brother's terrified expression and the severed head of the family, he finally softened his heart and nodded. He said, okay, don't kill him. I promise to be your woman. At this time, Lu Yang had also received a system prompt, ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully rescuing the girl. You have earned a system reward, new skill, soul control. After receiving this prompt, Lu Yang was overjoyed. Finally, he had gained a new skill. He then raised the knife high in the air. Seeing this, Zhao Lei was suddenly anxious and hurriedly said, Big brother, what are you doing? My sister has already agreed to be your woman, why are you still holding the knife? Don't kill me, you have to keep your promise. Lu Yang said with a sneer, I don't even eat beef anymore, and you're telling me to keep my word? In the end times, what can you do with your word? He then slashed down with the knife. Ha, you dare to think about your own food and your own woman, and you still want to live? Swish. Zhao Lei's head fell to the ground in an instant. Zhao Yuqing, who was standing next to him, was so scared that she let out a scream. Ah! Brother! Brother! Although Zhao Lei sold her directly to Lu Yang at a critical moment, she was very angry, but deep down in her heart, she still didn't want her own brother to be killed. So at the last moment, she agreed to be Lu Yang's woman, but she didn't expect that even if she agreed, she couldn't save her brother Zhao Lei's life. Zhao Yuqing's screams attracted the zombies outside, who kept attacking the iron gate of the teacher's dormitory wall. Lu Yang said coldly, shut up, or I'll throw you out to feed the zombies. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuqing was instantly scared and covered her mouth with her hand. Then, Lu Yang asked the woman next to him, who was dirty and unkempt, would you like to stay and be my woman? The woman's face showed a look of being flattered, and she quickly nodded and said, I'm willing. I'm willing. At this moment, Lu Yang also received a system prompt, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully saving the girl. All basic attributes have been increased by 10 points. After receiving this prompt, Lu Yang also scanned the system and looked at the other person's information. He frowned. Although this woman's appearance and body score were both over 80 points. Has more than 3 viruses? What the hell? Lu Yang may be immune to the zombie virus, but he is not immune to the virus in a woman. He shook his head and said, you better get out of here. I'm not taking in any virus carriers. After hearing Lu Yang's words, the woman's face showed a look of fear and said, please, let me stay. There are zombies outside. If you drive me away, aren't you asking me to die? As long as you are willing to take me in, I will do whatever you want. I can serve you. Lu Yang waved his hand, I don't need a woman, but I don't take in just anyone. You don't want to leave now, that's fine. Since you've given me a reward, when I kill the zombies outside tomorrow, you can leave. Lu Yang then ignored her and focused on his new skill, reading the description. Soul Control, Level 1, place your finger on the other person's forehead for 1 minute. As long as your mental power is greater than that of the other person, you can complete the soul control. The person under your soul control will obey your orders unconditionally and become your most loyal servant. Chapter 29, Acquiring New Skills. After reading the description of this skill, Lu Yang was suddenly excited. Can you directly control others from the soul, make them obey you 100% and become your most loyal servants? This skill is too awesome. Lu Yang looked at Zhao Yuqing, who was crying. He had just killed his own brother, and she probably hated him to the core of her heart and had already planted the seeds of hatred. Even if she obeys me now, she might betray me once she gets the chance. Lu Yang didn't want to have a time bomb next to her. So it would be a good idea to use her to test the soul control skill. So Lu Yang extended 2 fingers and walked towards the other party. Seeing Lu Yang walking towards her step by step, Zhao Yuqing was scared out of her wits. She kept backing away, her face showing a look of fear, and said to Lu Yang, "What do you want? Don't come any closer. I clearly agreed to be your woman. And you killed my brother. Now what do you want? If you don't want to die, shut up and don't move." Lu Yang said to the other party in a fierce manner. Seeing Lu Yang's appearance, Zhao Yuqing was instantly terrified, shrinking in place and not daring to move. A minute later, Lu Yang received a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations, the host's soul control has been successfully cast. The other party has become your most loyal servant. As soon as she saw this, Lu Yang was completely excited. At this moment, Zhao Yuqing's eyes were already full of obedience and admiration when she looked at Lu Yang. It was as if Lu Yang was the master she would follow for the rest of her life. Seeing this, Lu Yang was a little disbelieving. This skill is awesome. It can directly control others from the soul, even enemies, and turn them into friends and servants. In that case, if I can control them successfully, the other party will be 100% willing to submit to me, and I will get 100% of the system rewards? I won't have to threaten people with food or life to make them my women anymore. With this soul control skill, I will be much more efficient in getting rewards. Of course, this skill is not completely without any restrictions. The first prerequisite for success is to place your finger on the other person's forehead for 1 minute. Unless you are stronger than the other person and can control them, no one will let you put your finger on their forehead for a minute. Another condition is that your spiritual power must be greater than that of the other person. If the opponent's spiritual power is greater than yours, then your skill will also fail. In general, this skill can only control people who are weaker than you, and it can never control people who are stronger than you. But even with these limitations, for Lu Yang, this skill is already completely sufficient. As long as he uses it on women, he can quickly get system rewards. At this moment, Lu Yang's eyes were full of admiration and obedience. She said to Lu Yang, "Lu Yang, I am at your service." Looking at the delicate features of her face, she was full of obedience, showing a submissive expression. She looked a little shy and a little seductive. Lu Yang scanned the other party with the system. The information about the other person appeared in his mind. Name, Zhao Yuqing. Age, 18. Height, 166. Weight, 46 kilograms. Appearance score, 90 points. Body score, 93 points. When she saw these figures, Lu Yang was a little surprised. She didn't expect the other person's appearance and figure scores to be over 90 points, and even higher than Chen Lixia. And since the other person is a top-notch rich kid, in addition to having someone take care of him, he probably takes good care of his skin and appearance. So the other person's skin is as tender as a baby's, and you can't help but want to pinch it. What made Lu Yang feel even more rare was that although his brother Zhang Lei was a dissolute person, Zhao Yuqing was actually an innocent girl. Compared to the woman next to her, who was full of viruses, she was pure as a white lotus. Lu Yang was very satisfied with this Zhao Yuqing. Not only does she provide him with such a powerful skill, she is also a very high-quality childbearing partner. This is really great. Lu Yang smiled and touched the other person's head, saying, "Be good, don't call me an adult, call me husband." Hearing Lu Yang's words, Zhao Yuqing was flattered, and her face instantly turned red. And said with a shy expression on her face and her head bowed, "Okay, okay. I know, honey." Lu Yang nodded. He said, "Okay, let's go back to the classroom dormitory. I'll find you a room to stay in." Then he turned to the other pathogen woman and said, "As for you, just stay downstairs for 1 night. Tomorrow, when I've dealt with all the zombies outside, you should leave quickly." Lu Yang then took Zhao Yuqing back to the teacher's dormitory. At this moment, Li Mengyao and the others were still eating hot pot. When they saw Lu Yang return with a new woman by his side, they all showed a surprised expression on their faces and said, "Wow, Lu Yang, you went out for a hot pot and brought back such a beautiful sister. You're so lucky." Chen Lixia also said, "It seems that you have a lot of luck with women. In these few days since the end of the world, you haven't met many men, but you found dozens of women." Chen Zi said, "Come over and have dinner with us. The hot pot tastes really good today." Chen Ting said, "Yes, let's eat together. It's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks." Zhao Yuqing also didn't expect that Lu Yang had hidden dozens of women in the classroom dormitory. This surprised her a little. And seeing everyone so enthusiastic about her, Zhao Yuqing was a little uncomfortable. She blushed and said, "Thank you all, I'm not hungry." Lu Yang said, "This is Zhao Yuqing, a female classmate I just brought back. She will live with us here in the future, so let's get along well." The women all smiled and said, "Don't worry, we won't bully the new girl." Lu Yang nodded and said to Zhao Yuqing, "Okay, you can join us for dinner." Hearing Lu Yang say that, Zhao Yuqing couldn't refuse anymore, so she blushed and took a pair of chopsticks and sat down next to everyone, eating hot pot together and smiling happily. Everyone chatted with each other, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Chapter 30: Collecting steel and gasoline to prepare for the evacuation plan. After eating the hot pot, the women began to scramble to clean up the dishes and wash the pots and pans. One by one, they had all become familiar with housework and had become housewives, and they were busy and happy. They all wanted to show off in front of Lu Yang. They hoped to get a reward from Lu Yang. After finishing the work, they lingered in Lu Yang's room, reluctant to leave. At this time, Lu Yang said, "You can go back to your room and sleep." "Oh, okay." Everyone looked a little disappointed, and then one by one they left Lu Yang's room. Zhao Yuqing's face showed a surprised expression. The next day, Lu Yang got up feeling refreshed. After she had just finished washing up, Chen Zi came in with breakfast. It turned out that they had gotten up early to make lean meat porridge for Lu Yang to drink. Lu Yang took a sip of the porridge and showed a satisfied expression, praising, "This porridge is well made and very delicious. You girls have been spoiled, I didn't think you could make porridge?" Chen Zi blushed and said, "There is a porridge option on the rice cooker." Lu Yang nodded. Then she went out. "It's time to start today's plan." Lu Yang walked out of the dormitory building and came to the open space between the building and the wall, where several bodies were still lying at this moment. That was Zhao Lei and his men, as well as his bodyguards. At this time, the women in the dormitory also came out and were stunned when they saw the scene outside. It turned out that there was such a big battle outside last night, with so many intruders, but Lu Yang killed them all. There was no peace and quiet, just Lu Yang fighting off the invaders. For them. Seeing this scene, they all showed a look of emotion on their faces. Zhao Yuqing looked at her brother Zhao Lei's stiff, headless body lying on the ground, and her face didn't even show any emotion. Lu Yang was amazed. This mind control was so powerful that it could directly deprive the other person of their family ties? At this time, the ragged woman who had been outside last night also came over. She begged Lu Yang, "Brother, please let me stay. I can be your servant and take care of you in your woman's daily life. Just give me something to eat." Lu Yang still shook his head. He dared not keep the biological mother, for fear that his own woman would be infected, and what would he do then? The women around him were all white as snow, with zero charge. "You can't let one bad apple spoil the whole barrel." He replied, "No, Lu Yang is not any woman will accept. I will then kill all the zombies at the door. You quickly roll, the farther away from this school the better. The next time I see you, you will be the same as Zhao Lei and they were beheaded." The woman, with her ragged clothes, tangled hair and dirty face, was shocked by Lu Yang's cold expression. In the end, she could only nod and follow Lu Yang. Lu Yang then opened the iron gate and walked out. Outside the door were dozens of zombies who had been attracted by the fighting between Lu Yang and Zhao Lei the night before. As soon as they saw the iron gate open, they pounced on it like crazy. Lu Yang instantly took out a steel needle from the dark space, and then gave a look. Whoosh! The flying needle instantly turned into a stream of light, shuttling through the zombies, blasting them all in the head. In less than a second, Lu Yang had killed more than 30 zombies. Seeing this, the ragged woman was instantly terrified. She didn't understand how Lu Yang was able to instantly blow the heads off dozens of zombies. In the blink of an eye, all the zombies fell to the ground. She knew that this man was definitely the best in the world. Unfortunately, because she didn't keep herself clean, she would never be able to hold on to this thigh. When she thought about this, she felt remorseful. In peacetime, she shouldn't have gone after Zhao Lei, a rich second generation, for a little money and become a plaything for him. Unfortunately, it is too late to regret it now. "Get out of here," Lu Yang said coldly to the biochemical mother. The woman had no choice but to run away. Lu Yang, on the other hand, began today's plan to empty the campus. But before the plan, he used his iron control ability to raise the walls of the teacher's dormitory to 5 meters high with metal, and at the top of the wall, he created very sharp, 10 centimeter long steel spikes, densely covering the wall to prevent people from climbing in. This way, it won't happen again that someone climbs the wall to open the door like last night. After all this, Liu Yang began to move. He first went to the school gate and found that the two guards in the security booth had turned into zombies. Liu Yang used a flying needle to blow their heads off. Then Liu Yang opened the door and walked out. This was the first time he had seen the scene outside the school after the outbreak of the apocalypse. The 4-lane road in front of the school was blocked by abandoned cars. At the outbreak of the apocalypse, many people chose to escape by car. However, some people became zombies while driving, so the cars quickly got out of control. There were countless car accidents on the road, and then the road began to collapse, blocked by all these cars. Those car owners who did not turn into zombies were blocked on the road with nowhere to escape, and they were also bitten to death by the car owners who had turned into zombies. Looking at these abandoned cars, Liu Yang's mind twitched, and in an instant, he turned the cars into flowing steel. Then, he controlled the steel into square ingots. Soon, all the steel from a car was collected by Liu Yang and turned into steel ingots measuring about 0.5 meters by 0.5 meters by 0.5 meters. Looking at the steel ingot floating in the air, Liu Yang said with emotion, "So that's all the steel in a car? 0.5 times 0.5 times 0.5 is equal to 0.125 cubic meters. And 1 cubic meter of steel is 7.85 tons, which means that the steel collected from one car is 0.125 times 7.8 is equal to 0.975 tons. A car can provide me with almost a ton of steel, which is a very important raw material for me. I can use it to expand my base and even build airplanes, tanks, and aircraft carriers. And after they are turned into steel ingots and stored in the dark space, they don't take up any space at all. My dark space is now 40 times 40 times 40 is equal to 64,000 cubic meters, and if I use it all to store steel ingots, I can store 64,000 cubic meters of steel ingots, which is equivalent to 64,000 times 7.85 is equal to 502,400 tons. With so many steel ingots, I can build 5 aircraft carriers." So Liu Yang, with an excited look on his face, kept turning cars into steel ingots and storing them in his dark space. The fuel tanks in the cars were also collected directly into the dark space. Each car had dozens of liters of gasoline. This gasoline was also a very important raw material in the end times. So Liu Yang began to collect the steel from the cars and turn it into steel ingots, and then he took the fuel tanks from the cars. Soon, all the dozens of cars at the school gate were collected by Liu Yang. Then Liu Yang walked all the way forward. Everywhere he went, the cars were all disassembled, and the steel was turned into steel ingots that flowed like water, which Liu Yang collected. He walked all the way to the gas station 1 kilometer away from the school. By this time, Liu Yang had collected the steel from hundreds of cars, and there were hundreds of car fuel tanks in his dark space. When he arrived at the gas station, Liu Yang looked at the underground storage tanks and said, "The gas station's oil storage device is an underground oil storage tank, which is also made of steel." Liu Yang then waved his hand. Ka ka ka. The ground of the gas station began to make a cracking sound, and countless spider web-like cracks began to spread in the distance. Then, 6 huge oil tanks broke through the concrete floor directly from underground and rose slowly. Each oil tank has a capacity of 1,000 liters. 6 huge storage tanks are 6,000 liters. Liu Yang filled his dark space with all 6,000 liters of gasoline. The fuel tank he collected from the car also had thousands of liters of gasoline. Together, he had more than 10,000 liters of gasoline. This is extremely important fuel in the end times. And if he encounters cars on the road in the future, he can continue to do the same thing and collect steel and gasoline. Liu Yang's resources will only continue to grow. After all this, Liu Yang nodded with satisfaction. This time, I've really got a lot. Not only did I get hundreds of tons of steel, but I also got tens of thousands of liters of gasoline. Now I can start my emptying plan. Chapter 31, Clearing the School to Gain a Safe Zone. Liu Yang returned from the gas station to the school. He used the steel from the dark space to make 2 giant steel gongs, and then controlled the 2 steel gongs to float in the air and crash into each other. Bang! A loud sound of gongs echoed throughout the school. Hearing this loud sound, the zombies immediately came out from all corners of the school. Liu Yang activated his invisibility skill and controlled the floating gongs as he began to walk around the school. From a distance, all you can see are 2 giant gongs ringing in the air. The zombies under the gongs are gathering in ever-increasing numbers, forming a dark mass of tens of thousands. Lu Yang's school has about 30,000 students. At the outbreak of the apocalypse, in addition to those who were eaten or escaped, there were at least 20,000 more who became zombies. If all 20,000 zombies are killed, Lu Yang will get more than 2,000 attribute points. This will allow Lu Yang to increase his base strength several times over. Therefore, in addition to providing a safe refuge for himself, emptying the campus can also enhance his own strength. This is why Lu Yang is so eager to do this. Soon, more and more zombies gathered behind the two gongs. Lu Yang looked at them and decided to control the two gongs to fly out of the school gate. He flew up to the top of the gas station, and then the two gongs started to ring non-stop. The zombies in the school also came out in an orderly manner, constantly approaching there, and even the zombies in the nearby residential buildings were attracted and all came over. The survivors in the residential buildings were attracted by the loud noise outside and peered out of the windows to see what was going on. A man and a woman in one of the houses saw this scene and were shocked. The man said, "What's going on? Why are there two gongs in the air that are constantly being struck? More and more zombies are being attracted. My God, there are at least 20,000 to 30,000 zombies gathered there." The young woman also said, "Just as we ran out of food at home, now the zombies are attracted there, so we can take this opportunity to go to the convenience store downstairs to collect food." The man said, "That's right, this is the best opportunity for us to collect supplies. I don't know if the two gongs are controlled by humans or what, it's really strange. Never mind whether it's strange or not, let's hurry downstairs and find food." So the two quickly picked up their backpacks and ran downstairs to start collecting food during this time. At this time, Lu Yang was still in stealth mode. He saw that the number of zombies gathering at the gas station was increasing, and even the zombies in the nearby residential buildings were attracted out by themselves. Lu Yang's face showed an excited expression. He said very excitedly, "Great! There are more than 30,000 zombies gathered here. If I can kill them all this time, I will get more than 3,000 attribute points." Seeing that the zombies had gathered almost enough, Lu Yang took out a dozen car fuel tanks from the dark space, then wrapped steel around the tanks, and then controlled the steel to fly in the air, pouring the oil from the tanks evenly onto the zombies. The zombies looked at the falling gasoline and had no idea what it was. They kept moving toward the sound of the gong, pushing each other and even starting to stampede. Once a zombie fell to the ground, it would be trampled on by its companions. Seeing that they were gathering in greater and greater numbers, Lu Yang took out a lighter directly. Then a raging fire began to engulf all the zombies. Boom! The flames kept burning, and with the help of the gasoline, a huge fire started to burn on all the zombies. However, the zombies didn't seem to feel anything, and kept on rushing towards the place where the gong was ringing. Some of the zombies began to crackle and pop as they burned, and the smell of burning flesh began to fill the air. Let them burn here. It's time to go back to the school and check every corner of the school to see if there are any zombies left. If there are any, kill them all. The whole school will be cleared. After returning to the school, Lu Yang lifted his invisibility cloak, and then used the steel he had collected in the dark space to raise the entire school wall to 5 meters high, and created sharp steel spikes on the top of the wall to prevent others from climbing over it. Lu Yang then began to check every building, every classroom, and even every corner of the school. It took him an entire morning to eliminate the remaining zombies. At this point, all the zombies in the entire school had been cleared out by Lu Yang. So Lu Yang returned to the teacher's dormitory. It was already noon, and the women had started cooking. As soon as they saw Lu Yang, they all had happy expressions on their faces. They all gathered around and said to Lu Yang, "Lu Yang, you're finally back. Wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Our food is almost ready. We haven't cooked before, so today is just an experiment. If it's not good, don't be mad at me, honey. This is just like when we served you in your room, it's the first time for us too." Lu Yang smiled and touched their heads, saying, "It's fine as long as it's not dark food that can kill people." Soon, the food was served. The first dish to be served was a seaweed and egg soup. It looked good. Lu Yang took a sip of the soup directly with a spoon and drank it down. The women's faces immediately showed nervous expressions, waiting for Lu Yang's next comment. Lu Yang smacked his lips and said, "It's not bad, it's pretty good." "Oh, that's great." Chen Zi's whole face lit up with excitement, and she jumped up happily. It turned out that Chen Zi made the seaweed and egg soup. She said excitedly, "It's great that you like it, honey. From now on, I'll make soup for you every day. Chen Ting then said, honey, try this dish of stir-fried beef with green peppers. Lu Yang nodded and put a piece of beef in his mouth. He said with a look of appreciation on his face, very good, the heat is just right, the beef is neither too old nor too tender, it tastes great. Chen Ting also immediately showed a happy expression. Lu Yang was busy outside looking for food and supplies for their living. They stayed in the teacher's dormitory and were able to cook a meal that Lu Yang liked, which was also a realization of their own value. They were of course very happy to see Lu Yang like the food they made. Chapter 32, The Class Flower of Class 4? Wang Yuhan Reference Figure. After lunch, Lu Yang said to the women, now that the zombies on the entire campus have been cleared out by me, that means the entire campus is in a safe zone, and the school's walls have been raised to over 5 meters high, so ordinary people absolutely can't climb in. You can now move freely on this campus. Hearing this, all the women's faces showed expressions of surprise. The entire campus is clear of zombies? There are more than 30,000 students in this school who have turned into zombies, at least 20,000. Honey, you used only one morning to clear the school of all the zombies. How did you do it? Yes. Even if there were tens of thousands of zombies lined up to be killed, it would take a few days, right? What method did you use, honey? How did you manage to kill them all in one morning? Li Mengyao kissed Lu Yang on the cheek and said, I knew that Lu Yang's husband was the best. Not only is he strong, but he's also fast. It's amazing that he killed tens of thousands of zombies in the morning. Li Mange said, does that mean we can move around freely in the school, go to the playground to run and play ball, and play whatever we want? We don't have to worry about being attacked by zombies anymore, and we don't have to stay in the dormitory all the time and be afraid to go out? Lu Yang nodded and said, that's right. You can move freely on campus. I've already raised the wall and it's no longer open work, so you can't see what's going on inside, but try not to get too close to the gate. After hearing Lu Yang's words, the girls nodded repeatedly. They said, yes, we know. We are already very happy to be able to move freely on campus, and we will definitely not do anything dangerous. Those zombies are so scary, we don't want them to see us. You know that. Lu Yang nodded and said. Lu Yang then took a nap. When it was time for dinner, the female students began to busily prepare dinner. After they were done, they respectfully called Lu Yang to come eat. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang felt a little enjoyment. At the end of the world, Lu Yang was just a poor student, and he had no parents, so he could only work hard to earn money to eat. In order to get free meals, he would usually help out in the cafeteria, washing dishes, serving food, and preparing dishes. 10 yuan an hour, 20 yuan a day, plus free lunch and dinner, which saved money on meals. As long as he kept his expenses low, he could live a comfortable life. There were many people who wanted to do this kind of work. However, Lu Yang stood out from the crowd of poor students with his physical fitness and hard work. The canteen preferred to hire Lu Yang, who was strong and healthy. Who would have thought that after the apocalypse, these beautiful female students with perfect figures would actually compete to cook for themselves, and be afraid that the food they made would not be to their liking? This feeling is really fantastic. After dinner, Lu Yang looked at the female students. A total of 30 beautiful female students have been rewarded by him, but the only ones with whom he has had a real relationship are Chen Lixia, Chen Zi, Chen Ting, Li Mengyao, and Li Mange, Xiao Yuqing, 6 people only. The remaining 24 people have not had any in-depth communication with him yet. Looking at the figures cooking, Lu Yang swept past one by one. These 24 female students were all well built, with delicate facial features, and were comparable to Chen Zi and the others. The only ugly girl, a fat girl, has already been thrown out by Lu Yang to feed the zombies. The remaining 24 are all top-notch. Some of them even look like Chen Lixia, probably the most beautiful girl in the class. So, Lu Yang asked one of them, "What's your name?" To his shame, these people had already agreed to be Lu Yang's women, and Lu Yang had even taken away their rewards, but Lu Yang didn't even know their names, let alone communicate with them intimately. The female student was flattered when she heard Lu Yang's words. But before she could say anything, Chen Lixia said, "This is Wang Yuhan, the class flower of class 4. She was very famous at school, and there were at least 80 boys who pursued her. The most famous thing was that a boy knelt outside the girls' dormitory for 3 whole hours in order to pursue her, and Wang Yuhan never even showed up. She is also a very cold-hearted class flower." After hearing Chen Lishao's words, Wang Yuhan, with a little red face, said, "No, I didn't. She's not cold at all. It's just that dog-licking guy always licked me, and I couldn't do anything about it. I had already rejected him, but he still wouldn't let go. I could only shut the door and not see him. As for him kneeling for a few hours, what does that have to do with me? I didn't tell him to kneel." Chen Lixia smiled wickedly and said, "Oh, yes, yes. Of course, she is not cold to Lu Yang's husband, but she is cold to other men to death. Hey, Lixia, you're so annoying." Wang Yuhan's face turned red like an apple. After listening to Chen Lixia's words, Lu Yang nodded and said, "Wang Yuhan, the class flower of class 4, right? Very good, come to my room tonight and we'll have a good chat." As soon as she heard this, Wang Yuhan's face turned even redder. Soon, the delicious food was served. Lu Yang sat at the table and soon a female classmate helped him with his food, chopsticks and spoon, serving him very well. To be able to eat such a delicious meal in the end times, and to have someone help you with the food, chopsticks, and bowl, is truly a great treat. After dinner, everyone began to clean up. Lu Yang was waiting for Wang Yuhan in his room, lying on his bed. Soon his door was knocked on. Lu Yang's face began to show an expression of anticipation, and he said to the door, "Come in." Creak. The door opened. Wang Yuhan, the tall, plump, fair-skinned and smooth-skinned beauty queen, walked in. At this point, the other person had already taken a shower and changed into a clean set of clothes. As soon as she walked into Lu Yang's room, Lu Yang could smell the fragrance in the air, which was very pleasant. Chapter 33, Killing Zombies and Strengthening Attributes to Become a Little Superman. On the second day, Lu Yang woke up early in the morning. At this time, Lu Yang also received a system prompt in his mind. "Congratulations, host, you have killed 28,000 zombies and earned 2,800 attribute points." After receiving this message, Lu Yang suddenly became happy. "Good boy. Did you burn 28,000 zombies yesterday?" 2,800 base attributes are divided into 4 parts, each of which can be divided into 700 points. Lu Yang looked at his basic attributes. Thanks to the bonus he received from the biogenic mother, all of his attributes had been increased by 10 points. His 4 basic attributes are now 210. Add the 700 and it's 910. The average person's attributes are 50. 910 divided by 50 is equal to 18.2. In other words, Lu Yang's basic attributes are now 18.2 times those of an ordinary person. He has 18 times the strength, 18 times the speed, 18 times the physical strength and 18 times the mental strength of an ordinary person. It can be said that he has become a little Superman. Lu Yang clenched his fists, feeling full of strength, and a confident look appeared on his face. It's time to start today's activities. Today is the 8th day of the apocalypse. Most of the people who were trapped have already starved to death. Those who haven't probably can't wait any longer and are already searching for food. Lu Yang also continues to prepare for action. Since the food in the school's small supermarket and cafeteria has already been collected, the next step is to collect food from the large supermarket outside the school. There is a large supermarket just 2 kilometers away from the school. The large supermarket has a lot of traffic. When the apocalypse broke out, it is estimated that many people became zombies, making it a very dangerous place. Most people would not dare to go in to collect food, unless they could form a team of dozens of people, then they might be able to venture in. However, it is only the beginning of the end of the world, and everyone is too busy trying to survive to form a team. Therefore, it is the right choice to take everything from the supermarket before others realize what is going on. So, after eating breakfast, Lu Yang went straight out the door. With 18 times the base attributes of ordinary people, Lu Yang felt invincible. Zombies? To him, they were just grass waiting to be cut. Lu Yang walked straight out of the school gate and began walking towards the supermarket, which was 2 kilometers away. Along the way, he saw abandoned cars on the side of the road, and he collected the steel and fuel tanks from the cars and brought them to his dark space. These are all very useful resources, and Lu Yang will not let them go. Moreover, his mental power has reached 18 times that of an ordinary person, and he has become more skilled at using the skill of controlling steel. He can even control steel from a greater distance, reaching tens of thousands of meters. Who can stop a headshot steel needle that is 10,000 meters away? At the same time, he can also control larger and heavier pieces of steel. If he is given a blueprint for an airplane, he can even build it with his bare hands. On the way, Liu Yang encountered some scattered zombies who attacked him. He used flying needles to attack them, instantly decapitating them. No matter how fierce the zombies are, they can't get within 100 meters of him. As soon as they appear in his field of vision, they die instantly. The flying needles that can headshot 100% are no joke. As Liu Yang walked forward, the flying needles attacked the zombies in his field of vision, and the surrounding cars began to turn into flowing steel, merging into huge steel ingots and entering his dark space. If someone else were to see this scene, they would probably drop their eyes in shock. Liu Yang's actions are almost like a miracle. Just a few hundred meters from the supermarket, an unusual situation suddenly appeared. A group of zombies suddenly attacked a huge white tiger. The white tiger was huge, twice the size of an ordinary tiger. It weighed an estimated 1,000 pounds. She roared continuously, and every claw could knock a zombie flying, but after flying more than 10 meters, the zombies would get up and continue to attack her. As the sounds of the battle and the white tiger's own roars continued to echo, more and more zombies gathered there. When Liu Yang saw the scene, there were already dozens of zombies surrounding the white tiger and attacking it. These zombies are fearless of pain. Even if they lose their limbs, they will crawl to their enemies. Although the white tiger was brave, it had been bitten many times, and its silky white fur had begun to turn red. Numerous red marks appeared on its body. Seeing this, Liu Yang showed an interested expression. He muttered to himself, "That white tiger is really stupid." The first thing to do when faced with a zombie is to run away, but she actually fought these living dead. However, she was bitten so many times, how come she didn't turn into a zombie? Could it be that the zombie virus is ineffective on animals? No. I just killed a zombie dog. With a puzzled look, Liu Yang moved closer again. This time he discovered something new. Every time the white tiger slaps, it can actually produce thick ice on the zombies. For example, if she slaps the zombie on the chest, a few centimeters of ice will instantly form on the chest. If she slaps it on the head, it will instantly freeze the zombie's head into an ice ball. Liu Yang was shocked. This tiger actually has the attribute of ice? Could it be that it is a mutant tiger? The reason it is not afraid of the zombie virus is because it is also a mutant? Just as Liu Yang was shocked, he suddenly noticed that one of the zombies in the group of zombies did not attack the white tiger without thinking, but instead, he somehow got an iron rod and directly hit the white tiger on the leg with it. Roar! The white tiger let out a roar of anger and pain, then pounced at the other, but the zombie unexpectedly dodged the attack by jumping backwards. Seeing this, Liu Yang was even more shocked. He couldn't help but say, "What's going on with that zombie? Not only can it use weapons, it can even dodge attacks?" For zombies, they are only controlled by their hunting instincts, and they will blindly attack, or even use their teeth or claws. How can a zombie be so smart? And its movements and speed are also faster than other zombies. Could it be that zombies have also been upgraded? Is this a second-level zombie? Just as Liu Yang was shocked, the second-level zombie actually began to use tactics, allowing the ordinary zombies to first surround the white tiger. When the white tiger focused its attention on the other ordinary zombies, he attacked from the side. Another blow landed on the other leg of the white tiger, knocking it out of balance and causing it to fall to its knees. When she stood up again, that leg began to tremble in pain. It was clear that the second-level zombie was very powerful and had caused serious damage to the white tiger's leg. Roar! The white tiger let out a roar, but it was just a helpless rage. The intelligence of the second-level zombie seems to be higher than that of the convenient white tiger. It played with the white tiger between the applause and took it at will. If this continues, the white tiger will be exhausted to death sooner or later. Chapter 34, Saving the White Tiger, a Bold Idea. It has to be said that the zombies' leg-chopping tactics were very effective, and the white tiger's movement speed was getting slower and slower. Both hind legs had been badly swollen by his thick iron rod. Now white tiger can only lean against a building and use her front paws to attack the zombies, desperately putting up a fight. However, the number of zombies surrounding her was increasing, and the blood stains on her body were also increasing. The blood that was dripping onto the ground was beginning to flow. Although her roar was angry, it was getting weaker and weaker. Liu Yang could see it. Under the siege of these zombies, the white tiger will be killed by them in less than half an hour. Lu Yang shook his head and said, "Poor white tiger, it's already starting to lose. I guess this white tiger escaped from the nearby zoo." When the apocalypse broke out, it also mutated and escaped from the zoo, but it didn't expect to still be surrounded by zombies. "If I don't save her, she'll die here. It's almost time to act." Lu Yang rushed forward with his broadsword in hand. When the zombies saw a human coming, several of them rushed directly at Lu Yang. However, Lu Yang's face revealed a sneer, and then he swung his sword. Swish! The fastest zombie fell to the ground in an instant. Then there were several more slashes. Swish, swish, swish. The bodies of the zombies were all separated. Then Lu Yang rushed into the crowd of zombies, transforming into a killing god, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. After a few seconds, he had beheaded more than 30 zombies. The only remaining second-level zombies saw this and ran away. Lu Yang finally realized the strength of this second-level warrior. He was fast, twice as fast as an ordinary person. But he was still too weak in front of my 18 times faster speed. Lu Yang gave a glance. A steel needle flew out at high speed, turning into a stream of light and shooting directly at the fleeing second-level zombie. Then, bang! A loud crack, and the second-level zombie was instantly decapitated, and its body fell to the ground in a running position. Seeing this, the white tiger on the side opened his mouth wide, revealing a dumbfounded expression. It seemed to be saying, "What's going on?" The second-level zombie, which was like a lotion oil, couldn't be hit no matter how hard I tried, but this human was instantly killed? At this time, Lu Yang also looked at the tiger. A large blood-stained sword pointed directly at the other party. "I saved you. Submit to me. Or die." The white tiger was startled and curled up in the corner, showing an expression of innocence. Although she is a tiger, Lu Yang is even more of a tiger. The white tiger was surrounded by dozens of zombies, and she was at her wits' end. She was even being chopped at by the second-level zombie from time to time. She was almost desperate. But she never expected that Lu Yang would appear and kill all the zombies in seconds. The second-level zombie couldn't even run away, and the difference in strength was too great. Although the mutant white tiger is not very intelligent, she can still tell who is stronger and who is weaker. At this point, she understood that Lu Yang only needed to move his fingers to kill her. So she could only huddle in the corner, constantly exposing her sharp teeth and making a toothy expression, trying to scare Lu Yang away. Lu Yang was not afraid, and continued, "I don't want to kill you, nor do I want to hurt you. I want you to submit to me. Do you understand?" A roar. The white tiger let out a roar. Obviously, she didn't understand. Lu Yang put the knife away. She said, "Look, I've put away my weapon. I don't want to hurt you, understand?" Seeing Lu Yang's actions, Baihu seemed to understand some of what Lu Yang meant. Then Lu Yang reached out and slowly approached the other, and then touched the other's huge head. Gently stroking the other's head. Feeling the softness of the other's fur. The restless and panicked heart of the white tiger slowly calmed down, and even narrowed its eyes like sapphires, revealing an expression of enjoyment. Lu Yang also felt a little funny. Other people stroke cats, but I stroke tigers, and this tiger is really similar to a cat. When it is stroked, it looks like it is enjoying it. In order to get closer to the white tiger, Lu Yang took a piece of frozen pork out of the dark space and said to the white tiger, "I'll give you some meat to eat, so you can regain your strength." So he held the meat in the palm of his hand and brought it to the tiger's mouth. The white tiger had been fighting the zombies for so long that it was tired and hungry. Now that it smelled fresh meat, it was naturally greedy and drooled. It swallowed the meat in Lu Yang's hand in one bite and showed a satisfied expression while eating. Seeing that the white tiger had calmed down under his soothing words and the lure of food, Lu Yang then directly extended a finger and placed it on the other's forehead. He began to use soul control. This was the first time he had used this skill on a non-human, and he didn't know if it would work. Lu Yang was also very curious. 1 minute later. He received a system prompt, "Ding. Congratulations, the host has successfully used soul control. The other party has become your most loyal servant and will never betray you. Enjoy." Upon receiving this prompt, Lu Yang's entire body revealed a look of surprise. He couldn't help but say, "Awesome. The system is a quality product, and this soul control can even be used on animals." Looking at the white tiger at this moment, Lu Yang's eyes were full of admiration and worship, and even a hint of piety. He turned around and looked at the white tigers but to confirm its gender. It is indeed a female tiger. If White Tiger agrees to be my servant, does that count as saving the young tigress? Can I get a reward from the system? With such a question, Lu Yang directly asked the white tiger, "Little white tiger, are you willing to submit to me?" With a pair of blue eyes, the white tiger looked at Lu Yang with a puzzled expression on his face, opened his huge tiger mouth and let out a babyish sound, "Ooh." However, Lu Yang did not receive a prompt from the system for a reward. He shook his head in disappointment. The white tiger still looked at Lu Yang with a pair of innocent eyes, not knowing what Lu Yang was saying. Her IQ is too low, she doesn't even understand what Lu Yang is saying. Forget it, I won't make it difficult for you. I'm going to the supermarket to collect supplies, so you should come with me. I believe that with my careful training, you will have a higher IQ sooner or later. After saying that, Lu Yang waved to White Tiger and then began to walk towards the supermarket. The huge white tiger followed Lu Yang obediently. Reference image of white tiger. Chapter 35, Scavenging the Supermarket for Supplies. One person and one tiger began to walk to the supermarket. I have to say that this white tiger is really huge and looks very imposing. That is, her two legs were beaten by the second-level zombies with iron rods, so she walks with a limp, otherwise Lu Yang would definitely have to sit on her back and show off. Having such a huge mount, you must be very proud to go out. Soon, the man and the tiger arrived at the supermarket entrance. The white tiger sniffed the air with its nose. Obviously, he smelled the dangerous smell inside the supermarket. She didn't like the smell. There were at least hundreds of zombies in the supermarket. So she stopped and her face showed a little bit of fear. Lu Yang smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, they're just a few little zombies. They can't do anything to me. I'm here. Little white tiger, just follow your master inside. I'll show you what it means to be invincible." The white tiger did not understand Lu Yang's words. Her eyes were still full of fear. Lu Yang didn't pay any attention to her and walked straight into the supermarket. At this time, the white tiger had already been controlled by Lu Yang's soul control, and had already regarded Lu Yang as her master for life. Seeing Lu Yang enter the supermarket without fear of danger, she was still following Lu Yang behind her teeth, although she was scared. Once inside the supermarket, it was indeed full of zombies. At the outbreak of the apocalypse, there were many people shopping in the supermarket. More than 3/4 of them had become zombies, and the remaining 1/4 had either been eaten or bitten and had also become zombies. It is estimated that less than 1/10 of the people in the supermarket were able to survive and escape. At this moment, the zombies saw Lu Yang enter and instantly roared, then all pounced on Lu Yang. The white tiger behind Lu Yang saw this scene and its mouth opened to reveal its sharp fangs. He let out a roar at the zombies. Although he knew he was no match for so many zombies, if these zombies wanted to harm his master Lu Yang, then even if it meant dying, he would fight them. At this time, Lu Yang put his hand on the white tiger's head and touched it. He said, "Cute little white tiger, don't be afraid. I'll show you how strong, fast, and fierce your master is." Lu Yang smiled and waved his hand. A flying needle shot out quickly, turning into a stream of light, weaving through the zombies. Every time it passed a zombie, it would shoot its head off. Bang bang bang. The sound of headshots in the supermarket was unending. In less than 3 seconds, hundreds of explosions were heard. All the zombies then fell to the ground in an instant. They were all killed by Lu Yang in a split second. The white tiger behind Lu Yang saw this scene and looked confused. Meow meow meow? This master is too strong, isn't he? I originally thought that the master was a melee fighter who used a knife, but I didn't expect him to be a mage? Killing enemies directly from a distance? Lu Yang held Baihu's chin with her hand, which was about to fall to the ground, and closed her mouth. She said with a smile, "Don't be surprised, little white tiger, let's go with the master to collect food next." Oh. The white tiger opened its mouth and called out, following Lu Yang happily. She hates zombies the most. But Master Lu Yang can turn a zombie into a corpse with just one look. So it's the happiest thing to follow director Lu Yang. When they arrived at the supermarket, Lu Yang looked at the items on the shelves. She was overjoyed. This big supermarket has so many supplies. It's 10 times better than the small supermarket at school. Not only can you find food, but also clothes, household goods, milk drinks, and even toys for children, as well as all kinds of milk powder. If you take this supermarket away, you'll have a department store, and you won't have to worry about supplies for many years to come. It seems that raiding the supermarket is a good choice. In the coming days, I will go to the supermarket every day to raid it. So Lu Yang walked over to the shelves one by one. Rice, millet, corn, flour, noodles, rice noodles, glutinous rice flour, sesame flour, corn flour. These staple foods are very useful, so take them all. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, red beans, mung beans, black beans. Take them all. Eggs, frozen meat, frozen goods, frozen seafood, bacon, dried fish, dried sausage. Hot pot meatballs, hot pot ingredients. Take them. Snacks, candy, jelly, melon seeds, nuts, biscuits, chocolate, milk powder, milk, drinks. Take them all. Clothes, underwear, toilet paper, pots and pans, toothbrushes, toothpaste, wash basins, washcloths, and other household items. Take them all. Salt, MSG, spices, seasonings, sauces. Take them all. Hundreds of barrels of cooking oil. Take it all. Soon Lu Yang had collected everything on the shelves into his own dark space. Unfortunately, when she got to the fresh produce section, she found that the vegetables had already gone bad, and most of the fruit had also gone bad. Only a small portion of the fruit could be stored for a long time, such as apples, pears, watermelons, durians, coconuts, oranges, etc. As for the easily perishable fruits such as bananas, mangoes, and grapes, they had already rotted long ago. Lu Yang took the edible fruits into the space and looked at the other rotten fruits and vegetables with a pitying expression. He muttered to himself, "If only I could have come a few days earlier." Lu Yang then continued to walk deeper into the supermarket and finally found the supermarket warehouse. The supermarket warehouse is divided into fresh food warehouse, grain warehouse, clothing warehouse, daily necessities warehouse, and meat warehouse. Lu Yang found that the supermarket was not without power, so the warehouse also had a preservation function. There were actually a lot of fresh vegetables and fruits, as well as fresh meat. Lu Yang found a lot of rice and flour in the grain warehouse. There were dozens of tons. Seeing so many resources, Lu Yang was overjoyed. He said, "This is great. So many resources. This is enough for me and my women to eat for many years. 50 tons of rice, 50 tons of flour, all taken away." He also collected several tons of vegetables and fruits in the vegetable and fruit warehouse. He also received dozens of tons of sweet potatoes and potatoes. Sweet potatoes and potatoes are good things in the end times. They are easy to grow and rich in starch. They are much less demanding on the land than rice. This will be a lifesaver if we ever develop a base for survivors. So Lu Yang, with excitement, also stored these potatoes and sweet potatoes in the warehouse. In the meat warehouse, he collected another warehouse full of meat. He collected all kinds of frozen pork, ribs, duck, chicken, chicken legs, chicken feet, etc. There were tons of them. Soon, the entire supermarket warehouse was emptied. The entire supermarket was completely empty. Lu Yang's dark space was already full of all kinds of food and daily necessities. It can be said that there is everything, and you can get anything you want. She nodded in satisfaction and said to the white tiger, "Little white tiger, now it's time for us to go back. Next, I'll take you back to see my women. Get along with them more, and you'll be able to transform sooner or later." "Oh, The little white tiger with the tiger head and tiger brain still just looked up and called out. She still didn't understand what Lu Yang meant. But she understood that as long as she followed Lu Yang, she would go wherever he went. After stroking the white tiger's soft fur, Lu Yang said, "There is a saying that goes, if you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you get a tiger cub? Since she doesn't have the intelligence to verbally agree to be my female tiger, if she actually becomes my tiger, can she still get a reward?" Chapter 36, Meeting the Third School Beauty. Lu Yang shook her head and temporarily put this idea behind her. Then she started walking out of the supermarket. The white tiger, with its pretty face, soft fur, and lovely sapphire-like eyes, followed Lu Yang. However, as soon as Lu Yang left the supermarket, he was about to take the white tiger to school, but the two of them appeared on the street in a sneaky manner. With his keen powers of observation, Lu Yang had already discovered the two people, so he unobtrusively frowned. A steel needle had already appeared in front of him. With just a thought, he could shoot the heads of those two people. Xiao Baihu, however, followed Lu Yang with his head held high and a look of complacency on his face, not having noticed anything unusual. At this point, Lu Yang stopped and said to the two people in the dark, "Come out. I've already sent you a message. I'm giving you one last chance, otherwise I won't be polite." The two people came out furtively. Lu Yang discovered that the two were a middle-aged man and a young girl. The young girl was tall and plump, and although her face was a little pale, she was still pretty and cute. She was a beauty. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, showed a look of excitement on his face when he saw Lu Yang. He recognized Lu Yang. At this moment, Lu Yang also recognized the other person. "Isn't this Wang Yukai, the principal of my school?" At this time, Wang Youcai's face was covered in dirt and grime. His hair, which had always been meticulously combed, had also begun to look like a chicken coop. The principal, who used to be so aloof, now looked at Lu Yang with a smile on his face and said, "Oh, it's Lu Yang from our school. I remember you. At the school sports day, you broke the 100-meter school record and won first place. I was the one who personally hung the medal around your neck. I was also patting you on the shoulder and saying that your future was limitless. Do you remember?" Lu Yang smiled and said, "It's Principal Wang. I didn't expect that the end of the world would come and Principal Wang would be doing so poorly. I have things to do, so I'm not going to chat with you. Go do whatever you need to do." In the past, I had good sports results in peacetime, and the principal did praise me during the sports meeting. But that was only limited to the sports meeting. Lu Yang understood that the higher up you are in society, the more hypocritical you are. He was just being polite when he said that his future was limitless. Lu Yang had not had much contact with the high and mighty principal in the past. Now that the end times have arrived, he still doesn't want to have any. So he doesn't want to waste any more time with the principal. Wang Yukai stopped Lu Yang with a smile on his face and said, No, Lu Yang, we are all destined to meet in the end times. You also know that the end times are here now, with chaos and food shortages. The principal is also about to starve to death. As a student at the school, shouldn't you help the principal?" Lu Yang said, "I'm sorry, I don't have any food either. You can see that I don't have anything on me, not even a backpack. Where could I hide food?" Wang Yukai pushed his glasses back and continued to smile. "Don't lie to me, Lu Yang, I'm sure you have food. I just saw you go into the supermarket for a long time before you came out. The supermarket was full of zombies. I've been here for many days and I'm afraid to go in. You were able to get out in one piece, so you must have collected food, but I don't know where you put it. And this tiger seems to listen to you very well. Is it your pet?" Although tigers are protected animals, in the end times we can take emergency precautions, and it is not illegal to eat tigers. Lu Yang's eyes grew cold as she listened to the other person. She said impatiently, "I already told you, I don't have any food. Stop bothering me. Even if I did have food, why would I give it to you? Don't you have any shame? How dare you even think about my pet? Do I have to curse you and call you an old bitch before you realize your mistake?" Looking at Lu Yang's cold expression, Wang Yukai was scared and took a step back. The young girl behind him quickly came over and took his hand, showing a scared expression and trembling as she said, "Dad. Let's forget it. They won't give us food. Let's find it ourselves. He's so scary." The girl's words instantly caught Lu Yang's attention, and he finally looked at the girl, suddenly seeing her clearly. What a beautiful girl. In terms of appearance, she is even more beautiful than the four most beautiful girls on campus. Wait. Wang Youcai's daughter, Wang Muling, isn't she also one of the four most beautiful girls on campus? This girl must be Wang Muling. Lu Yang touched his chin and a playful expression appeared on his face. What a coincidence. I came to the supermarket to buy some supplies, and I ran into Wang Muling, one of the four most beautiful girls on campus. Wang Muling is the daughter of the school principal. No one dared to provoke her at school. She was the most mysterious of all the school beauties. The other school beauties were pursued by the rich kids, but Wang Muling was even too much for the rich kids to pursue. Now that I've run into her, can I let her go? How can I live up to my invincible abilities if I don't get the most mysterious school flower into bed? At this time, Wang Yukai also noticed Lu Yang's eyes, which were actually a bit evil. He quickly protected his precious daughter behind him and said with great vigilance, Lu Yang, what are you looking at? Lu Yang smiled and said, I'm looking at your daughter. Your daughter is so pretty and has a great body. It is said that she is one of the 4 most beautiful girls in the school and is known as the most mysterious school beauty. If I get to bed with such a mysterious and arrogant school beauty, it must feel very good, right? After hearing Lu Yang's words, Wang Youcai's eyes widened in disbelief. This son of a bitch doesn't even pretend to be polite, and directly tells me in front of my face that he wants to hit on my daughter? He has no shame at all. You think you're beautiful. Wang Yukai, with his back to the door, said to Lu Yang with a look of anger. Lu Yang said with a cold smile, old bitch, didn't you just jump out and say you wanted my food, and even wanted to get your hands on my pet? How can you only be allowed to get your hands on my pet, but not be allowed to get your hands on my daughter? Your daughter is a treasure, but my little white tiger isn't a treasure? You compare my daughter to one of your pets? What do you think of my Wang Yukai? I am the principal. Wang Yukai was furious and was very angry with Lu Yang. His lips began to tremble as he spoke. Lu Yang said, yes, you are the principal, but why are you so hungry that you can't even find food to eat, and you are about to starve to death with your precious daughter? Even if you were the principal, what good would it do if you were the king of heaven? In the end times, everyone is equal, and strength is respected. Whoever has the biggest fist can live better. And it just so happens that I, a former useless athlete with well-developed limbs, is now the most advantageous. Now I'll give you a way out. Look at this. Lu Yang said, directly pulling out a vacuum-packed chicken leg from his own dark space. He opened the packaging of the chicken leg. The aroma of the chicken leg quickly wafted into Wang Youcai's nostrils. Wang Muling behind him couldn't help but inhale deeply, and her saliva began to flow uncontrollably. Lu Yang said, I'll trade you this chicken leg for your daughter. What do you think, Principal Wang? Chapter 37, In the End Times, there are things that cannot be exchanged for supplies. Smelling the aroma of the chicken drumstick in the air, Wang Yukai and his daughter Wang Muling couldn't help but keep sniffing their noses. Sizzling, sizzling. It's so fragrant. This vacuum chicken leg doesn't know how many preservatives have been put in it. In peacetime, as an upper-class person, Principal Wang probably wouldn't even look at it. But now, after being hungry for several days, just the smell in the air is almost unbearable, and saliva can't help but flow. I really want to eat it. Lu Yang looked at the other person's expression and smiled slightly. What do you think, Principal Wang? Isn't it tempting? As long as you give me your daughter, this chicken leg is yours. This sentence instantly pulled Principal Wang back from his fantasy to reality. Lu Yang wouldn't give him the chicken leg for nothing. He wanted his own daughter. His daughter is so beautiful, with such a great figure, such white skin, and such big breasts. If she fell into Lu Yang's hands, she would probably be subjected to all kinds of abuse and torture. It really hurts to think about it. How could he possibly sell his daughter for a chicken leg? He said to Lu Yang, no. Impossible. You want to trade my daughter for a chicken leg? You're dreaming. Lu Yang was not surprised by Wang's words. He just took another chicken leg out of the dark space and said, then I'll add another chicken leg. Seeing another chicken leg appear in Lu Yang's hand, Wang Youcai's eyes went straight. Although he and his daughter survived the outbreak of the apocalypse, they had only been able to eat the snacks they had bought in the peaceful days of the past 2 days. In the following days, they could only drink tap water. Finally, they couldn't stand it anymore and went out to look for food. However, when they came out to look for food, they found that the small supermarkets and convenience stores along the road had already been looted. The only place that still had resources was the large supermarket, but it was full of zombies, so they didn't dare to go in. They had been hungry for so many days. They were already starving. Now seeing the 2 chicken legs in Lu Yang's hands, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and even his firm resolve began to waver. But soon he shook his head and his eyes regained clarity. He said to Lu Yang, no. No. SSS. 2 chicken legs, SSS, can only keep me alive for 2 more days. How can I possibly hand my daughter over to you? Lu Yang was not surprised by Wang's words. In peacetime, people often say that there are things that cannot be bought without money, but only if there isn't enough money. There is a price for everything. In the face of enough interest, any virtuous woman will become a slut. So when the end of the world comes, Lu Yang can also say that there is nothing that cannot be exchanged for supplies, it's just that there aren't enough supplies. He took out a large bag of potatoes from the dark space, weighing almost 5 caddies. He then said to Principal Wang, "What if I add this bag of potatoes? Eat sparingly, this bag of potatoes will last you half a month." Seeing Lu Yang's large bag of potatoes, Principal Wang's eyes lit up. His heart was truly shaken. But then he seemed to think of something and said, "No. You want to trade my daughter for this little bit of food? My daughter is naturally beautiful, has a good figure and fair skin. It's not an exaggeration to say that she is a fairy from heaven. The men who pursue her are all very good, and none of their families are not high-ranking or wealthy. Now you want to trade her for 2 chicken legs and a bag of potatoes. You're dreaming. Oh, forget it. I don't need a woman anyway. Zayabaiwa, let's go back to base camp," Lu Yang said, and turned and left directly. He didn't even look at Principal Wang and his daughter, Wang Muling. Seeing Lu Yang turn around and leave without any lingering feelings, Principal Wang suddenly became anxious. What's going on? I was just trying to get the other party to raise the price a little bit, and they just gave up? You gave up too quickly. Is my daughter really that unattractive? If Lu Yang really leaves, they will starve to death. They have already been hungry for a few days, and if this continues, they will die in no more than 2 days, so Lu Yang cannot leave. Principal Wang quickly called out to Lu Yang. "Lu Yang, don't go. Let's talk it over, it's not like we can't negotiate." Wang Muling, who was standing nearby, suddenly became anxious. She quickly said, "Dad, what are you talking about? Do you really want to trade me for some food?" Principal Wang said, "My dear daughter, I'm not trading you for food. I'm thinking about your future. You can only survive if you follow Lu Yang. If you follow me, you'll starve to death in 2 days. This isn't about food. I just want you to live longer." After that, he looked at Lu Yang again. "Lu Yang, let's talk about it. My daughter is naturally beautiful, has a good figure, is suitable for having children, and in peacetime, our family is very strict, and she has never had a boyfriend. She is definitely still a virgin, you won't lose. Give me more supplies, and my daughter will go with you." But Lu Yang shook her head and smiled. She said, "I already gave you a chance earlier, but now I'm not interested in your daughter. So I'll give you one last chance. 2 chicken legs and 5 caddies of potatoes. You can only choose one. Choose one and take it. Your daughter will come with me." Hearing this, Principal Wang was so angry that he trembled all over. He scolded Lu Yang, "You're too stingy, you iron-fisted miser. How can you be stingier? You just said 2 chicken legs and 5 caddies of potatoes, but now it's become a choice between 2 and 1? You're a skinflint." "No? Then I'm leaving. This is your last chance," Lu Yang said and turned to leave again. Principal Wang was anxious and quickly said, "Yes, yes, yes. Okay, I'll take the 5 caddies of potatoes. Give me 5 caddies of potatoes, and my daughter will go with you, but you have to promise to keep my daughter safe and not hurt her. I can be your wife, but I can't be your food." Lu Yang smiled and said, "Why not agree to it earlier? It's fine, don't worry. I, Lu Yang, have plenty of supplies and I won't do anything like eat human flesh. I will take good care of your daughter and at least give her 3 big fat boys." Hearing Lu Yang's words, Principal Wang was so angry that his face turned green. But he could only nod in agreement. He was afraid that Lu Yang would change his mind and not exchange with him. Seeing that the other party had agreed, Lu Yang directly threw 5 caddies of potatoes into the other party's hands. Principal Wang whispered to his daughter next to him, "After you follow him, listen to him well, don't make him angry. He must have collected a lot of supplies from the supermarket to get out safely, so you won't have to worry about food or drink." Wang Muling could only nod with tears in her eyes. She said, "Dad, I know, you have to be careful alone in the end times." So Wang Muling lowered her head and walked over to Lu Yang. Principal Wang fled back to his refuge with 5 kilograms of potatoes. Chapter 38 Back to School. Wang Muling reference figure. Looking at the delicate Wang Muling next to him, Lu Yang's whole body showed a satisfied expression. She is the daughter of the principal, and she is so fresh and beautiful. She looks so beautiful and charming after being hungry for so many days. He quickly scanned the attributes of the most mysterious school flower using the system. Soon, Wang Muling's information appeared in his mind. Name, Wang Muling. Age, 18. Height, 1.68 meters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Bust, D. Appearance score, 95 points. Body score, 96. Number of charges, 0. After seeing this basic information, Lu Yang's whole face lit up with excitement. A 95-point appearance score and a 96-point figure score are both very high. Wang Muling is definitely a peerless beauty. And since she was the daughter of the school principal, no man dared to mess with her, so she is still a virgin. This is also very rare. I never thought that I would get a stunning beauty in exchange for just 5 caddies of potatoes. Is this the end of the world? Isn't this the end of the world too? Lu Yan looked at his dark space and saw that there were at least dozens of tons of potatoes. In that case, can't I trade for tens of thousands of beauties? Lu Yang said to Wang Muling, your father Wang Yukai sold you to me. If you are willing to come with me and be my woman, I will guarantee that you will never worry about food or clothing. Wang Muling nodded with a blush. She said, yes, I'm willing to go with you and be your woman. After receiving this answer, Lu Yang received a system prompt, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing the girl. Storage space level increased by 1 level. Reach level 5, size 50 x 50 x 50 is equal to 125,000 cubic meters. Another level of storage space? This is too good. This means that Principal Wang not only gave himself a young and beautiful girl, but also a level 1 storage space. It seems that tonight I must take good care of his daughter and communicate with her deeply in order to thank Principal Wang for giving me his daughter. Lu Yang took out a loaf of bread and a bottle of milk from the storage space and handed them to Wang Muling, saying, you should eat something to regain your strength. Let's eat and walk. It's time to go back to base camp with me. Seeing the food that Lu Yang gave her, Wang Muling's whole body lit up, and she quickly took the food and kept saying, thank you, Lu Yang, you were so kind. It seems that my father was right when he said that I would never go hungry if I followed Lu Yang. Lu Yang smiled and said, you're calling me by my name? Call me husband. Ah. Wang Muling's face turned red and she looked shy, but she still called out obediently. Old husband. Lu Yang smiled and said, that's right, you're so good. Tonight, I'll make you a real bride. Hearing this, Wang Muling's face turned even redder. She had never had a boyfriend before, and she had never done anything with a man. Lu Yang kept talking about being a bride and stuff, it was really embarrassing. She buried her head in her chest. She said with a blush, I know, honey. After hearing this answer, Lu Yang pinched her smooth and rosy cheeks with satisfaction. Then a man, a woman, and a white tiger began walking towards the school. Soon they returned to the school, and Lu Yang took Wang Muling and Xia Beihu into the teacher's dormitory. As soon as they entered the teacher's dormitory, the huge figure of the little white tiger immediately startled the women. This mutant white tiger is twice as big as an ordinary tiger, and it is taller than the women when it stands up, which is very oppressive. Seeing the frightened expression on the people's faces, Lu Yang smiled and said, don't worry, everyone. This is my new pet. Don't be fooled by her size. She's actually very gentle and won't hurt anyone. You can all come and touch her. The women were shocked. Touch it? Is that really okay? I've never touched a tiger before. Can I touch its butt? The young girls were all eager to try it out, and some of them even started rubbing their fingers nonstop, looking like they couldn't contain their excitement. This is a huge white tiger, a rare sight even among tigers. They have never even touched an ordinary tiger before, let alone a white tiger. The tigers in the zoo can only be seen from a distance through the glass. Where can they get so close? Who wouldn't want to touch this big white cat? It must be much more fun to stroke it than a cat. Lu Yang nodded and said, yes, you can treat her as a large version of a cat and stroke her as you like. After hearing Lu Yang's words, Chen Lixia was the first to extend her hand and place it on the white tiger's head, stroking it. The white tiger showed a look of submissiveness and even seemed to enjoy it. The other girls saw that the white tiger was so docile and immediately surrounded it, touching it all over. Wow, what soft fur! Is this what tiger fur looks like? Her tongue tickles. Ha ha ha. This tail is so thick and long. It's so fluffy and feels so good to touch. It would be awesome to ride on her back. The girls surrounded the white tiger and started groping it, pinching here and pulling there. They were very interested and curious. The little white tiger was a little overwhelmed, and her sapphire-like eyes were full of great confusion. She is a woman too, but these women just kept touching her body. It's annoying. After masturbating together on the white tiger, the women were finally satisfied. Only then did they turn their attention to Wang Muling. Li Mengyao and Li Main showed shocked expressions. Because they had recognized each other. Both of them said in surprise, "Aren't you Wang Muling? She is known as the most mysterious school beauty in the school, and it is said that your father is the principal Wang Yukai." Other people may not have seen Wang Muling, but as the four most beautiful girls in school, Li Mang and Li Mengyao definitely had. They were the most popular girls in school and had always been in contact with each other. They even competed with each other in secret. Neither one of them would admit defeat to the other. They all thought they were the best. So they recognized Wang Muling at a glance. Wang Muling lowered her head and said, "Yes, it was me. I met Lu Yang's husband on the way and he brought me back." Hearing Wang Muling's words, the other women were taken aback. Goodness, the most mysterious school beauty has already been taken care of by Lu Yang on the way back? Calling him her husband? This school beauty is too aware. The others exchanged greetings with each other. At this time, Shenzi began to say, okay, you can see that you know how to stroke a cat, and you have messed up the soft fur of the big white tiger. Let's go make lunch." Lu Yang's husband went out to look for supplies and brought back a sister and a big white tiger. He must be tired and hungry, so let's cook for him. Yes, let's go make lunch. The other women nodded and then began to get busy. Chapter 39. The mysterious schoolflower is really sweet. After a delicious dinner, Lu Yan lay down on the bed to rest. The new arrivals, Wang Muling and the white tiger, were given an independent room to live in. Lu Yan was in her room, thinking about the next plan. It's a good idea to loot the supermarket. There are all kinds of daily necessities in the supermarket, not only food but also daily necessities. And there are a lot of zombies in the supermarket, so most people don't dare to go in. However, as time goes by, there will be less and less food outside, and eventually the survivors will still take the risk of going into the supermarket. Therefore, Lu Yang decided to speed up her search for supermarkets. Tomorrow, he will have to loot at least 2 more large supermarkets. Just as Lu Yang made this decision and was about to go to bed, he heard his door being knocked on. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was light and hesitant, and it was clear that the other person was also nervous. Lu Yang's face showed a funny expression. Who would be knocking on his door at this hour? He said to the door, "Come in." Creak. The door opened. It turned out that the person who came in was Wang Muling, the daughter of the school principal. As the daughter of the school principal, Wang Muling was once the apple of his eye and lived like a princess. Lu Yang didn't expect the other person to be so proactive in finding him. It seems like I'll have to have a long talk with her today. Wang Muling had just finished taking a shower, and her wet hair was still draped over her white shoulders. She looked very seductive and beautiful. She looked at Lu Yang with shy eyes and said, "Honey, that Lu Yang said, "You don't have to say too much, I understand." There was no word exchanged that night. The next day, Lu Yang got up early in the morning and looked at Wang Muling, who was still sleeping on the side, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Principal Wang really didn't lie to me. He said his daughter was a virgin, and she really is a virgin. Lu Yang stretched his back and got up to wash up. After breakfast, Lu Yang decided to start his adventure for the day. The nearest large supermarket to the school had already been plundered by Lu Yang, and all the cars on the road to the supermarket had been collected by Lu Yang for their steel and fuel tanks. It was time to go to a supermarket further away. Lu Yang used to live in this school, so he naturally knows which large supermarkets are nearby. There are 2 more large supermarkets 5 kilometers away. The goods inside are not much less than the supermarket from yesterday. After breakfast, Lu Yang set out directly. The women all looked at him with a hint of reluctance and said to him, "Be careful on the road, honey. If you encounter danger, you should run away quickly and not fight. Even if you don't have supplies, it doesn't matter as long as you come back safely. Honey, we'll cook a nice meal for you when you get back." Liu Yang gave them a reassuring look and then prepared to leave. At this time, Xia Baihua rushed over and wanted to follow Liu Yang. Liu Yang stopped her and said, "Xiao Baihu, you were injured by the iron rod of a second-level zombie yesterday, and your feet are still not healed. Don't go out with me today. When you are healed, we will go out to explore together." However, Xia Baihu didn't understand a word Liu Yang said, and thought that Liu Yang was praising her. She still looked cute with her tiger head and pink tongue sticking out, looking at Liu Yang with a face full of flattery. Liu Yang made a gesture to her and said, "Sit down. You stay in the dormitory. Do you understand?" At this point, Xia Baihu finally understood what Liu Yang meant. She showed a helpless expression, and although she was reluctant, she obediently sat in place. In fact, Liu Yang also wanted to take the little white tiger out to play, because this white tiger is very cool and can be used as a mount, which is really cool. I guess other survivors will think they are the god of the white tiger when they see it. But Xia Baihu was injured, and Liu Yang didn't want her to work too hard. After all, sooner or later, the white tiger will turn into a human. By then, she will be Liu Yang's white tiger mother, so she can't be made to suffer. So Liu Yang walked out of the school alone and began to head for the large supermarket 5 kilometers away. For Liu Yang, his speed has reached 18 times that of an ordinary person. If he travels at full speed, it will take him no more than a few minutes to cover the 5 kilometers. However, in order to collect the steel and fuel tanks from the cars on the road, he did not rush to the destination. He walked slowly, using the steel to control the artist to continuously collect the steel from the cars, and at the same time, he collected the fuel tanks into the dark space. At the same time, any zombies he found on the road were killed by his flying needles. After all, a zombie is 0.1 attribute points, and Liu Yang won't waste it. Yesterday, he collected supplies and killed hundreds of zombies in the supermarket, and he gained more than 30 attribute points, which he hasn't used yet. If he can collect 100 today, he can divide them equally among the 4 basic attributes. After walking for 2 or 3 kilometers, a residential building was surrounded by zombies. They were attacking the door of the building non-stop. Seeing this, Liu Yang showed a surprised expression. Those zombies seemed to have a low IQ, and they were obviously not second-level zombies, but the doors of the residential building were closed, and they couldn't see anyone. Why would they attack the door? With the intelligence of the zombies, wouldn't they stop the moment they couldn't see anyone? Just like the young and beautiful schoolgirl Li Mangyao, who was able to escape with just a cardboard box covering her. If these zombies had this IQ in the past, Li Mangyao would have been eaten to the bone long ago, and would have had no chance to climb into her bed. Liu Yang came to the conclusion in his heart, it seems that as time goes by, the intelligence of these zombies has also increased. Even ordinary zombies have begun to be less brainless. Even if they hide in the room, they will continue to attack the door. It seems that the door will be broken in no time at all if it is attacked by so many zombies. Liu Yang had a thought, and a steel needle floated in front of him. Then he waved his hand. Swish! The steel needle flew through the air at high speed, turning into a stream of light and quickly shooting at the group of zombies. Bang bang bang! The zombies were killed in less than a second, with the sound of their heads being blown off. At this time, Liu Yang walked to the room. Was about to find out what was inside. What if it's a beautiful woman? Or even a group of beautiful women? Wouldn't that be a big score? Liu Yang knocked on the door and said, "Open the door. I've killed the zombies." Inside the door, no one answered, as if there was no one inside. Liu Yang let out a sneer. Then he kicked the door. Boom! A loud noise came. The door was kicked off its hinges. Ah! And a woman's scream came from inside the room. Chapter 40, Encountering a Flight Attendant? This time, Liu Yang finally saw the person in the room and froze in place. What a beautiful mature woman. Liu Yang's teacher's dormitory was full of female students. Although they were all young and beautiful, they lacked the charm of a mature woman. The woman in front of him looked to be in her mid-20s, and she was very mature. She was wearing a flight attendant uniform, which showed her mature temperament. She was wearing a pair of translucent stockings on her feet, which might have been torn in many places due to her escape, and she looked somewhat seductive. At the same time, the other person is tall, with snow-white skin, a protruding chest and a round butt. She has all the curves, and she looks even more beautiful than the students. Every move she makes is full of the allure of a mature woman. She is definitely a beauty. The woman also saw Lu Yang at this moment, and the expression of fear on her face softened. When she first heard Lu Yang's cold voice, she thought it was a fierce person outside, but now it seems like a sunny boy, and he even looks a little handsome. The flight attendant was suddenly not so scared. She had been working for several years as a flight attendant, flying to many places and meeting all kinds of passengers. She understood that the younger the boy, the easier it was to handle. These boys might even be virgins, very shy, and don't know how to say no to women. They are much easier to get along with than those greasy middle-aged men. She quickly got up from the ground, tidied up her appearance, and then said to Lu Yang, "This handsome guy, did you just help me kill all the zombies outside the door? Thank you so much. I was trapped at home for several days and was so hungry that I couldn't stand it anymore, so I went out to look for food. I didn't expect to be discovered by the zombies, so I hid in this house, but I didn't expect the zombies to keep attacking. I was really scared, but thanks to you, you killed them and saved me." "Thank you." Lu Yang nodded and scanned the other person with the system, and the other person's information appeared in his mind. Name, Lin Yuyu. Age, 25. Height, 173. Weight, 53 kilograms. Bust, D. Appearance score, 91 points. Body score, 97 points. Number of boyfriends, 0. Looking at this basic information, Lu Yang was shocked. Goodness, the figure score is 97 points, the highest score of all his women. And the other person's height is 1.73 meters, which is also the highest among all his women. Only 12 centimeters shorter than Lu Yang's 185 centimeters, is this the legendary best height difference? What's more, the other woman is clearly a flight attendant, but she hasn't had a single charge. At 25 years old, she hasn't even had a boyfriend? Good, then I will be her first man. She is 25 years old, 7 years older than me, but she has no experience at all. Compared to me, she is a rookie. I will be able to teach this older sister myself. Lu Yang likes to teach people the most. Especially those girls who have not experienced the world of love. Helping them mature from green to ripe is something that Lu Yang finds very fulfilling. At this time, Lin Yuyu also saw that Lu Yang had been observing her. Looking at the other person's eyes, it seemed that she could see her body through her clothes, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. At the same time, she gave a professional smile and said to Lu Yang with a flattering face, "Handsome guy, thank you for saving me, but I'm so hungry right now. Can you give me some food?" "As long as you give me some food, I will thank you very much." Lu Yang nodded. Although this older sister has not experienced the pleasures of love, she seems to be quite understanding. He said, "Okay, as long as you are my woman, I can give you food." Hearing this, Lin Yuyu was stunned. She couldn't believe her ears. What's going on? Are young people nowadays so direct? He had originally thought that young people were easier to get along with and more gullible than middle-aged old foxes, but he never expected Lu Yang to come straight to the point, cut to the chase, and be unstoppable. He wants her to be his woman in order to get food? Lin Yuyu originally thought that she only needed to verbally thank the other person. After all, she is good-looking and has a great figure. In the past, in times of peace, she had the identity of a flight attendant, which added points to the countless boys who pursued her. He also had many licking dogs. On various holidays, people would compete to send gifts without her having to ask. She thought that the other person would see that she was pretty and would be her lapdog, providing her with food for free. But she never imagined that the other person would be so demanding. What's the difference between this and asking her to sell her body for food? The professional smile on her face was about to break down. She said stiffly to Lu Yang that, "Handsome guy, you're being a bit too forward. We've only just met for the first time, and we don't even know each other, and you're asking me to be your woman. How can I say yes to that? At least we should get to know each other a bit more before we get together. And I'm older than you, I could be your older sister. How about you give me food and I do things for you that I can do, like washing clothes and cooking, taking care of your daily life." After saying that, she threw a flirtatious glance at Lu Yang. A look that said, "Good brother, quickly agree to your sister's request." But Lu Yang shook his head. He said coldly, "I don't have time to get to know you. Don't tell me you're a slow-to-warm-up person, that I have to chase you for a few months to see if we're a good match. Do you think you're a lapdog in peacetime? If it works, it works, if it doesn't, it doesn't. If you're my woman, you'll have food. If you're not my woman, you'll starve to death. It's up to you whether you choose to climb into my bed or starve to death. Lu Yang also realized that this guy actually wanted to manipulate her. Don't think that just because you're pretty, have long legs, delicate features, and a perfect body, you can treat me like a lapdog. I have 3 more in my safe zone who are as pretty as you. The remaining 20 or so are not much different from you. I don't need 1 more, but I can't do without you. Looking at Lu Yang's cold expression and listening to his tone, which was not open to discussion, Lin Yu finally realized that this handsome guy who looked like a big boy with a sunny disposition was not so easy to handle. Although he looks like a sunny boy, his heart seems to have been tempered 1,000 times, and he is immune to beautiful women. It's probably not possible to manipulate him by being cute.